Chapter 3782. Bullshit. Xiaohua could no longer hold it in. He cursed angrily while activating the Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth. His entire body suddenly expanded, and the immortal body enhancement technique madly absorbed the extremely rich power of the stars and moon. His body grew to a size of several hundred feet before stopping. At the same time, Xiaohua didn't need to use any flying technique at all. He lifted his foot and walked up to the sky as if there were steps under his feet. The Stag King didn't care about Xiaohua's appearance and said indifferently, "Only you and I have the token. Since it wasn't me who brought it here, it must be you. Moreover, since you have the ability to send Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan to the altar, you naturally have the ability to bring that dragon to the relic realm." Xiaohua walked up to the sky and followed the direction of the voice. He saw that the Deer King was already at a part of the altar. On the bone-white altar, a totem that was slightly different from the Deer King's was engraved there. The strange totem jumped like flames, and a blood-red aura gushed out of the Stag King's body like a blood mist, connecting with the totem. Tiny wisps of blood jumped from the totem and flashed into the Deer King's body. General Ao. Xiaohua, who had calmed down, ignored the Stag King's provocation and said, "It seems like the Stag King doesn't know the truth. Maybe he's faking it." Zhu Mei hated the Stag King to the core and said, "You didn't see his face after entering the relic realm. He acted as if it was real. If you and Ao Zhan hadn't exposed his face in the end, I would still be in the dark and still want to work for him." Haha. The Stag King laughed. "Let's go. I've already begun to merge with the blood essence of my ancient deer demon. Although this bloodline is not as good as yours, I'm one step ahead. After merging, I'll definitely kill you all." "Damn it. Why are you biting words like a Confucian cultivator?" Ao Zhan roared and pounced on the Deer King with his huge dragon body. Boom. A huge white bone flashed across the white bone altar in front of the Deer King. A blood-red thunderbolt appeared on the white bone, and Ao Zhan's dragon body was sent rolling. White bones. Xiaohua's eyes widened, and a pleasant surprise flashed through his eyes. Although this white bone didn't look any different from the other white bones, Xiaohua recognized it at a glance. Wasn't this the incomplete white bone from his space? Jie. Zhu Mei moved as well. A ball of fire flew towards Mulu King. Crack, crack, crack. Without any suspense, another bone flew out from the altar and blocked the flame. A huge lightning bolt rushed out from the bone and extinguished the flame in an instant. How can white bones be so powerful? Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan are demonic beast generals. Even though I didn't fight with them directly, their strength should be at the upper stages of the 6th grade of essence power, or even the 7th grade of essence power. This mere masterless skeleton was actually able to block one of their attacks. Gah. Zhu Mei seemed to have become angry out of humiliation. She let out another shrill cry, and a demonic aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth shot out from her mouth. The demonic aura condensed into a huge talisman that instantly crossed the space of 10,000 feet and grabbed the altar. The power of the stars and the moon was swept away and everything was frozen. The power of laws? In the distance, Xiaohua squinted his eyes and saw the faint runes that flashed through the space of 10,000 feet. Although the runes only existed for a short period of time, this space of 10,000 feet was already under Zhu Mei's control. No, it's not just the power of laws. Xiaohua looked at the dark red flame beside the talisman and suddenly came to a realization. This is the law of fire that Zhu Mei obtained from comprehending the power of fire as a prodigy of the vermilion bird race. I understand now everything in the world has its own laws. Boom. The moment Xiaohua comprehended, the stars in the space above exploded one by one. Morning stars were born one after another, and heavenly Dao Xiaohua transmitted a lot of enlightenment. Haha, are you jealous? Zhu Mei, I really didn't expect that this king would see a day when you're jealous of this king. The Stag King laughed loudly, as if he was looking at a clown. Zhu Mei's shocking attack landed on the white bone altar without causing any waves at all. He laughed arrogantly and said, "Unfortunately, it's too late for you to be jealous. You don't have to be jealous in the future. This king is going to fuse with the essence blood of the ancient deer demon and devour your essence blood in a while." Woo! The blood mist around the Stag King made a strange sound. It was still somewhat under control before, but now it completely pounced on the blood flames of the totem. Crack, crack, crack. Like a dead tree burning in flames, The sound of explosions came from the totem. Then, the blood color of the totem gradually faded, and a stag king that was completely the same as the totem and completely different from the stag king was born from the blood flames. As the stag king poked its head out, an extremely fierce aura was emitted. It was the aura of the true ancient beast that Xiaohua saw in the desolate landscape. The blood flames seemed to be boiling as they emitted gurgling sounds. Damn it! Zhu Mei's body flipped in the air. Ao Zhan also roared, preparing to use dragon power and other dragon clan techniques. But at this moment, the boiling blood flames suddenly surged violently, and the stag king's head that had already been born showed extreme panic. What's going on? Oh! Seeing that the stag king had been reborn, Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan hurriedly stopped in the air and looked at everything in front of them with schadenfreude. It seemed that they didn't mind adding insult to injury at any time. The blood flames swelled uncontrollably like a huge blood bubble. The head that had already grown out seemed to have been blown. Then blood thorns pierced out of the head one by one. Beams of starlight and moonlight fell on these blood thorns, and the moaning of the stag king could be heard endlessly. Huh, I understand. Suddenly, Zhu Mei laughed loudly and pointed at the stag king with her wings. Stag king, oh stag king, you don't seem to have the pure bloodline of the deer clan, do you? You're just a bastard. Stag king, you've really been caught in a trap of your own making. Ao Zhan also laughed. How could you possibly bear the pure bloodline of the ancient deer clan? The inheritance in that bloodline isn't something that your impure blood essence can bear. You reap what you sow. Zhu Mei added. This king is the king of the deer clan. The stag king's voice was still panting. How is this possible? Boom. Before King Stag could finish his words, there was a loud bang and the blood bubble burst open. Thousands of tiny pieces of flesh flew out from the blood bubble. The blood bubble then shrank and fell into the totem. The blood flame on the totem disappeared at the same time, and the totem returned to its original state. Great! Zhu Mei laughed loudly, and the crimson flames rushed into the sky, looking extremely excited. Ao Zhan was naturally happy, but then he looked at Xiaohua and said, Fellow immortal Xiaohua smiled bitterly, and his mouth was bitter. Needless to say, even the Stag King's bloodline was impure and couldn't bear the ancient blood essence, so how could he bear it? Even the fallen gold mountains you family wouldn't be able to. They already had the bloodline of the human clan, and only a very small amount of true blood remained in their bloodline. Don't worry about me. Xiaohua waved his hand. I didn't expect this either. Fortunately, the Stag King was one step ahead, otherwise I would also have fallen here. Then, Xiaohua looked at Zhu Mei and smiled. Since fellow immortal Zhu and General Ao's bloodline is different, and the totems you use are also different, there shouldn't be any conflicts. Since we met here, it's also fate. This Xiao doesn't know what you'll do to the human clan in the future, but this Xiao hopes that the two of you won't fight amongst yourselves. Xiaohua, if this one finds out about the dragon vow, I'm afraid this one won't be able to. Ao Zhan smiled. But this one can tell fellow immortal for sure. This one will retreat wherever fellow immortal goes. There's no need for that. Xiaohua waved his hand. The human clan and the demon clan are both in the 3 continents, and we share weal and woe. It's enough that we both remember the good of the other. All right, I can also answer fellow immortal Xiao in the same way. Zhu Mei withdrew her flame and looked at the altar. I already owed you a favor when I came in earlier, and now you've received the true blood of my ancient vermilion bird clan. This favor is really beyond redemption. I'll remember it in my heart. Then, Zhu Mei said to Ao Zhan, do you want to go first, or should I? Naturally, you'll go first. Ao Zhan smiled. Your vermilion bird clan is at the bottom, so it's a bit closer than this one. Humph. Zhu Mei snorted coldly. Indeed, at the highest point of the altar, there was a huge dragon. This totem was several times bigger than the phoenix below. Of course, the aura of the dragon and phoenix seemed to be on par, but it was unknown how much stronger it was than the vermilion bird below. Seeing this, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and hurriedly called out. That's right, fellow immortals. This Xiao forgot to say that this Xiao has already used his token. In the future, this Xiao won't be able to find the legacy realm, and similarly won't be able to enter the legacy realm. This Xiao hopes that even if fellow immortals want to find the legacy realm again, this Xiao won't involve this Xiao. Of course, Ao Zhan said without even thinking. There's only one ancient true dragon bloodline. If this one obtains it, how can other dragons obtain it? This one still wants fellow immortals to help me keep this a secret. Zhu Mei looked at Xiaohua. This is also what I wanted to say. Haha, since that's the case, we'll have a tacit understanding. Xiaohua was overjoyed. So, no one wanted to let others know. Of course, fellow immortal Xiao, did you see those places? Ao Zhan smiled and waved his dragon claw, pointing at the lower part of the altar. It seems like in the early years of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, there were a few great sages, whose true forms were like this. Xiaohua looked over. Indeed, those totems were completely dim, without any vitality or aura at all. Obviously, they had already been taken by other demons. It would have been better if Ao Zhan hadn't mentioned the great sages. Once he mentioned the great sages, not to mention Ao Zhan's eyes, even Zhu Mei was abnormally excited. Chapter 3783. I'll go first. Zhu Mei looked at the blood of the vermilion bird that was like a crimson sun. The closer he got, the brighter it became. How could he bear it? With a shout, he flew towards the altar. As his huge body approached the altar, his body gradually shrank. When he landed on the altar, he was about the same size as Mulu King. As soon as Zhu Mei landed, there was a loud buzzing sound. The totem that she had been waiting for who knew how many years suddenly lit up. A blood-red flame rushed straight towards Zhu Mei. Zhu Mei didn't dare to be careless. Her face became dignified. She retracted her wings and flames rose from her wings. A crimson blood mist came out of her body and fell towards the flame. Ah! Zhu Mei couldn't help but scream as soon as he touched the flame. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly asked, General Ao, Zhu Mei. He's fine. Ao Zhan waved his hand indifferently. This is the ancient mark in his bloodline. It's attacking his mind. His bloodline isn't very pure right now, so he can't bear it. When he came out of the Thousand Fei picture, he also screamed. Yes. Xiaohua answered casually. However, his mind turned quickly. After thinking for a while, he asked, Is it the primordial scene in the Thousand Fei picture? Yes. Ao Zhan smiled. You may have a token to protect you, but Zhu Mei and I don't. The inheritance in a flash is enough to drive us crazy. However, after so long, we've forgotten a lot of those primordial scenes. Xiaohua smiled. However, a storm was raging in his heart. If Ao Zhan and Zhu Mei couldn't bear the primordial scene, then what about him? Their bloodline couldn't bear it, but he saw it from the beginning to the end. But in an instant, Xiaohua smiled again. Ao Zhan's flash of thought was obviously not a flash of thought. Ao Zhan was hiding this. But no matter what, if Ao Zhan and Zhu Mei's bloodline could withstand it, then he could also withstand it. Of course, he could use his true bloodline. But the problem is, Xiaohua was stunned again. Am I a human or a monster? How can my bloodline compare to the dragon and vermilion bird clan? General Ao, could it be that we humans can't touch the true bloodline at all? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. Ao Zhan thought that Xiaohua was unwilling in his heart, so he said with a straight face, Indeed, the bloodline of the human race is extremely weak. Even if it is mixed with the bloodline of the demon race, it will not be of much use. Of course, I also know that on the hidden immortal continent, there are some people with true bloodlines who also have inherited memories and secret techniques. However, fellow immortal Xiao should know that this legacy world was left behind by an ancient big demon. It is completely different from those so-called true bloodlines. Fellow immortal Xiao, you should think of another way. All right. In fact, when Xiaohua thought of the vermilion bird, he immediately thought of Fairy Hongxia and Huang Mengxiang. He indeed wanted to get some true bloodline out. Seeing that Xiaohua was a little disappointed, Ao Zhan thought for a moment and took out a jade eye. He stuck it on his forehead for a moment and handed it to Xiaohua. Fellow immortal Xiao, you don't have to regret it. This is the secret technique of my dragon race to collect true blood. You can try it first. If he could do it, he might as well start from the bottom of the altar and find a low-level great demon. When he had the chance in the future, he would give it a try, so that you won't have wasted your trip to the legacy realm. Oh, remember, you must try it when you are confident. Otherwise, you will end up like the Stag King. This Xiao naturally understands. Many thanks, General Ao. Xiaohua hurriedly took it with a smile and stuck it on his forehead. He said, How should I collect this true bloodline? It is all in the jade eye. Ao Zhan smiled and reminded again, this one understands the disappointment in fellow immortal Zhao's heart. However, this one still hopes that fellow immortal Xiao won't rashly try it. I understand. Xiaohua nodded gratefully. Looking at the altar at this time, Zhu Mei was no longer wailing. The totem turned into a blood-red flame and wrapped him up, similar to the stag king before. After a while, a bald vermilion bird head poked out of the blood mass. Haha. Ao Zhan clapped and laughed. Zhu Mei has lost a lot of face this time. Damn, a bald vermilion bird. Just looking at it makes me envious. Sure enough, Zhu Mei came out of the blood mass little by little. Not a single feather could be seen. Following his appearance, the blood mass became smaller and smaller, and the totem also gradually faded. Boom. When Zhu Mei's body was more than half out, the light beam of the moon and stars arrived as expected. At the same time, the blood mass rapidly swelled, and feathers grew out from Zhu Mei's body. Busy. Suddenly, the ball of blood surged again. Zhu Mei's body also stopped. A phantom image that resembled a flying phoenix appeared around his body. However, it only lasted for a moment. A strand of crimson flame flew out from the ball of blood and landed on the phantom image. The phantom image instantly turned into ashes and disappeared. That blood mass shrank faster, and a painful expression appeared on Zhu Mei's face. Fortunately, Ao Zhan smiled faintly. This Zhu Mei's bloodline is actually not pure. However, that impure bloodline actually came from a phoenix, so it didn't affect his integration with the vermilion bird true blood. So simple, he integrated with the true blood? Xiaohua was somewhat surprised. Of course not. Ao Zhan smiled. A true rebirth and absorption of the true blood would take thousands of years. Once Zhu Mei completely absorbs it, he can reach the devouring void realm and directly break through the void. Of course, my dragon clan doesn't have any records of this, so I don't know the specific situation. However, this record is from me. Hee, congratulations, General Ao. Xiaohua cupped his hands and smiled. Unfortunately, although he noticed the pride in Ao Zhan's words, he didn't notice the other layer of meaning in Ao Zhan's words. Jie. More than 2 hours later, Zhu Mei let out a brisk cry and flew out of the blood mass in perfect condition. This body was much smaller than before, and the flames had also disappeared. Looking at the half-drop of true blood in the air, it didn't completely disappear. It seemed to be left behind because of Zhu Mei's impure bloodline. Boom. Before Zhu Mei could say anything, a small hole appeared on the altar, and a huge light beam covered Zhu Mei. Zhu Mei's body was involuntarily pulled towards the small hole by the light beam. Many thanks, fellow immortal Xiao. Zhu Mei suddenly stuck his head out and caught the half-drop of essence blood. He shook his head and threw the essence blood out of the light beam and shouted, "Wang!" As soon as the essence blood left the light beam, it immediately turned into a blood-red vermilion bird, ready to rush towards the altar. Phew! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He immediately used the heaven and earth sleeve technique and covered the blood-red vermilion bird. Ga. The blood-red vermilion bird struggled for a moment before disappearing in the air. Ao Zhan's face showed a trace of strangeness. He looked at Zhu Mei's figure disappearing in the light beam in disbelief, then looked at Xiaohua and thoughtfully said, "This Zhu Mei is quite calculating. It seems like he's not like Ao Qian, who only knows how to be domineering." At this time, he actually began to repay fellow immortal Zhao's kindness. This is good. Xiaohua smiled and put the vermilion bird true blood into the space. He let the green-robed Xiaohua suppress it with a jade bottle and runes. He looked at Ao Zhan and said, "If General Ao has such thoughts, it would be impolite for me to refuse." Good. Ao Zhan laughed and rushed to the top of the altar. "If this old man's bloodline is not pure, I will also give the remaining essence blood to fellow immortal Xiao." Xiaohua quietly stood in the air and looked at Ao Zhan fusing with the true dragon bloodline. Sure enough, the conceited Ao Zhan had the ability to be conceited. The time he took to absorb the true dragon bloodline was 3 times longer than Zhu Mei. However, behind Ao Zhan, there was also an extremely small drop of blood left. It seemed like his bloodline was also not pure. Of course, when the blood fused with the bloodline, Xiaohua pretended not to see that inexplicable shadow of a flood dragon. Many thanks, fellow immortal Xiao. Ao Zhan did not go back on his words. When his figure flew into the light beam, he gave the trace of bloodline to Xiaohua. "We will meet again someday. We will meet again someday, General Ao." Xiaohua put away the bloodline and cupped his hands with a smile. When Ao Zhan disappeared, the entire altar was calm again. The dragon-shaped totem at the top was grayish-white, similar to the vermilion bird below. Xiaohua looked at the phoenix under the dragon-shaped totem. In the end, he still remembered Fairy Hongxia, who he could not forget. Although Fairy Hongxia said clearly when she broke up with Xiaohua in the Dawn Rain continent, she said that she had to carefully consider her relationship with Xiaohua. If she could not think it through, she would not look for Xiaohua again. However, when Xiaohua disappeared from the Dawn Rain continent, he did not see Fairy Hongxia again. Of course, the two of them had not been separated for long. Perhaps Fairy Hongxia had not thought it through, but it could not be said that Fairy Hongxia had given up on Xiaohua. In comparison, Xue's feelings for Xiaohua were so meaningful. It made Xiaohua feel incomparable regret and emotions. Therefore, when Fairy Hongxia was compared to Xue, Xiaohua felt a little disappointed. However, Fairy Hongxia had a physical relationship with Xiaohua. After all, she was Xiaohua's true dual cultivation partner. How could Xiaohua forget her from his heart? Unless Xiaohua heard Fairy Hongxia say that she was unwilling to do so. Now that there was an excellent opportunity to let Fairy Hongxia advance, how could Xiaohua not think of her? Think of that beautiful woman on the other side, Lian Yuanzi? Forget it. Xiaohua sighed. He closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the secret technique of the dragon race that Ao Zhan sent to him. After an hour, he opened his eyes. He did not circulate his magic power. Instead, a green light flashed between his eyebrows. His soul thread stretched out like a large hand. Xiaohua actually used the secret technique of the dragon race to display a soul cultivation technique to plunder the phoenix bloodline. Kacha! Just as the soul strand neared the altar, a huge white bone emerged from the altar. A bolt of lightning shot out from the white bone towards the soul strand. Xiaohua chuckled. The soul strand also produced a bolt of lightning and fused with the bolt of lightning. As a result, the white bone floated in the air for a moment before falling back to the altar. Xiaohua could clearly see that the white bone didn't fuse with the altar. Instead, it hung on it. Chapter 3784. Ka. As the hand of soul touched the totem, a phoenix cry that Xiaohua was both familiar and unfamiliar with rang out from the totem. A huge sky-blue phoenix phantom flew out of the totem. Inside the phoenix phantom, there was a bloodline that looked like scarlet jade embedded in it. Under the power of the stars and the moon, it gave off a terrifying aura that wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the true dragon bloodline that Ao Zhan had stimulated just now. That sharp, proud, and unparalleled primeval aura instantly filled the entire altar. Withdraw, Xiaohua reprimanded in a low voice. The hand of soul gently sank into the phoenix phantom and landed on one of the sparkling and translucent strands of blood. With just one touch, the phoenix phantom exploded with a bang, and a ball of sky-blue light soared into the sky and pounced on Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't panic, and even felt extremely warm from the aura that pounced on him. However, when the light was only 1,000 feet away, Xiaohua's body trembled slightly. It was as if he was resisting it, as if he was looking down on it. His entire body strangely retreated, and the moment he retreated, the soul thread smoothly extracted that bit of blood from his body. Just like before, as soon as the blood was separated, it immediately turned into another small phoenix phantom and was about to enter the bigger one. Xiaohua waved his large sleeve and unceremoniously put it away in his space. As for the phoenix phantom, it paused slightly when Xiaohua retreated, and then shrank back into the totem. It looks like my body has something to do with this phoenix bloodline. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as he looked at the phoenix totem and pondered to himself. Otherwise, there's no way I'm familiar with this bloodline, and there's no way my phoenix dharma body would look like a phoenix. Also, although I've never reached the top of the altar, I already know that the supreme holy bloodline is up there. Restraining his impulsive body, Xiaohua's gaze followed the altar from top to bottom. Unfortunately, he only looked for a moment before he became impatient. His mind entered his space, and after a brief discussion with the green-robed Xiaohua, he clapped his hand, and Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede flew out. When the two demons saw the altar, their bodies immediately trembled like sifting chaff, as if an innate fear had sprung up in their hearts. Look at your little faces. Xiaohua slapped Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede and shouted, "No matter what, you are still demons who have been separated into yin and yang in this old man's space." Even that lifeless transcendent treasure could become a capital spiritual treasure. How could you all be inferior to them? Go. Let's see what kind of opportunity you've been waiting for. Xiaohua had originally intended to give this opportunity to Fujiwen. However, looking at this altar and the entire relic world, there was simply no place where Fujiwen could take advantage of. Even if the bloodline on this altar could be used by Fujiwen. Xiaohua recalled that Tao Wu was a member of the Immortal Palace, and instantly dispelled this thought. It might not be a big deal for Fujiwen to know some Taoist magic, but if he had the blood of the demon tribe, how could the Immortal Palace rest assured about his marriage with Momo? Thus, Xiaohua let out Little Silver and the others, who hadn't planned to come out. It was just that he had been a little worried earlier. After all, the bloodlines of Little Silver and the divine power centipede might not be as good as that of the Stag King. However, Green-Robe Xiaohua vowed that he had already seen the blood of the true dragon and the vermilion bird which Xiaohua had put into his space, and felt that Little Silver and the divine power centipede, who had been separated into yin and yang, wouldn't have any problems. Even if they had to suffer a little, they would definitely be able to absorb the ancient bloodlines of these two demons. Only then did Xiaohua feel at ease letting the two demons out. Little Silver and the divine power centipede trembled at first, but then they slowly gathered their courage. Encouraged by Xiaohua, they flew down a little gingerly, each searching for a familiar aura. There's still you. After sending off Little Silver and the divine power centipede, Xiaohua took out Little Thunder, who was still in a daze, and flicked his head to wake him up. Sure enough, when Little Thunder opened his eyes, he was full of energy. He didn't need Xiaohua's reminder at all as he flew towards a totem not far away that wasn't particularly similar to the Thunder Beast. Looking at the lightning flashing on the totem, Little Thunder cried out as he fell into a blood-red thunderbolt. Xiaohua smiled and said, "In the end, you have to find your own opportunities and look for your own bloodline. You can naturally look for what you can, but how would I know what you can't? It looks like I can only look for them one by one." That's right. In Xiaohua's space, in addition to Xiaolei, there was also the Dream Dragonfly Butterfly, the Ice Worm King Egg, and even the Water Pattern Butterfly. These were monsters, but Xiaohua couldn't guarantee that their ancestors would be the same as them. Moreover, Xiaohua also knew that there was more than one altar in the legacy world, so their bloodline might not necessarily be here. See Nine-Tailed Fox. Just as Xiaohua was looking down the altar, a nine-tailed fox totem suddenly appeared in front of him. Although he had never seen this demonic beast before, his heart suddenly jumped as soon as he saw the totem, as if this totem was extremely important to him. What's going on? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before he had a slight idea. Damn it, it feels like the karma spell I used near Broken Heart Mountain earlier. At that time, although I couldn't predict Fujiwen's fate and the spell wasn't perfect, it still left a trace. It looks like I need to collect this nine-tailed fox bloodline. But a mere drop doesn't seem to have any meaning. Xiaohua was in a difficult position again. Do I have the ability to collect it completely? Could it be that I'm mistaken? Maybe. That's the only way. Xiaohua looked at the white bones next to the nine-tailed fox totem and made a decision in his heart. Immediately, Xiaohua no longer dared to be negligent. He searched layer by layer and finally found the totem of the Dream Sea Butterfly, the Ice Worm King's Egg, and other totem on the lower level of the altar. Moreover, to Xiaohua's surprise, except for the Water Pattern Butterfly, which had a little accident and almost exploded to death, everything else went smoothly. Each and every one of them was slowly being reborn in the blood mist. Of course, in addition to these little things, there was also Daiber in Xiaohua's space. Facing a little white goose that could reveal the secret of his space at any time, Xiaohua didn't dare to take her out. Although Xiaohua saw a totem that was very similar to her on the altar, he only dared to collect a little bit of blood essence. If there was a chance in the future, he could give it to Daiber. Since these little things were absorbing the ancient bloodline on the altar, Xiaohua had no choice but to wait. The greedy Xiaohua simply flew to the top of the altar and urged the soul thread and the secret technique of the dragon clan to collect them one by one from top to bottom. It seemed that if it was possible, the greedy Xiaohua even wanted to move the entire altar from the legacy world to his space. Of course, Xiaohua wasn't just thinking about collecting the blood essence of these big ancient demons. He was also looking at the distribution of the white bones. After all, this altar was so high and so big that it was impossible for every level to be protected by white bones. Sure enough, when Xiaohua painstakingly flew to the middle of the altar, those huge white bones had already disappeared and were replaced by other white bones and other strange demon artifacts. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua was enjoying himself and didn't know how hard it was. It wasn't until Little Silver cheerfully jumped onto him that he broke away from the joy of his harvest. When he saw Little Silver's appearance, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Little Silver didn't look any different from before, but the feeling he gave Xiaohua was very different. Little Silver had been clever and lovable before, and even cute. Now, Little Silver gave off a vast and enormous feeling. Although his body was still so small, there was an inexplicable sharpness in Xiaohua's gaze, which stung his eyes a little. Damn it! Xiaohua sighed with emotion in his heart. As expected of the primeval bloodline. It's only been a moment, but it's already been reborn. If this little spirit mouse is already like this, then what about the vermilion bird and the dragon? This way, this Xiao is even more looking forward to the supreme holy bloodline. Little Silver landed on Xiaohua, his little eyes already beginning to narrow. Xiaohua knew that the power of the bloodline had already taken effect, and Little Silver was likely going to advance again. Thus, he hurriedly put Little Silver away and stopped his diligent harvesting. He turned around and put the water-patterned butterfly, the iceworm king egg, and so on that he had absorbed the primeval bloodline into his space one by one. As for Little Lei, Xiaohua really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy had long become muddle-headed after absorbing the bloodline, and even in his muddle-headed state, he still hugged the white bone on the altar tightly and refused to let go, as if he knew it was something good. After that, Xiaohua continued to harvest with extreme patience and perseverance. When he finished harvesting all the primeval bloodlines on the altar, even someone as strong as Xiaohua felt a little dizzy. After all, this was delicate work, and couldn't be carried out in large quantities at the same time using divine abilities. Using embroidery over and over again was really a cruel test for martial artists who brandished spears and staffs. With hard work comes a harvest. Xiaohua stretched lazily and raised his eyes to look at the altar that stretched all the way to the sky. He himself couldn't believe that he had actually walked through it from top to bottom. Sometimes, a person's greed is also the driving force behind their progress. Other people's business is done. Now, it's time to look at this Zhao's own fortune. Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but burn. He raised his eyes to look at the tall altar and walked up step by step. The top of the altar was somewhat similar to the peak of an ordinary mountain, but it was quite big. Xiaohua looked at it with his naked eyes and saw that it was at least several hundred li in size. Xiaohua stood on the white bone altar and saw the 10,000 Fei diagram gushing out from the center of the altar at a glance. At this time, it was still full of demonic qi, and totems of great demons were flying all over the sky. However, these totems couldn't cover the stars in the sky. Under the starlight, the images of the great demons were even more distinct, revealing their all-powerful spirit. White jade capital in the sky, 12 buildings and 5 cities. Immortals touch my head, and I'll be immortal. Xiaohua looked at such a clear starry sky and saw such a heroic great demon totem. He couldn't help but recite, although this Xiao doesn't know where the immortals are, with the path to heaven, not to mention immortals, this Xiao can even see gods and Buddhas. This Xiao doesn't need other people to touch my head and be immortal. This Xiao wants to touch other people's heads and teach them immortality. Chapter 3785. Thinking of this, a kind of indescribable pride was born in his heart. The engraved totems under his feet surged with the power of the stars and moon as well as demonic energy. Amidst the rising demonic energy, the light beam of the stars and moon fell with a loud bang. Amidst this brilliance, Xiaohua's body suddenly trembled. Following the pride in Xiaohua's heart, the 13,200 small dots in his body couldn't help but jump in joy. Roar! Xiaohua looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. A soaring aura rushed out from his head. Ga. The sound of a phoenix's cry resounded in his body. It seemed to be coming from the 13,200 small dots. Moreover, along with this phoenix cry, a kind of thin vortex appeared in the center of each small dot. These vortexes were like small mouths that crazily swallowed the power of the stars and moon that fell on Xiaohua's body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The stars in the entire legacy world suddenly shook. Every star emitted a brilliant brilliance. Hundreds of millions of rays of brilliance rushed into the vast sky and into the 132 whirlpools. Xiaohua's several hundred zhang tall transcendence golden body emitted brilliant starlight, and it was precisely competing with the stars in the sky. At this moment, it seemed that only Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was the only one in the entire legacy world. Jie! Another earth-shattering sound came from this star. Xiaohua's transcendence golden body began to slowly transform. The 13,200 vortexes seemed to have broken free from their shackles and shook cheerfully. A phoenix that was thousands of feet in size flapped its wings and transformed into a phoenix. Moreover, along with the input of the power of the stars and moon, this phoenix's transcendence golden body grew bigger and bigger. It was no less than 10,000 feet. Haha, refreshing, refreshing. Xiaohua's unusually arrogant voice came from the phoenix. A phoenix rises with the wind in a day, soaring 90,000 miles in the sky. When the wind stops, it can still sweep away the water of Tsongming. When people see me, they laugh coldly when they see me. Father Xian is afraid of the younger generation. Husband Xian is not young. This Xiao is so unhindered. This is why I'm a hero of this generation. This Xiao has such a magical ability that I can turn the clouds and rain with a flip of my hand. Fast, fast. Soon after, the phoenix Xiaohua flapped its wings and flew to the center of the altar. The phoenix Xiaohua was already able to see clearly from the high ground. The altar was covered with totem demon characters. Those totem demon characters were like great demons. They surrounded the center of the altar and worshipped. At a glance, it was impossible to tell how many totem demon characters there were. In the center of these totem demon runes, there was a crystal object that was flowing with colorful lights. Strange demonic clouds and light flashed, and the array diagram of 10,000 demons came out from this light screen. Hiss! Is this the bloodline of the Absolute Saint? Phoenix Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. The thousand-fei diagram that could break the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal was nothing more than the flickering light screen of the Absolute Saint bloodline. Then this Absolute Saint bloodline, how powerful was it? There was no need to think too much. As long as Phoenix Xiaohua moved his phoenix claws, he would know. Jie. Unfortunately, there was no time for Xiaohua to hesitate at this moment. The phoenix's body was now burning hot, and it pounced toward the crystal-like object. Phoenix Xiaohua originally thought that it would encounter some kind of obstruction, or even some kind of restriction, but who knew that when the phoenix's body flew close enough, that crystal-like object didn't move at all. No, it's a little strange, Xiaohua secretly pondered. Such an absolute saint bloodline is an object of heaven and earth. How could it not be guarded? Moreover, I'm not the first one to come here. Could it be that there are no other demons approaching? How come there isn't even a bone here? Just as Xiaohua was hesitating, the phoenix's body moved again. Those 130-200 little dots emitted strange vibrations, and the fluctuations immediately condensed into a beam that rushed toward the crystal-like object that was close at hand. Amidst the 130-200 different vibrations, that crystal-like object instantly melted, and it was precisely the shape of a drop of blood. Roar, roar. Once the drop of blood formed, countless strange roars resounded. Countless powerful auras were born from the drop of blood, and the stars that filled the sky were instantly extinguished under the vibration. It was as if they were extremely afraid of this absolute saint aura. What was even crazier was that a monstrous storm was set off in the entire legacy world. Countless airflows and countless remnant wills flew out from various places and pounced toward this drop of blood, as if they wanted to get a share of this drop of blood. Caw! The phoenix Xiaohua once again let out a clear cry. One after another, extremely unruly and ferocious auras actually rushed out from the 130-200 small dots, forming a huge vortex. Not only did it crush the incoming remnant thoughts, it even gave birth to a huge phantom of a phoenix, firmly protecting the entire altar. Boom! At the same time the phoenix phantom covered the altar, a deafening sound suppressed all movements. All the airwaves, all the remnant wills, all the wills, and even everything in the legacy world disappeared. Only the altar was left between heaven and earth. Outside the altar was the phoenix phantom, and outside the phantom was an incomparably huge copper cauldron. Huh! Heavenly Phoenix, why are you here? Suddenly, an extremely grand aura was born in Phoenix Xiaohua's mind. This voice's intonation and pronunciation were extremely strange. Phoenix Xiaohua had never heard it before, but he was able to understand the meaning of these words. I didn't expect you to actually come. Since that's the case, it seems like you've also thought it through. You have decided to do this? Phoenix Xiaohua opened his mouth, but inside the copper cauldron, he couldn't move at all. Even his thoughts came to a standstill. He was simply unable to think about the meaning contained in this voice. At this moment, that huge body violently shook. It seemed like it was very dissatisfied with this kind of confinement. However, Xiaohua didn't know whether this kind of vibration was a kind of hint or words, because after the huge phoenix phantom shook, that kind of confinement suddenly weakened, and that strange voice was born again. Before you, many of my demon race's brave warriors had already tried to come here, but none of them succeeded. Since you're willing to take on this mission, then, come. Along with the disappearance of the voice, the confinement also disappeared. However, the nearby space immediately became blazing hot. An indescribable madness was born from the blood droplet in front of him. Even more so, countless tyrannical consciousnesses rushed out from within, instantly drowning Xiaohua's consciousness. Damn it! Suddenly, Xiaohua finally understood. The so-called Supreme Saint bloodline was probably the inheritance left behind by countless great demons in ancient times. These great demons' consciousnesses and inheritances fought on this altar, and finally fused together to form the so-called Supreme Saint bloodline, right? And he had racked his brains to collect all the true bloodlines on the altar. But in fact, it wasn't even comparable to a tenth of this Supreme Saint bloodline. Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. All the consciousnesses here were many times stronger than him. His mind saw that the situation was not good, and immediately escaped into the space. Boom. The entire space was shaking, violently swaying without end. Good boy. Green-robed Xiaohua moved in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua and asked mysteriously, fellow Taoist, this body of ours really has a history. Damn it, don't ask me. Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, I also don't know what's going on. I already can't remember everything clearly. Who knows what the origin is? Oh, wait a moment. Just when green-robed Xiaohua was about to speak again, Jade Archive Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed. He only spoke half a sentence, and immediately sat cross-legged in the space, facing the sky. Strands of fine lines came from outside the space, and howls like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves came from those fine lines. Even fragments of the Desolate Era's catalog were faintly born from these fine lines. Good boy. Green-robed Xiaohua's face showed understanding, and he cried out, I knew it. How could this phoenix's body be so daring? This was his plan. Green-robed Xiaohua knew that in this space, there was nothing that Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't do. If this kind of consciousness fusion was outside the space, Xiaohua would definitely not be able to complete it. But in Jade Archive Xiaohua, it was not a particularly dangerous thing, so he looked for a moment, hummed a song, and walked away. If Jade Archive Xiaohua had the time now, he would definitely hear the song that green-robed Xiaohua was humming. Little sister, you sit at the bow. However, how could Jade Archive Xiaohua have the time to be distracted at this time? Every fine line that came from outside the space was a Desolate Era's catalog that contained countless information. Each Desolate Era's catalog was the growth history of an Desolate Era's great demon, and each Desolate Era's catalog was the inheritance of an Desolate Era's demon clan. What Xiaohua saw in the myriad demon diagram was only the prelude of these catalogs, and it couldn't be less. Such a huge amount of information rushed into Jade Archive Xiaohua's head at a terrifying speed. If this was not inside the space, how could Xiaohua bear it? Inside Phoenix Xiaohua's body, there were exactly 1,200 small dots that produced the same amount of suction force. Each of the suction force also frantically pounced on each of the inherited bloodlines. At that mysterious moment, all of the bloodlines came into contact with all of the small dots. A kind of indescribable brilliance abruptly emerged from Phoenix Xiaohua's body. It was even more dazzling than the previous stars, even more resplendent than the previous starry sky. Phoenix Xiaohua shrunk to the size of a speck of dust, and the legacy realm also became insignificant. Phoenix Xiaohua was so huge that one couldn't look up at it, and the legacy realm was also incomparably huge. All kinds of strange, all kinds of mysteries, one after another, appeared on Phoenix Xiaohua's body. It was unknown how many years had passed in this world. Chapter 3786. Inside the space, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure also changed from time to time, and also emitted strange fluctuations. These fluctuations spread throughout the space, not only falling on the starry sky, but also on many resting demonic beasts. But suddenly, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure suddenly stopped, and the fine lines that swept through the space suddenly disappeared. Xiaohua opened his eyes, and starlight flashed in his eyes. He looked at the sky and said in surprise, how in the end it actually concluded into a totem? This is the task that the voice mentioned? In that instant, Jade Archive Xiaohua felt as if he had been tricked. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't depict the totem, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't write it down. However, the appearance of the totem was in his mind. In the mind of Jade Archive Xiaohua, who could control the entire space, this was absolutely unimaginable. If there was nothing strange about it, then it would be the real strangeness. Phoenix Xiaohua, you really got into trouble. Jade Archive Xiaohua was extremely helpless. At this time, how could he not know the strangeness of his phoenix body? Also, the origin of the 132 million small dots in his body? His primordial spirit had already controlled the body, but the body was really strong, and it inevitably affected his primordial spirit. Forget it. Jade Archive Xiaohua helplessly shook his head. I have encountered many strange things, haven't I? When the Jade Archive Xiaohua exited the space, the entire altar appeared high up in the sky again. His 10,000 feet tall body had returned to its original state. Inside his body, the Phoenix Xiaohua was extremely weak, as if a person had been trampled on by thousands of horses. Looking at his body again, it was no different from before, but Xiaohua was very clear that he was no longer the same as before. Just with this body alone, not to mention the hidden immortal continent, even in the 1,000 demonic sacred realm, no demonic beast would dare to compare with him. Of course, as Ao Zhan said, obtaining the bloodline only allowed him to step on the road to becoming a saint. But to really become a saint, he still needed to cultivate in the future. A true dragon bloodline could make a demonic beast a saint. Then what about the 132 million bloodlines condensed into a saint bloodline? What would it make Xiaohua become? This seemed to be the goal of Xiaohua's body in the future. This may be explained in the chaos scroll outside the soul cultivation hall. Xiaohua glanced at his body, then looked at the phoenix Xiaohua, who was in a weak slumber. Xiaohua then raised his head to look at the starry sky. All kinds of starlight were strangely dim, as if they had been ravaged. Looking further into the distance, although Xiaohua couldn't see much clearly, he could clearly sense that all living things in the legacy world were still full of vitality. They had their own lives. Everything that happened at the altar didn't particularly affect them. Sometimes the ignorant are fearless. Ignorance is also a blessing. Xiaohua sighed lightly and raised his hand. His large hand transformed into several hundred and grabbed towards the several hundred white bones on the altar. The white bones that were trying their best to resist were now very obedient. Even the altar didn't have any reaction. All the white bones were taken into Xiaohua's space. Xiaohua didn't look at them carefully. He raised his hand again and grabbed the 9-tailed fox totem with his 5 fingers. GG. On the totem, a blood-colored little fox cried out a few times in fear, then obediently turned into a small ball of blood and fell into Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua also took it into the space. When Xiaohua finished doing all this and wanted to think again, boom, the same huge light pillar fell from the sky and covered Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he hurriedly took out the token. Buzz buzz. The token flashed in the light pillar, and the light pillar also moved in the sky. In a moment, a huge force lifted Xiaohua up. Obviously, it wanted to send Xiaohua back to the altar in Songlongzi's cave mansion. But at this moment, roar! A huge dragon roar came from below Xiaohua. A huge dragon suddenly appeared not far from the altar and rushed into the light pillar. Damn it, so it's this guy. Why isn't he dead yet? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. When he saw the dragon rushing to his feet, he suddenly realized. Isn't this the dragon that attacked Ao Qian before? Xiaohua thought that it had already escaped far away. Even if it was hiding in the surroundings, the change in the altar should have already crushed it to death. Who knew that it was still safe and sound? Xiaohua was surprised, but he didn't feel nervous. He reached out and grabbed at the huge force. However, before he could grab the dragon's body, the dragon's aura blocked his hand, and a numb feeling came from his hand. Io, This Xiao's body has just merged with the holy bloodline, so it's very weak. Xiaohua understood and secretly cursed. I'm afraid I can't subdue this dragon here. While speaking, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. As he urged his magic power, a light pillar shot towards the huge dragon's head. Roar! The huge dragon saw that the light pillar was like a horse, and a flickering halo appeared at the dragon's horn. It actually condensed into a several zhang large shield that blocked the light pillar. Clang! The light pillar was blocked by the shield, and it was reflected back and hit the light pillar in the sky. Boom! The light pillar suddenly widened, and the strength suddenly increased. Xiaohua and the huge dragon were immediately sucked in, and the light pillar instantly turned into a star-shaped whirlpool and disappeared. Only at this time did the heaven-reaching altar let out a huge roar and gradually sank into the ground, waiting for another descendant of the demon race to come with the token. Where is this? Xiaohua was sucked in by the light pillar, and his eyes slightly shook. He was actually in the void. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense, but he couldn't see the boundary of the space. And the huge dragon that was fighting with him also disappeared. After waiting for a while with his divine sense and soul awareness, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Damn it, this evil dragon. Why are you causing trouble? If you want to come out, just tell me. There's no need to sneak attack. You have enmity with the East Sea Dragon Palace, not with me. I'm too lazy to care about your business. Now this Xiao doesn't even know where I am. What about you? I'm afraid you're not having a good time, right? However, Xiaohua was never afraid of the void. He almost didn't hesitate to fly towards a place. But after flying for a while, he smiled again. With a wave of his hand, the turtle shell that he got from Song Lang Zi's cave flew out. The turtle shell flew into the void and immediately emitted a light ochre brilliance, transforming into a scroll, and a heart shape quickly flew out from the scroll. Good. Xiaohua smiled and patted his head again. Pooh! Huang Hongqing's 3 heavens hearts of different colors flew out. The light ochre heaven's heart immediately flew over cheerfully and formed a circle with the 3 heavens hearts, forming a 4-colored circle. The 4-colored heavens hearts flickered and rotated in the void, causing the heavenly book to slowly flip. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand, and the heavenly book fell into his hand. He looked at it with the clear eyes technique and found that it recorded the cultivation method of wood essence unification. Woo-woo. Just as Xiaohua was looking at it with rapt attention, the 4-colored heaven's hearts suddenly became strange again and slightly rotated, wanting to rush down. It seemed that there was something there that was attracting them. Hee, I'm afraid that's Senior Song Lang Zi's cave below. Xiaohua understood. He opened his mouth, and the 4-colored heaven's hearts fell into his chest. Then he sent the heavenly book into his middle dantian and urged his body to fly down. Fellow Taoist, after flying for half an hour, he still didn't see anything. Suddenly, Dragon Vein Xiaohua said, I suddenly have a very familiar feeling. Oh, what's wrong? Xiaohua asked curiously, why do you have such a strange feeling? I think I'm home. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's indifferent words almost made Xiaohua jump up in fright. Your home is here? Then isn't I's home also here? Xiaohua hurriedly asked. Dragon Vein Xiaohua said with a smile, I only said, I think I'm home. Oh. Xiaohua blinked his eyes, as if he didn't understand. I'll quickly go down and take a look. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua seemed to be very happy, and also said, I also have a familiar feeling. It can't be. Xiaohua was really dumbfounded. Could it be that below is not Song Lang Zi's cave? Roar. Faintly, a familiar dragon's roar actually came from the void. Hee, enemies are bound to meet. So that evil dragon is here. Xiaohua pinched his nose and laughed loudly, and hurriedly increased his flying speed. After waiting for half a meal's time, when Xiaohua flew closer and saw clearly, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He saw that at the bottom of the void, there was a huge dragon shape, and this dragon shape stretched for thousands of miles. The dragon-shaped figure was carrying a mountain-like object on its back. The tail of the dragon-shaped figure was currently hanging on a strange cauldron-shaped object. The cauldron-shaped object was like a huge nail that was firmly nailed into the ground. In the dragon-shaped figure's mouth, there was a small dragon that was struggling at death's door. This dragon was the giant dragon that had fought with Xiaohua to fly out of the light pillar. Now, in the dragon-shaped figure's mouth, it was pitifully transformed into a small dragon. Roar! Just when Xiaohua was stunned, Dragon vein Xiaohua roared loudly, rushed out of Xiaohua's body, and rapidly expanded. In just a moment, it actually became a dragon shape that was very similar to the dragon shape, but thousands of miles long. Dragon vein. How could Xiaohua not understand when he saw this? His gaze looked at the mountain above the dragon vein, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly in admiration. Damn, this mountain. I'm afraid it's Songlangzi's cave. Songlangzi actually built his cave on top of the dragon vein. And this dragon vein is a moving dragon vein. No wonder this cave can move. As for why it stopped in Jingzhou, I'm afraid it's because when the dragon vein brought the cave here, it was hung here by this cauldron-shaped thing. But what is this cauldron? It can actually nail the dragon chi? Chapter 3787. Fellow immortal, save me. Just as Xiaohua is stunned, the little dragon in the mouth of the dragon vein actually speaks. Xiaohua retracts his gaze from the cauldron, looks at the little dragon up and down, and says with a smile, "Why should I save you? Give me a reason first." This. The little dragon hesitates a bit, and says, "I can tell fellow immortal what is this thing that is nailing the dragon vein, and I can also tell fellow immortal how to collect this thing. Hee, it's not important what this thing is. It's also not important whether to collect this thing or not." Xiaohua slightly shakes his head. The question is, why should I collect this thing? You sneak attacked eye, why should I save you? Fellow immortal, you wronged me. I actually didn't plan to sneak attack you. The little dragon bitterly smiles. You and I have no enmity. I just wanted to follow you out of the cold spirit valley. But I was afraid that you would misunderstand, so I didn't dare to greet you. Cold Spirit Valley? Xiaohua's eyes turn, looks at the little dragon and says, I know that you have enmity with the East Sea Dragon Palace. Although I am not familiar with the East Sea Dragon Palace now, I still need their help in the future, so I don't plan to get involved in the enmity between you two, let alone save you. Fellow immortal, why are you looking for the East Sea Dragon Palace? I am also from the dragon race. Maybe I can help you. The little dragon hastily asks. I want to go to the Dragon Island. Xiaohua says with a smile. Can you help I? This. The little dragon hesitates for a moment. If it was before, I can certainly guarantee it, but now. I don't have 60% certainty. Oh? Seeing that the little dragon actually admits that he can't and didn't lie to him, Xiaohua is a bit surprised. He looks at the cauldron under his feet and says, Then tell me what this thing is first. This is the Jing Province Cauldron, one of the 9 cauldrons of the hidden immortal continent. The little dragon says without hesitation. Cauldron? Xiaohua suddenly quivers, as if he thought of another inconceivable thing. Could this be the 9-province cauldron that the Confucian cultivator spoke of? The 9-province cauldron that can suppress fate and nail the mountains? This legendary 9-province cauldron actually really exists? Of course it exists. Xiaolong replied, although the 9 cauldrons suppress the 9 prefectures, no one can see it. If it wasn't for the dragon chi surrounding the Jingzhou cauldron, we wouldn't be able to see it either. Since you know that the 9 continents cauldrons cannot be seen, how do you know how to obtain them? Xiaohua asked again. This is the inheritance of my dragon bloodline. There's no reason for it. The little dragon replied proudly. All right. Hearing that it was another inheritance, Xiaohua understood and could only helplessly say, Do you think I can accept this Jing province cauldron? Of course not. However, your excellency has the dragon vein fate. You are a person with great fortune in the human race. If you have the heavenly book Heart of Heaven, you will definitely be able to obtain it. The little dragon replied. Xiaohua smiled. If I didn't have the heavenly book's heavenly heart, wouldn't I be unable to collect it? Of course. But what if I search his soul? Wouldn't you also be able to obtain the method to collect it? Xiaohua threatened. Hee, fellow immortal, you can give it a try. The little dragon laughed. My cave. At this point, Xiaolong suddenly stopped talking. He looked a bit embarrassed and said, If fellow immortal doesn't want to make a deal with me, then that's fine. Actually, Upper Dragon Island. You're a dragon from the Heavenly Abode River. Xiaohua suddenly said with a smile. Xiaolong was not very familiar with the human language of the hidden immortal continent. Just now, he accidentally let the cat out of the bag and was thinking about how to remedy it. Xiaohua suddenly attacked him, and he casually responded. If it was an ordinary dragon language, Xiaolong would definitely not have made such a mistake. However, since he had already spoken, Xiaolong's expression immediately changed. He knew that he would make a mistake if he spoke too much, so he ignored Xiaohua. Thinking of the heavenly abode river dragon tribe, Xiaohua first thought of Xiao Yun and that incomparably strong dwarf in the longevity town. Then he thought of the water escape technique he obtained the earliest. Looking at the somewhat depressed Xiaolong with a smile, Xiaohua knew that there was definitely a problem with the dragon pendant fragment that Ao Zhan obtained. However, he did not point it out. He only asked, "I don't care who you are, nor do I care about the grudges between you and the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. I only want to ask you one thing. You have to answer honestly. If I'm satisfied, I can save you." Xiaolong looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. He did not dare to say more and only nodded. "A few years ago, was it your heavenly abode river water tribe that flooded the longevity town?" Hearing Xiaohua ask about the longevity town, Xiaolong's expression clearly relaxed. He nodded without hesitation. "Why did the water tribe of the heavenly abode river flood the longevity town?" "Immortal friend, didn't you only ask one question?" "This seems like it's already two questions." Xiaolong stuttered. "Yes, I haven't asked that question yet." Xiaohua's eyes lit up as he replied. Xiaolong thought for a moment and said, "Then you can ask now." "All right," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Tell me the ins and outs of how the heavenly abode river flooded the longevity town." "Ah?" Xiaolong did not know whether to laugh or cry. This sentence is a bit too long. However, the matter of the water tribe of the heavenly abode river flooding the longevity town did not seem to be a big deal in Xiaolong's eyes. He thought for a moment and then told Xiaohua. The matter could not be considered simple or troublesome. Due to a certain reason that Xiaolong was unwilling to say, the heavenly abode river's dragon girl, Jiang Hong, was lost in the Yu province area. The water tribe of the heavenly abode river searched for her for several years without any news. Later on, a water demon found traces of the dragon girl in the longevity town. Therefore, the water tribe of the heavenly abode river sent Dragon General Jiang Sheng and a group of water tribe to investigate, who knew that the news was true, and the dragon general brought the dragon girl back. "How is Jiang Hong now?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked for Lu Yi in the end. "My family's princess is very good." Xiaolong replied in astonishment. "Immortal friend, why do you ask this?" "Hee, it's nothing." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "When you go back, tell Jiang Hong that my disciple, Lu Yi, misses her very much." "Okay," Xiaolong casually said. Then he realized the meaning of the human language of the hidden immortal continent and said in surprise, You can save me? Quickly tell I the secret of how to collect the 9-province cauldron." "I can't wait," Xiaohua said with a smile. "But if I tell you, what if immortal friend doesn't save me?" This Xiaolong was definitely not a fool. "I am Lu Yi's master. How can I deceive the water tribe of the heavenly abode river?" "Who is Lu Yi?" Forget it. Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "Taoist dragon vein, you can devour this dragon vein." Roar! Dragon vein Xiaohua roared and opened his mouth to charge at the dragon vein. The dragon vein seemed to have intelligence and hurriedly struggled. However, its tail was completely suppressed by the Jing province cauldron. How could it escape? In just half an hour, dragon vein Xiaohua had already devoured most of the dragon vein. Seeing dragon vein Xiaohua being so fierce, Xiaolong was really scared. He might not be afraid of Xiaohua, but the dragon vein could devour him at this moment. "Immortal friend, listen carefully." Xiaolong did not wait for Xiaohua to urge him, and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Xiaohua lazily picked his ear and said, "I told you to say it earlier. In the future, we might be a family." Yes. Xiaolong was very helpless and hurriedly smiled. "Oh, by the way, how did you avoid Ao Zhan's detection? Why don't you tell I?" Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked again. Xiaolong, who boasted of his wisdom, looked at the greedy Xiaohua and then looked at the dragon vein Xiaohua behind him. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart for a long time, he softly transmitted his voice and told him everything. "Good." Hearing this, Xiaohua beamed with joy. This kind of concealment method was the best way to sneak attack. He liked it the most. After Xiaohua finished listening, Xiaohua waved his hand. Xiaohua swallowed the remaining portion of the dragon vein and released the little dragon. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. "Fellow immortal, please leave. This poor Taoist will not send you off." "AI, no matter what. Thank you, immortal friend." Xiaolong sighed and said, "I hope immortal friend will not reveal my actions to the East Sea Dragon Palace." "Hee, you think Ao Zhan is a fool?" Xiaohua said with a smile. Even I think that your dragon pendant is fake. How can he not see it? Immortal friend is wrong. Sometimes, everyone is very smart, but they are willing to be fools. The authenticity of the dragon pendant doesn't matter, as long as you have the dragon pendant. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. This is my dragon pendant. Xiaolong stretched out his hand and took out a dragon pendant, handing it to Xiaohua. I am called Jiang Che. If you want to go to Dragon Island, I really don't dare to agree. If you really want to go, I will help you think of a way. Take it as a reward for not revealing my actions. Immortal friend Jiang has a good plan. I am Xiaohua. Xiaohua accepted it with a smile. He didn't even look at it and kept it in his space. We will talk about this later. As for your whereabouts, I think Ao Zhan and the East Sea Dragon Palace may not care. I hope so. Jiang Che cupped his hands. Daoist Xiao, we will meet again. Please. Xiaohua nodded and raised his hand. After Jiang Che flew away, Xiaohua hurriedly called Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Daoist Dragon Vein, you should leave some of the dragon vein. Otherwise, who will carry Senior Tsong Longzi's cave? Hee, I understand. Isn't there a tale here? Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the Jingzhou cauldron. When you keep this cauldron, I will release the rest of the dragon vein. Good. Xiaohua nodded. He released the four-colored heaven's core and surrounded the Jingzhou cauldron. Then, he had Confucian cultivator Xiaohua use the 9 flying swords to pin the Jingzhou cauldron. Finally, according to the secret technique Jiang Che taught him, he used the dragon vein to pull the Jingzhou cauldron out of the ground. Rumble. The earth seemed to be shaking. Xiaohua pulled the Jingzhou cauldron out of the ground. Once the seemingly huge Jingzhou cauldron was pulled out, it immediately shrunk and turned into a strange object the size of a palm. Hiss! Seeing the strange object in his hand, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, Isn't this one of the 5 strange objects in Kong Hongwu's Qinquan pouch? Chapter 3788. Of course, if one looked closely, this thing looked similar to a small hedgehog. Wasn't it similar to those weird things that Xiaohua got from Kong Hongwu? Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly took out the other 5 things. When the 6 of them were put together, a layer of dark luster appeared. It looked very thick and mysterious. Needless to say, these 6 things must be the 6 cauldrons of the 9 province cauldrons. Looking at the 6 cauldrons, Xiaohua's hand slightly trembled, and he almost threw them out of his hand. This was the fate of the 6 provinces of the hidden immortal continent, and it was actually in his hands. No one, not to mention anyone, even the immortal emperor probably wouldn't have thought of this. Almost instantly, Xiaohua immediately sent the 6 cauldrons into the space. He had already decided that he wouldn't take them out unless it was a critical moment, and he wouldn't let anyone know. Damn it, if the Confucian cultivators knew about this, they would probably go crazy and pull out my tendons and skin me alive. That's not right. They should be looking for Kong Hongwu. This was all done by that guy. That's not right either. Kong Hongwu was the Hall Master of Star Lord Hall, a righteous Confucian cultivator. Why did he collect the cauldrons of the 9 province cauldrons in the hidden immortal continent? Isn't this destroying the fate of the Confucian cultivators for no reason? Xiaohua was really baffled. Many distracting thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that I killed him by mistake? Is he a Taoist cultivator? While Xiaohua was thinking, Dragon Vein Xiaohua flew back. Xiaohua looked up and saw that the remaining 10% of the dragon vein was abnormally weak. At this moment, the dragon-veined Songlongzi's cave was still able to move, but it was moving very slowly. Fellow Taoist, you have a good appetite. Xiaohua gave Dragon Vein Xiaohua a thumbs up and praised. Dragon Vein Xiaohua smacked his lips and said with a smile, Thank you, fellow Taoist. If you have this opportunity in the future, you might as well call I out more often. Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked again. Jiang Che just said that the cauldrons of the 9 province cauldrons are invisible underground. Not to mention ordinary cultivators. Even immortals and Buddhas can't detect them. Can fellow Taoists see them? Of course I can't see them. Dragon Vein Xiaohua shook his head without hesitation. It can't be. Even fellow Taoist can't see it? Xiaohua was a bit dumbfounded. I can't see, but I can sense it within 100 miles. Dragon Vein Xiaohua replied with a smile. Bailey, it's a bit far. Xiaohua sighed. The other 3 cauldrons must be in the other 3 prefectures. Each prefecture is more than 1,000,000 miles in size. 100 miles away is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Dragon Vein Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders. Fellow Taoist is too impatient. Being able to sense it within 100 li is already very good. Oh, that's right. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist is right. I was a bit too eager for quick success. Fellow Taoist, please go back and rest. We'll talk about this later. After sending Dragon Vein Xiaohua back, Xiaohua looked around again. Seeing that there were no other abnormalities, he prepared to return to Songlongzi's cave. However, looking at the cave that was like a mountain, Xiaohua really scratched his ears and cheeks. He didn't want to walk through the maze again. After thinking for a while, he took out the token from the legacy world. Unfortunately, the Scene Cauldron didn't have any spiritual light now. It was no different from an ordinary small cauldron. Presumably, it couldn't be used again, let alone send Xiaohua back to the altar in Songlongzi's cave. Forget it, Xiaohua thought for a while and sighed. Senior Songlongzi must have entered the legacy world by chance and even comprehended Tao from the flying ants. As for whether he obtained the true blood of the demon clan, this is unknown. Since he left the altar undestroyed and even left a passage under the cloud bed, why should this Xiao go and destroy these things? Now that I have obtained the bloodline of the absolute saint, no matter how you look at it, I still received the favor of the demon clan. I can't repay kindness with enmity. After thinking, Xiaohua escaped from the ground and arrived above the Jade Mountains maze. Xiaohua had left the legacy realm, so he naturally wouldn't know that at a location at the extreme edge of the legacy realm, an enormous pillar of starlight seemed to penetrate the entire legacy realm as it fell straight down. A triangular hole was emitting a dense demonic aura. Rumble. Amidst the enormous rumbling, an object the size of a foot flew out from the demonic aura. That object was 9-colored, and the demonic aura lingered around it. It was precisely the appearance of a fox. At the same time, roar. A roar resounded through the sky from the cave entrance. A great demon that was several hundred feet tall flew out from the cave entrance. As soon as that great demon fell into the legacy world, it raised its claws and grabbed the fox-like object. After being stunned for a moment, it looked up to the sky and laughed. A series of strange words came out from the great demon's mouth. This is indeed the legacy world. Ha ha, this old man racked his brains and killed who knows how many demon clans. Finally, I found the entrance to the legacy world in the abandoned land of the 10,000 demon realm. Wait until this old man obtains the ancient bloodline. This old man will certainly become the sage emperor of this generation. After saying that, that great demon put away the token and flew up. A huge shadow came out from its body. It was a fox with 9 tails behind it. Xiaohua flew to the Cloudy Mountain Maze. At this time, the Cloudy Mountain Maze was a little different from when Xiaohua entered it a few years ago. The broken ruins were gradually recovering under the power of the formation. Even the water of the Yellow Springs Formation was flowing out from the Immortal's Cave. The entire formation was still in operation. Of course, without the several hundred evil spirits inside the profound Purity Forbidden Spirit Formation, this formation had lost a lot of its power. However, how many cultivators like Xiaohua in the hidden immortal continent could cultivate Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and Devil Dao? In the future, even if other cultivators came to break the formation, it wouldn't be easy. Especially after the dragon vein came out from the Jing province cauldron, this Cloudy Mountain Maze began to move again. Although it was moving very slowly now, who knew where it would move to in the future? At that time, the number of cultivators who could find it would be even fewer, right? Xiaohua stood in the air and looked at this formation. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. This kind of mood and all kinds of harvest was something he didn't expect when he entered the formation that year. No wonder all the cultivators want to explore the ancient forbidden formation. Now, this Xiaohua finally understands. The things inside are really too precious. Xiaohua thought to himself. Thinking about what this Xiaohua obtained inside, I really didn't expect it even in my dreams. All of this is enough for this Xiaohua to cultivate for several thousand years. Several thousand years sounded very shocking, but Xiaohua still underestimated the bloodline of the Sage Emperor. How could 10,000 years of cultivation be enough to completely integrate with the bloodline of the Sage Emperor? As for the specific amount of time, Perhaps only Xiao Hua, who had reached that level, could truly understand it. After sighing for a moment, Xiao Hua released his divine sense. He found that there were no cultivators around this cloudy mountain maze. He knew that Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and the others didn't come out. He landed on the mountain peak of the maze. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Kunlun mirror. Under the urging of his magic power, Baiyan flew out. Although there was a broken space inside the Kunlun mirror, under Xiao Hua's deliberate arrangement, the people who were sucked into it didn't meet each other. Once Baiyan flew out of the Kunlun mirror, her beautiful eyes immediately swept around. Seeing that Fu Jiwen wasn't beside her, she rolled her eyes and hurried forward to greet Xiao Hua. This concubine greets spiritual master Xiao. Get up. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at Baiyan. He flicked his sleeve and said, when you came out, this Xiao Hua was in seclusion and didn't see you. However, this Xiao Hua heard about you from Fu Jiwen and Gusiqioti. Not only are you Gusiqioti's good friend, but you are also Fu Jiwen's wife. Therefore, this Xiao Hua had no choice but to help you out. Although Xiao Hua looked like he only had the strength of 4th stage essence power, and Baiyan was 5th stage essence power, Baiyan still respectfully listened to Xiao Hua's words. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, Baiyan immediately smiled and said, Spiritual master is my husband's master. Naturally, you are this concubine's senior. Because my husband isn't here, this concubine doesn't dare to call him master. Spiritual master has taught my husband and helped this concubine escape. This concubine doesn't know how to properly thank you. Hee, the two of you haven't bowed to heaven and earth to get married. Isn't it too much to call him your husband? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Baiyan's face turned slightly red. She bit her lips and said resolutely, this concubine knows how Fu Jiwen treats this concubine. In this lifetime, this concubine will only marry Fu Jiwen. Gusiqioti could betray the immortal palace for Luo Kong. Why can't this concubine do the same? There's no need for that. Xiao Hua said with a smile. You are different from Gusiqioti. You are Fu Jiwen's wife. How can this Xiao Hua not care? Many thanks. Taoist. Baiyan hurriedly expressed her thanks. However, Xiao Hua's expression turned serious. He said again, you are a member of the immortal palace. This Xiao Hua is a Taoist cultivator. Moreover, this Xiao Hua and the immortal palace have some grudges. This Xiao Hua has no choice but to ask about your and Gusiqioti's status in the immortal palace. Baiyan was a bit hesitant. Soon after, she said with extreme sincerity, Taoist Xiao, this concubine is a female official of the immortal palace. Naturally, this concubine is under the supervision of the immortal palace's laws. Moreover, this concubine is currently a criminal. This concubine doesn't dare to reveal the secrets of the immortal palace. I hope Taoist can understand. And this Xiao Hua can understand. Xiao Hua saw that Bai and didn't want to say anything. Naturally, he didn't want to force her to say anything. Because during the time he spent with Gusiqioti and Zhai Xingzi, he never heard Gusiqioti mention anything about the immortal palace. He knew that this matter was very important. Moreover, Taoist can't tell this concubine about the grudges between you and the immortal palace right now. Baiyan said hurriedly, this concubine can't guarantee that my soul won't be searched when I return to the immortal palace. See, Xiao Hua took a breath and said curiously, is it that serious? Yes. Baiyan nodded. This concubine's punishment hasn't expired yet. The immortal palace naturally wants to find out the reason why the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal was broken. This concubine had Taoist hold on to the shards of the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal because the immortal palace will use the information within the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal to determine whether this concubine's escape conforms to the immortal laws. If it was someone else, they would definitely be searched. But this concubine is a female official of the Emperor Star Palace. With that person's protection, my soul won't be searched. However, this is also uncertain. After all, there is still that person who has been following that person. Forget it, this concubine won't say anymore. It's fine as long as Taoist knows. Chapter 3789. Xiao Hua originally wanted to ask who that person and that person were, but looking at the current situation, he shook his head slightly, knowing that it was better not to ask. Actually, I didn't call you out to ask you this. Xiao Hua put aside his own matters and said to Wuqing, I just wanted to ask you how you plan to deal with the matter with Fu Jiwen in the future. You only said that you will never leave him, but it's no different from not saying anything. And I also know that Fujiwen will definitely not let you betray the immortal palace like Gusuchioti. I won't hide it from you. Wuching smiled and said, when I first met Fujiwen, I also thought about this, but I felt that Fujiwen's lifespan would definitely not be longer than my sentence. So I thought that I would just muddle along with Fujiwen. When I saw you last time, I realized that I could possibly grow old with Fujiwen. As long as Fujiwen cultivates with you, even if he can't enter the immortal palace as an official with his Confucian cultivation, he can still enter the Peng Lai immortal realm with his Taoist cultivation. When that time comes, I will plead with that person to demote me to the Peng Lai immortal realm as punishment. Peng Lai immortal realm? Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, what's that? Is it the same as the Star Lord Palace on Yaodai Mountain? Sigh. Wuching sighed and said, Taoist, I can't say any more. Some things may not be considered secret to me, but to others they may not be secret. If that person knows, I will be in trouble again. All right. Xiaohua smiled. I won't make things difficult for you. Tell me, what level of Confucian cultivation has Fujiwen reached, and what level of Taoist cultivation has he reached to meet your requirements? Confucian cultivation is more difficult. It has to be at least the Grandmaster level. Wuching smiled and said, Taoist cultivation is simple, as long as he has 5th grade essence power. That's simple? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I am only at 5th grade essence power. Hee, my husband has a Taoist as his master. Reaching 5th grade essence power is a piece of cake. Wuching replied with a smile. Haha, good. Since you said so, if this Xiao doesn't properly teach Fujiwen, I'm afraid I'll delay your good days. Xiaohua laughed. The Kunlun mirror shook and Fujiwen flew out from it. Kunlun mirror? Baiyan's eyes lit up and he almost blurted out. However, he immediately smiled bitterly. Wife. Fujiwen landed on the ground with joy on his face. He stepped forward and held Momo's hand. Are you free? He asked anxiously. It's up to you. Baiyan allowed Fujiwen to hold her small hand. She chided him lovingly. Master is right beside you. Why aren't you thanking him? It's okay. Master is one of us. He won't care about these things. Fujiwen said with a smile, but he still bowed and said, Master, thank you very much. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and said, You two can go and whisper to each other. Baiyan probably can't stay here for long. 3 days later, when the two of you return, this Xiao will take out the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal Fragment. I reckon that law enforcement envoy will appear again. Baiyan and Fujiwen's faces were slightly red. However, the two of them bowed and said, Thank you, Master. Looking at the two's departing figures, Xiaohua smiled slightly. The first thing he thought of was naturally Fairy Hongxia. An indescribable longing arose in his heart. He sighed and said, AI, it's good to be young. This Xiao is old now. Then, Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and meditated. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fujiwen and Baiyan returned as promised. Their faces were filled with reluctance. Clearly, Baiyan had already told Fujiwen his plans. Xiaohua didn't beat around the bush and asked, Disciple, do you know everything? Yes, Master. This disciple will definitely concentrate on his cultivation and strive to see Baiyan as soon as possible. Fujiwen hurriedly replied, Good. Disciple, you wait here. Baiyan, follow this Xiao. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and turned around to fly into the sky. Baiyan turned back to look at Fujiwen. Tears flowed from her eyes as she said reluctantly, Husband, cultivate well. This concubine is leaving today for the sake of meeting you tomorrow. This concubine will definitely not let you down. And go. Fujiwen forced a smile. This husband will definitely do his best to cultivate so that I can bring my wife back as soon as possible. Baiyan lowered her head and covered her face with her sleeves as she chased after Xiaohua. Xiaohua brought Baiyan and flew thousands of li away in one breath. Then he asked Baiyan, Will the law enforcement envoy appear once the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal Fragment is taken out? Yes. Baiyan nodded. And if you can't hide in time, that law enforcement envoy might take you away as well. Hee, that depends on how strong he is. Xiaohua smiled and said, Are you ready? This Xiao is going to take out the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal Fragment. See. Baiyan took a deep breath and said, This concubine is ready. Take it out, adept. Good. Xiaohua shook the Kunlun mirror, and the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal Fragment immediately flew into the sky. Countless broken rune chains appeared on the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal. Within the rune chains, 9 different colored thunderbolts shot out in disarray. Soon after, 9 broken dragon-shaped phantoms appeared from the thunderbolts. Their hoarse roars resounded in the void. Just as the dragon form appeared, Xiaohua's figure that was standing in midair strangely disappeared. Baiyan, who was originally worried, swept her beautiful eyes over Xiaohua several times, but she couldn't see any flaws. Only then did she feel relieved and admire Xiaohua in her heart. However, after a few breaths of time, a loud rumbling sound of thunder filled the air. In an instant, the area within 1,000 li was covered by red clouds. A kind of black clouds pressed down and suffocated. It was like an invisible wave that drowned everything in the world in an instant. A huge, distorted light shadow that could split the heaven and earth appeared in front of the red clouds amidst the sound of thunder. Who broke the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal? An ethereal voice that was sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes far and sometimes close, reverberated between heaven and earth. The guilty official of the school of the Emperor's Star, Baiyan, greets the punishment envoy. Baiyan didn't panic. He bowed and said, "The punishment envoy knows that it was the power of heaven and earth that triggered the immortal palace law of the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal. The guilty official has this opportunity to escape. The Heaven's Punishment prison crystal is here. The punishment envoy, please verify it." The guilty official of the school of the Emperor's Star? I'm afraid I don't have the qualifications to verify it. Since it was the power of heaven and earth that broke the immortal palace law of the immortal palace. Follow me back to the punishment hall of the 3 provinces of thunder to verify it. Yes, the guilty official knows. Baiyan lowered his head. A thick light golden chain flew down from the red cloud. The inscriptions on the chain swam, and a restrictive aura that represented the power of heaven and earth filled the space within 1,000 miles. With a swish-swish sound, the chain fell on Bai and tied him up. As the chain contracted, Baiyan's figure disappeared into the red cloud. At the same time, a shadow of a giant hand that was thousands of feet long descended from the sky. It grabbed the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal fragment and disappeared. Another series of thunderbolts wreaked havoc within 1,000 miles. Immediately, the light shadow disappeared, the lightning disappeared, and even the red cloud dissipated. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua's figure strangely appeared on the mountain peak. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the clear sky after the red cloud disappeared. He seemed to be thinking about something. Then, he activated the Dragon Clan's invisibility technique and disappeared in the air. "Master," Baiyan, seeing Xiaohua suddenly appear beside him, Fujiwen didn't seem to be surprised. He hurriedly asked. He was still brought back to the Immortal Palace by the punishment envoy of the Immortal Palace. Xiaohua said with a smile, "I heard it was the punishment hall of the 3 provinces of thunder. It's not a big deal. Don't worry." "Oh, that's good." Fujiwen breathed a sigh of relief. His heart wasn't completely at ease. He said in a low voice, "I hope Baiyan can use this to get away with it." Xiaohua glanced at Fujiwen and said meaningfully, "Baiyan is a female official of the Immortal Palace. Behind her is the school of the Emperor's Star. Previously, even the punishment envoy was lenient. What is there to be afraid of in the punishment hall? Don't tell me Baiyan didn't say anything to you." "Alas, master, Baiyan really didn't dare to say anything to me." Fujiwen sighed. It said that the various palaces and halls of the Immortal Palace are very complicated. The person Baiyan mentioned in the school of the Emperor's Star has some status, but forget it, let's not talk about this. Xiaohua waved his hand. Baiyan must have already planned for you. You should focus on cultivating. Whether it's Confucian cultivation or Taoist cultivation, I can teach you all. Moreover, you've gained a lot in Senior Tsong Longzi's cave. When you finish cultivating, I'm sure you won't be too far away from Baiyan's plan." "That's right." Fujiwen looked down at the misty mountain maze and sighed. "Before I entered Senior Tsong Longzi's cave, I really didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. However, in these past few years, what I've gained has greatly exceeded my expectations. In the future, as long as I'm under Master's guidance, I can really achieve what Baiyan wants." "Good, for your wife, you have to cultivate well." Xiaohua smiled. "However, you don't have to tell anyone about what you've gained in my cave. This disciple naturally knows." Fujiwen also gave a mysterious smile. "All right, we'll wait here. Who knows when they'll come out?" Xiaohua waved his hand and smiled. "Yes, master." Fujiwen looked around and flew to a nearby place to meditate. This wait lasted for more than half a year. During this time, the mountain peak where the cloudy mountain bewildering formation was located did not remain in its original place like before. Instead, it gradually moved eastward and underground. Although it did not move much each day, after a long time, not to mention Xiaohua, even Fujiwen noticed it. Fujiwen had doubts in his heart, but he didn't ask. Xiaohua closed his eyes and meditated every day. Just as the 4 entrances of the misty mountain maze were gradually sinking into the ground, a clear whistling sound could be heard from the east. Boom! A low rumbling sound could be heard from the entrance of the misty mountain maze, and a person rushed out from the hole. Chapter 3790. A cultivator dressed in emperor robes flew out from the starlight with a dignified face. Isn't that Jai Xingzi? Behind Jai Xingzi, Gusichoti had a smile on her face. After Gusichoti, it was naturally Gongshu Isin. At this moment, Gongshu Isin's face was even more arrogant. Her starry eyes were even more resplendent. An indescribable confidence bloomed on her face like a flower. Behind her were Taoist Master Han and several other Taoist cultivators. Each of them was full of energy and looked like their cultivation had skyrocketed. Xiaohua opened his eyes and flew up. Just as he was about to fly over, ha ha ha. Another wild laughter came from the west. Sun Kong Shangren flew out with Yi Mingzi and the other cultivators. Chong Gung stood in Sun Kong Shangren's hands with his arms raised, as if he was cheering crazily. Fellow Taoist Xiao actually came out first? A faint astonished voice came from the south. That voice was extremely solid, as if there was an invisible figure standing next to Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't look back and smiled. Brother Daoran seems to have half of your body entered the out-of-body realm. If this misty mountain maze formation didn't move again, Brother Daoran probably wouldn't need a few months to enter the out-of-body realm, right? Hee. In the distance, Zhang Daren's figure flew out like mist. When he flew behind Xiaohua, Taoist Master Di Quan and the other cultivators flew out from the entrance. When everyone flew closer, Xiaohua smiled. All of the cultivators who were lucky enough to survive had made great progress in their cultivation. The return of this trip to the misty mountain maze was really generous. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, fellow cultivators, for making great progress in your cultivation." Same to you, same to you. Zhang Daoran glanced at Jai Xingzi. Both of their eyes were filled with confusion because Xiaohua's cultivation did not seem any different from before. However, the two of them still returned the greeting like everyone else. In the midst of the congratulations, Gongshu Isin chuckled. "Elder Xiao, we entered the misty mountain maze formation at the same time and came out at the same time. When we were at Song Langzi's residence, you even took advantage of him. Why does it seem like your cultivation hasn't improved at all?" "Isin," Gusichuri hurriedly scolded, somewhat embarrassed. Sigh, Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, "Don't mention it. After I left the front mansion, I encountered a problem and didn't manage to enter Senior Tsong Longzi's real cave residence." As he spoke, Xiaohua looked at Taoist Master Di Chuan and the others. When Taoist Master Di Quan and the others came out, they saw that Fairy Xiangfeng was not with Xiaohua. They understood what was going on. Seeing that Xiaohua had spoken, the three of them hurriedly went forward. Just as they were about to speak, they heard a commotion from the south. They quickly looked over and saw Fairy Xiangfeng flying out with Xueping and the others. This Taoist Di Chuan was shocked to see Fairy Xiangfeng return to her female form. He looked at the smiling Xiaohua and didn't know what had happened, but he didn't dare say anything. Woo! Before Fairy Xiangfeng got close to him, another great chi surged behind her while a colorful light rushed into the sky. At the same time, a swaying human figure flashed 60 miles away in the colorful light. At the same time, another arrogant voice sounded. "Xiaohua, this old man got some lucky chances because of you. Therefore, this old man will let you go this time. Cultivate well. 3 years later, this old man will still come and take your life." Humph. Before Xiaohua could speak, Gusichoti let out a cold snort. She raised her delicate hand slightly, and countless pillars of vast chi shot out from the void with a rumbling sound. A huge hand that was hundreds of meters thick appeared, and it was neither real nor illusory. It also moved 100 meters in the blink of an eye and grabbed at the humanoid figure. "See?" The The one closest to Gusuchuri was Gongshu Isin. She was a Confucian cultivator and was very sensitive to Gusuchuri's strength. She sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "Big Sister Gusu, when did you step into the upper stage of 5th grade essence energy?" "No need, Lady Gusu." Xiaohua stopped her indifferently. "This is a personal grudge between this Xiao and someone else. He didn't get any advantage from this Xiao." Gusuchuri heard, and the huge hand in the air retracted. Light and shadow were absorbed into her arm. "Xiao! Daoist Xiao!" Fairy Xiangfeng was the most panicked. She quickly smiled and said, "This concubine didn't know that there was a Confucian cultivator behind me." "Hee, it's fine, it's fine." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "This person has nothing to do with you." Seeing that Fairy Xiangfeng and Xiaohua seemed to have reconciled, Daoist Di Quan, Yimingzi, and Daoist Han all let out a long breath. Now that the four of them were facing Xiaohua's group of 6, if they turned hostile or pursued the purpose of their visit, the four of them definitely wouldn't have a good ending. The benefits they obtained in the Misty Mountain maze would instantly turn into a flower in the mirror. The three of them had a plan in mind. They exchanged glances and didn't dare to stay here for long. They bowed and said, "We were able to enter the Misty Mountain maze all because of you fellow Taoists. We will remember this favor in our hearts. What we obtained in Senior Tsang Longzi's cave abode is very important. A mere few years of seclusion won't be enough to fully comprehend it. Therefore, we will return to the cave abode and seclude ourselves. When we complete our cultivation, we will pay a visit to each of you fellow Taoists." "Humph." Gongshui Xian snorted coldly again. "After obtaining a benefit, you all really know how to conduct yourselves." Haha. Xiaohua, who originally didn't have a good impression of Gongshui Xian, was in a great mood now. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, quickly leave. The more you can comprehend, the more this Xiao will be jealous." "Many thanks, Taoist Xiao." Taoist Han and the others revealed a bit of embarrassment. They once again cupped their hands towards Xiaohua, Zhang Daoran, and the others and urged their figures to leave. "Taoist Xiao." Fairy Xiangfeng bit her lips. Just as she was about to speak, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Which one is Dao Cheng?" "I'll let you know." Shueping hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Fellow Taoist Dao Cheng encountered a trap in the secret passage. Senior Xiangfeng tried her best to save him, but to no avail. He fell in the Misty Mountain maze. Xiaohua nodded. "People often say that good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. It is indeed so. This way, this Xiao also has nothing to say." Fairy Xiangfeng. "This Xiao has already said what needs to be said in the secret passage. If you can understand, now you can also leave. Although the path of love is important, the path of righteousness is even more in accordance with the heavenly Tao. I believe you can clearly distinguish which is more important. Of course, if you still can't distinguish by now, you don't need to leave anymore." Yes, this concubine was able to enter Senior Tsang Langzi's cave with Taoist's help. These few years of comprehension have allowed this concubine to comprehend a lot. This concubine feels that in the past few years, this concubine was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Now, this concubine has just jumped out of the well. This concubine still has to thank Taoist Xiao once again. After speaking, Fairy Xiangfeng gracefully swayed again. Xiaohua smiled and said, "All right, since this is the case, there is no need to be so formal. It's better to turn back as soon as possible." Fairy Xiangfeng slightly smiled at everyone. Her figure turned into a rainbow and flew away. Seeing that rainbow leap dozens of li, it was clear that her cultivation had also improved greatly. "Good." Gongshui Xian, who had been holding back all this time, finally spoke. "Senior Xiao, what is this senior's relationship with you? What love, what righteousness, when did she appear? Where is Senior Yunmengzi? Since you know that this is a matter between us old people, why do you, a little girl, ask so many questions?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes at her. Fairy Xiangfeng entered Senior Tsang Langzi's cave. "Did you and the others not enter?" "Nonsense, the cave that we entered was Senior Tsang Langzi's real cave." Gongshui Xian pouted. "I even got Senior Tsang Langzi's formation jade eyes. How could she enter?" "Ah." Xiaohua was stunned. He looked up at Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren. Both of them nodded with a smile and didn't say much. Fuck. At this moment, Xiaohua finally understood that he had been tricked by Tsang Longzi again. The cave residence that he had entered was not fake, but the cave residence that Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong Shangren, Zhai Xingzi, and Fairy Xiangfeng had entered was not fake either. Although there was no relic realm in their cave, there might be path-understanding ants, medicine fields, and alchemy rooms. As for who was real and who was fake, perhaps only Cang Langzi himself would know. Seeing Xiao Hua regretting, Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, and Sun Kong Shangren raised their hands at the same time, each holding a jade eye. The three of them looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Since fellow Xiao didn't enter the cave, the cultivation methods and secret arts in these jade eyes will be left to you. That's a good fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua's heart warmed. He stretched out his hand and took the 3 jade eyes, saying, "This way my heart will be at ease." Humph, this time you took 3, but you gained the most. Gong Shui Xian was a little indignant. What's wrong? Are you envious? Xiao Hua smiled. If you change to Taoist cultivation methods, I will give them to you. What do you think? Do you think I'm crazy? Gong Shui Xian curled her lips and said to Gusu Chiodi, Sister Gusu, this little sister has been away from home for a long time. I don't dare to stay here any longer. If you have time in the future, remember to come and find this little sister. Of course. Gusu Chiodi answered with a smile. Seniors, I'll take my leave. After several years, Gong Shui Xian was not as rude as when she first arrived. She actually bowed to everyone and was about to fly away. However, Gong Shui Xian only flew a few miles before her body suddenly swayed and fell straight down. Gusu Chiodi saw this and hurriedly urged her true qi. A big hand grabbed Gong Shui Xian and pulled her back. At this time, Gong Shui Xian's face was a little green, and the true qi outside her skin was slightly scattered. It seemed like she was out of control. Gusu Chiodi didn't dare to be negligent. She looked at Zhai Xingzi and hurriedly said, Zhai Xingzi, Xian is a little unwell. It seems like she can't go back alone. You and I have to send her back. This girl. Xiao Hua smiled. She's really too greedy. Chapter 3791. Since fellow Taoist Zhai Xing is leaving, fellow Taoist Xiao, we need to hurry back too. Zhang Daoran hesitated and said, If you have time, come find me in 2 years. Brother Daoran, why are you in such a hurry? Xiao Hua was confused. He looked at Sun Kong and Zhai Xingzi. Oh. Seeing Xiao Hua's confusion, Zhai Xingzi was confused. He ordered Fu Jiwen and the others, stand aside first. Gusu Chiodi gave Gong Shui Xian a simple treatment. Although Gong Shui Xian was still unconscious, her breathing had stabilized. She should be fine. Gusu Chiodi looked at everyone. She held Gong Shui Xian and said, Come with me? Yes, senior. Fu Jiwen and the others answered respectfully. After everyone left, Zhai Xingzi waved his hand and set up a restriction. He looked around and said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiao, we've already stepped into the out-of-body realm. We're using secret techniques to suppress our cultivation so that we can't break through the upper 5th grade. We didn't feel it when we were in Senior Cang Langzi's cave, but when we came out, we immediately felt that we couldn't control our cultivation. We had to hurry back to the cave and use talismans and secret techniques to suppress our cultivation. Otherwise, we'll be noticed by the Immortal Palace. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was shocked. Although Zhai Xingzi didn't continue speaking, he instantly understood a lot. He finally understood why he had never seen a Dao sex out of Aperture Cultivator after arriving at the hidden Immortal Continent. He also finally understood that the Star Monarchs of the Star Monarch Hall were only at the 5th grade of origin energy. It turned out that as long as a Dao cultivator reached the out-of-body realm, the Immortal Palace would immediately notice and take action. This once again proved why the Immortal Palace didn't care about the actions of the Dao sex cultivators in the hidden Immortal Continent. Because in the eyes of the Immortal Palace, all the Dao sex cultivators were below the 5th level of origin energy and were nothing more than clowns. There was really no need to be too concerned about them. Penglai Immortal Realm? Suddenly, Xiao Hua thought of the location that Tao Wu accidentally revealed when he sent Tao Wu back to the Immortal Palace several months ago. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and very helplessly said with a bitter smile, AI, that's right. As long as one breaks through 5th grade. Xiao Hua also wanted to say something but hesitated. He looked like he was full of bitterness. Exalted Master Sun Kong, who was at the side, felt the same way. He sighed and said, Once you break through the 5th grade of essence power, you will be detected by the Immortal Palace. No matter where you are, the Immortal Palace's immortal envoys will appear instantly. If you resist, you will immediately be killed. Sai, what are we Dao sect cultivators doing? Of course it's for a carefree life. Zhang Daoran said calmly. As long as we can reach the out-of-body realm, the immortal emissary of the Immortal Palace will welcome us into the free immortal realm, and we won't have to live in fear anymore. This old man would rather die than be free and unfettered like a dog. Sun Kong sneered. Is there a free and unfettered immortal realm? Xiaohua looked at Zhai Xingzi and asked meaningfully, why do I feel that this place doesn't exist? Zhai Xingzi was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, well, I don't know either. Every now and then, seniors at the peak of the late nascent soul stage would disappear. The legend of this free immortal realm has been around for a long time. As for whether it exists or not, I will only know after I reach the out-of-body realm. Who dares to try? Xiaohua sneered and replied, what if the Immortal Palace's immortal emissary is the soul-reaping emissary? Actually, Chior might know. Zhai Xingzi explained. However, she doesn't dare to reveal this matter that involves the secrets of the Immortal Palace. This will bring disaster to their Gusa family. The only thing we can do now is to use the secret technique and delay for as long as possible. Exalted Master Sun Kong said resentfully, think of the ancient senior Tsang Longzi. That was the true freedom. Xiaohua thought for a moment and took out 3 blank jade eyes. He wrote something in them with his divine sense and handed them to the 3 people, saying, this is the concealment technique that I use. Fellow Taoists, take a look. If it's useful, feel free to comprehend it. Good. The 3 people were overjoyed. They knew that Xiaohua's secret technique was no small matter. They hurriedly took it. After looking through it, Exalted Master Sun Kong almost shouted, I won't leave first. I'll talk about it after I comprehend it. Good. I have the same idea. Zhai Xingzi immediately agreed. He opened the barrier and urged, we'll find a place to cultivate. It won't take long. A few months should be enough. Moreover, Gongshui Xian has suffered from qi deviation. Ber can help her regulate her breathing. That's right. Zhang Daoran deeply agreed. He sent a voice transmission to his disciples and flew to a place. Zhai Xingzi called Gusa Qiu Di, while Exalted Master Sun Kong called his disciples. They flew to different places. After the 3 people separated, Xiaohua knew that he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. He simply called Xue Ping and the others over. Xue Ping led the group forward and bowed, saying, Junior thanks Daoist Xiao for protecting us. Hee, all of you rise. Xiaohua helped everyone up and said with a smile, protecting you was just a small matter. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't good. I was sent out by the restriction before I even entered the cave. In the end, I didn't even get to see the true appearance of the cave. On the other hand, your luck isn't bad. Xue Ping and the others hurriedly said with a smile, didn't we also rely on Senior's good fortune? If Senior doesn't mind, we can… Haha, there's no need. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and beckoned to Xue Ping, saying, come over here. Tell me in detail about your cultivation technique. While you're at it, if you have any comprehension in the cave, you can also circulate your mental cultivation technique for me to take a look. Xue Ping was startled. Then, ecstasy appeared on his face. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged. After Xiaohua set up the barrier, he told Xiaohua about his cultivation technique and cultivation route without hiding anything. After careful consideration, Xiaohua sent a voice transmission in a low voice for half a day. Then he took out 3 jade bottles, a jade eye bottle, and a magic treasure and bestowed them to Xue Ping. After Xiaohua removed the barrier, Xue Ping didn't say anything. However, the unconcealable joy between his brows told the other cultivators that he had gained a lot. That's right. The personal guidance of a nascent soul cultivator was much more useful than the ancient cultivation technique. After all, the guidance was alive while the cultivation technique was dead. Just as the other cultivators were envious, Xiaohua also gave each cultivator half a day's time and bestowed them with cultivation techniques, magic treasures, and spiritual pills. After the last cultivator came out, Xiaohua said with a smile, I can't personally bring you into the cave, so this is my compensation. You should cultivate with all your might for my Dao sect. At this point, Xiaohua didn't know what to say about for my Dao sect or for my Dao sect. He could only smile and say, forget it, just cultivate well. Thank you, Taoist Master Xiao. Facing Taoist Master Xiao, who had actually taught them but not in name. The group of cultivators bowed and thanked him. I still have to wait here for Zhang Daoran and the others. If you want to leave, you can leave now. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, if you don't want to leave, you can cultivate here. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. However, when Zhang Daoran and the others come out of seclusion, you must leave too. Yes, we understand. When Shui Ping and the others saw that Zhang Daoran and the others wanted to obtain the secret technique Jade Eyes from Xiaohua, how could they not know that this was another once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them? They hurriedly agreed and found a place not far from Xiaohua to cultivate in seclusion. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't give the secret technique Zhou Xia gave to Zhang Daoran and the others. Even so, his secret technique to conceal the cultivation technique was enough for the three cultivators who had already reached the out-of-body stage to rack their brains. While comprehending, the three of them really did ask some questions that were difficult for them to grasp. As for Shui Ping and the others, they naturally asked even more questions. Xiaohua answered them one by one while he cultivated in seclusion. The misty mountain maze gradually disappeared, leaving the group of Taoist cultivators who were still comprehending and cultivating in the mountains. Inside the immortal palace, in the jasper flower palace that was surrounded by immortal clouds, there was a small golden pavilion floating among thousands of flowers. The woman had snow-white skin, thin willow-like eyebrows, and a pair of slightly squinted eyes that faintly shone with starlight. The woman's slender fingers were placed on the seven-stringed zither. Under the nimble movements of her fingers, waves of music that was more beautiful than the sounds of nature were produced. It was sweeter than clear spring water as it floated among the flowers. Not to mention the inexplicable butterflies dancing in the flowers. Just outside the flowers, several mystic birds danced to the music. Their flashing wings appeared even more ethereal in the faint and colorful light of the flowers. When the music suddenly stopped, the surroundings of the pavilion suddenly turned cold, as if the music was the only warmth in this place. The stop of the music drew out the remaining enthusiasm of the flowers. Sigh! A faint sigh came from the servant standing beside the woman. Your Highness, your zither music has long been like 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix. Now, when this servant listens to it again, I actually feel like paying homage to it. Forgive this servant for saying something disrespectful, but the zither is born from the heart. This servant should congratulate your Highness, whether it is your state of mind or bearing. They are all in the state of great accomplishment. Ding! A sharp zither music covered the servant's voice. A faint voice came from the woman's mouth. Jing, do you not want to live anymore? I don't dare. The servant hurriedly fell to the ground and kowtowed. This servant was only speaking the truth. Get up. The woman's tone was still indifferent. This palace doesn't want to hear this a second time. Do you understand? This servant understands. The servant got up and raised her head. Looking at her face, it was the palace made of jasper flower palace, Yu Xiajing. Yu Xiajing glanced at the peerless beauty of the princess in front of her and lowered her head slightly, a smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. Although the princess was angry, her expression didn't show any anger. On the contrary, there was a trace of a smile between her brows that was as graceful as the green mountains and the blue sea. This princess was truly beautiful, but unfortunately, her chin was too sharp. At first glance, it always gave people a feeling of harshness. Chapter 3792. Ding ding dong dong. Hearing the sound of the seven-string zither, Yu Xiajing smiled and said, Your Highness, when you went to the school of the Emperor Star with Princess Miao Miao, you said you would return in 3 days. You didn't expect to be gone for 5 days. Look at your expression. Did something happen in the school of the Emperor Star? If there was a change, that would be great. You should have heard the imperial edict long ago instead of guessing blindly. This woman was obviously the princess Qingqing Gu Xianyun spoke of. She shook her head slightly and said, It's not as simple as you think. Oh, could it be that the news was fake? Yu Xiajing seemed to know something and asked in a low voice. There's no need to investigate the authenticity of the news. Princess Qingqing bit her lip and said, Even if that bitch secretly left the immortal palace and descended to the lower world, she was already in the school of the Emperor Star when I arrived with Miao Miao. How could I have done anything? I knew from that bitch's smiling face that she must have sensed something and hurried back to the immortal palace. I was still half a step too late. Then, Yu Xiajing was confused. If that's the case, your highness should have returned that day. That bitch seemed to be in a good mood. Princess Qingqing said again. She looked like she was in love. Also, the school of the Emperor's Star's heavenly reflection blue was in full bloom. She actually held a banquet in the garden and invited the first princess and the empress. I don't know if she was admiring the flowers or enjoying my awkwardness. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojing's heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare to ask any more lest she angered Princess Qingqing. Fortunately, after a while, Princess Qingqing chuckled again and said, "Unfortunately, I still stepped on that bitch's sore spot." "Oh, the one from the school of the Emperor's Star," Yu Xiaojing said curiously. "When I mentioned the Heaven's Choice Assembly, that bitch's expression changed. This really surprised me." Princess Qingqing smiled and said, "This slut has always been calm in the face of chaos. Now, her expression has changed because of this princess' words. She must not have much confidence in the Heaven's Choice Assembly, or perhaps her Heaven's Choice Assembly has changed. Hee, this way, your highness will be able to snatch that half-heaven's heart from Princess XNXN. Yu Xiaojing chuckled softly. Unfortunately, before she could finish, Princess Qingqing snorted again. "Humph. Yes, I was wrong." Yu Xiaoxiao listened quietly and hurriedly apologized. "This servant is truly happy for your highness and forgot about that matter. Forget it. It's rare for me to be in a good mood, so I won't punish you." Princess Qingqing waved her hand. "This servant thanks your highness for your pardon." Yu Xia quietly stood up and said, "At the same time, I also wish that the princess will obtain the heaven's heart, peek into the secrets of the heaven's heart, grasp the true essence of our Confucian cultivation, and be valued by the immortal emperor. Haha, I naturally won't mistreat you when I get benefits." Princess Qingqing laughed loudly and asked, "Did anything urgent happen when I wasn't here?" "Your highness, there were indeed a few." Yu Xiaojing told her about the matters in the palace, and then looked at the smile on Princess Qingqing's face. "The last one is Gu Xianyun from the outer palace requesting to see your highness." "Oh? How's Xianyun's task going?" Princess Qingqing raised her eyebrows, and a trace of excitement flashed across her snowy face. Yu Xiaojing hesitated slightly and said with a smile, "This is the outer palace's task, so this servant didn't dare to ask too much. However, seeing how Gu Xianyun was in such a hurry, it must have been quite tiring. Xianyun has indeed worked hard. If he can do this well, I will definitely reward him handsomely." Princess Qingqing seemed to be satisfied with Yu Xiaojing's words and nodded. "Go, summon Gu Xianyun. I will ask him in detail." "Yes, your highness." Yu Xiaojing heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that Princess Qingqing was in a good mood. She had already told her about Gu Xianyun's hard work. Even if Gu Xianyun made a mistake, Princess Qingqing might not punish him severely. Not long later, Gu Xianyun stood under the small pavilion with a calm expression. "Come in, Xianyun," Princess Qingqing said softly. "You've worked hard these days." "I dare not." Gu Xianyun immediately bowed. "This servant is working for your highness. I dare not say it's hard work." Rise. How did it go?" Princess Qingqing's hands gently stroked the zither. The zither's music was very soft like a breeze. "Good, your highness, this servant's trip this time totaled." Gu Xianyun gritted his teeth and clearly reported the number of nascent souls he obtained and the number of nascent souls in the demon refining gourd. "Hiss." Princess Qingqing frowned. "Why is it so little? It's not far from Empress's birthday." "No. Gu Xianyun, how dare you lie to me? When you asked me to borrow the demon refining gourd last time, you asked for more than this number. But how can such a small number be worth my dignity to borrow the demon refining gourd?" Hearing that, Gu Xianyun was so scared that his face changed greatly. He knelt on the ground with a plop and said with his head, "Your highness, you have sharp eyes. The number is indeed far from what I thought, but I dare not deceive your highness." "Speak," Princess Qingqing demanded coldly. Instantly, the pavilion was surrounded by a cold aura. "Good, your highness, I've been running around in the mortal world, looking for a suitable monarch." Gu Xianyun did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly explained. But before he finished, Princess Qingqing said lightly, "You don't have to say more about your hard work. Speak about the demon refining gourd. What's going on?" "Yes, your highness." Gu Xianyun replied bitterly, "I placed the demon refining gourd in the array of Yaotai Mountain according to the plan. I plan to use the power of the Star Lord Hall to capture all the nascent soul cultivators participating in the Yaotai Conference. But who would have thought that the Star Lord Hall would be killed? Ah? Hearing this, Princess Qingqing suddenly exclaimed, "What did you say? The Star Lord Hall was killed? When did this happen? Why didn't I know?" "Your Highness," Yu Xiaojing hurriedly whispered, "the Star Lord Hall Gu Xianyun mentioned is not the Star Lord Hall of the Immortal Palace. It's the small organization on the hidden immortal continent in the mortal world that is in charge of the Yaotai Conference. It's just to fool the Dao cultivators on the hidden immortal continent, so it specially came up with a nice name. Although the so-called Star Lord Hall is under the banner of the Immortal Palace, it's actually just a place where the guilty general of the Immortal Palace confesses his sins." "Oh, I see." Princess Qingqing was enlightened and snorted, "So it's such a place that hides filth. No wonder I didn't know." Yes. This place is just a way for the Immortal Palace to govern the Dao cultivators. It's inferior to the Peng Lai Immortal Realm, the Heaven and Earth Gate, and the Xianhuang Token. Naturally, your Highness wouldn't know." Gu Xianyun immediately said, "Yes, so I didn't mention this name when I reported to your Highness last time." Princess Qingqing waved her hand. "The life or death of the so-called Star Lord Hall has nothing to do with me. Go on, why didn't your plan succeed?" When Princess Qingqing left the Jasper Flower Palace, Gu Xianyun didn't dare to be negligent. She once again descended on Yaotai Mountain and carefully interrogated Linghu Pairan. She also watched all the videos. Now that Princess Qingqing asked, she naturally answered with ease. She recounted everything that happened on Yaotai Mountain in detail and handed over a jade eye. In the end, she kowtowed and said, "Your Highness, I calculated for a long time. The Sun, Moon, and Star Formation and the Star Lord Hall's Grand Formation on Yaotai Mountain can't be broken by cultivators below the 5th grade of origin energy. I used 3 treasures to lure over 1,000 Dao sect nascent soul cultivators with the intention of sucking them into the devil refining gourd. But who would have thought that there would be an accident? Not only were the Sun, Moon, and Star Formation broken, and the devil refining gourd returned to the Immortal Palace, the Star Lord Hall's Hall Master Kong Hongwu was also killed in the Grand Formation. This servant has failed your Highness's trust. Please punish me." "Who did it?" Princess Qingqing's face turned cold. Especially when she heard that nearly 1,000 nascent soul cultivators escaped, she became even angrier and questioned. Gu Xianyun bit her lips and said, "From the videos and the information I have, I can't determine who did it. However, according to Linghu Pairan, there's a nascent soul cultivator called Xiao Hua who's especially suspicious. He suspects that Xiao Hua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple." "Grand Mist Ancestor?" Princess Qingqing frowned and asked. "Of course, I can't be sure." Gu Xianyun smiled bitterly and said, "What kind of cultivation does the Grand Mist Ancestor have? If he made a move, the Star Lord Hall's origin chi is merely at the upper 5th grade. It's impossible for him to leave behind any traces. What's there to be suspicious about?" Hearing the doubt in Princess Qingqing's voice, Gu Xianyun was shocked and hurriedly told her his and Linghu Pairan's suspicions. "Your Highness," Yu Xiaojing said in a low voice, "this Taoist Qingsu is real, and Xiaohua is fake. One is real and one is fake. Their goal is to cover up the Grand Mist Ancestor's methods and make him interfere in the Jadestage meeting to kill the Star Lord Hall's Hall Master. Moreover, I think that the Star Lord Hall might not be the Grand Mist Ancestor's target. He might have other plans. How could it be the Grand Mist Ancestor?" Princess Qingqing sneered and said, "If that old ghost made a move, how could the Star Lord Hall still exist? He won't stop until blood flows everywhere. Moreover, since he killed Kong Hongwu, he would definitely take the Demon Refining Gourd. How could he let the Demon Refining Gourd return to the Immortal Palace?" Yu Xiaojing smiled and said, "I heard that the Grand Mist Ancestor's physical body was destroyed. Perhaps he hasn't recovered his original strength?" You only know how to make groundless accusations." Princess Qingqing snorted and said, "Xian Dongfang Haohua." "Yes, I'll call Mr. Dongfang over." Yu Xiaojing hurriedly agreed and glanced at Gu Xianyun, who was kneeling on the ground before hurriedly leaving. Chapter 3793. Princess Qingqing looked at the flowers in the distance, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, she said, "Gu Xianyun, I'm here. Get up." "Thank you, Your Highness." Gu Xianyun felt relieved and quickly got up. "I know how hard you've worked." Princess Qingqing sighed. As this princess trusted aid, You should be aware of the situation this princess is in. This princess has entrusted such an important task to you, and although you haven't completely failed, you are still far from this princess' expectations. And from what you said, Yaotai Mountain's Star Lord Palace can only be used once. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of the immortal emperor. What do you think we should do next? I've thought about it for a long time, Gu Xianyun said without hesitation. There are many Taoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent, and even the Peng Lai immortal realm. Don't think about the Peng Lai immortal realm. It's too sensitive. No one dares to mess with it. Princess Qingqing seemed a little anxious and interrupted Gu Xianyun before he could finish. Yes, I didn't think it through. Gu Xianyun obviously didn't think about the Peng Lai immortal realm, but he went with the flow. If the Peng Lai immortal realm isn't mentioned, we can borrow some from the Heaven and Earth sect and the Xianhuang token. But that's far from enough. After all, we don't have enough Taoist nascent soul cultivators. I can only say, Western Paradise? Princess Qingqing frowned and asked. Your Highness is indeed wise. Gu Xianyun finally brought the topic to Paradise. Delighted, he nodded and said, There's a small town in Yuzhou in the lower realm. The relationship between us Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect is very delicate. Some conflicts could break out at any moment. Under such circumstances, if we do something in Paradise, we won't attract attention. Oh, I know about the Guanyin Pusa golden body in Longevity Town. If this matter isn't handled well, the war between us Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect seems inevitable. Princess Qingqing nodded slightly. Your idea is good, but the Buddhist sect's Saraira is inferior to a nascent soul cultivator. This birthday gift is barely satisfactory. Why don't we do both at the same time and make a decision at the end? Gu Xianyun said carefully. All right. Princess Qingqing nodded. You're my envoy. I'll leave everything to you. Don't disappoint me again. Yes, I understand. Gu Xianyun hurriedly agreed. Also, the mistake at Yaotai Mountain was your fault. This consort wants to punish you. Do you have anything to say? Gu Xianyun immediately knelt down and said, I'm willing to accept the punishment. Humph, if I punish you now, who will help me? Princess Qingqing raised her hand and said, Get up. I will allow you to atone for your crimes by meritorious service. Thank you, Princess. Gu Xianyun stood up hurriedly, feeling very happy. This consort will give you one more task. If you can complete it, not only will you be able to atone for your crimes, even the reward will be beyond your expectations. As Princess Qingqing spoke, her right hand plucked the strings of the zither. With a series of ding-ding sounds, clouds appeared around the golden pavilion and covered it. Gu Xianyun saw this and her face turned pale. She knew that this pavilion was bestowed by the immortal emperor. The origin formation that Princess Qingqing used borrowed the power of the immortal palace. Not to mention ordinary cultivators. Even Confucian cultivators wouldn't be able to see the situation after the formation was activated. If Princess Qingqing didn't have an extremely important task, how could she activate such a formation? Sure enough, Princess Qingqing said, I heard that Xian obtained a rare treasure from the lower realm. This treasure is useless to the Heaven's Choice Convention, but it can help her recover her cultivation. Your task is to find out what it is and see if you can. Princess Qingqing's words shocked Gu Xianyun so much that her face turned even paler. Even her body was trembling. However, in the end, Princess Qingqing waved her sleeve and a brocade box flew out from her palace dress and landed in front of Gu Xianyun. I know this is a bit difficult for you. This is a reward for you. If you can complete it, I will reward you. Gu Xianyun took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She then gently opened the brocade box. When she saw what was inside, her eyes flashed with greed and disbelief. She closed the box without hesitation and held it in her hand. She bowed and said, Thank you for your reward, Princess. I'm willing to die for you. Ha. Princess Qingqing was overjoyed. With a wave of her hand, the clouds in the pavilion slowly dispersed. Everything within the immortal palace and under the heavens is under my control. How could I possibly let you die? Don't worry. However, Princess Qingqing's tone suddenly changed as she finished speaking. But if you harbor evil intentions and spoil my plans, then not to mention being crushed into pieces, I'll make you regret it even if you enter the cycle of reincarnation. I know. Even if I make a mistake, I won't let anyone find out. Gu Xianyun put away the brocade box and quickly answered. She then looked around and whispered, Mr. Dongfang is coming. Should I leave? Princess Qingqing smiled. Of course not. You're my confidant. He's just an outsider. There's no reason to leave him. Gu Xianyun knew that Princess Qingqing was comforting her, but she still felt warm inside. How many people in the immortal palace could receive such words from the fifth princess of the immortal emperor? Thank you, princess. Gu Xianyun's eyes were a bit wet. She lowered her head and stood respectfully at the side. After a while, a middle-aged man with a strong body and a high forehead, who looked very wise, came to the pavilion accompanied by Yu Xiajing. Yu Xiajing saw Gu Xianyun standing at the side and knew that the crisis was over. She relaxed and said, Princess, I've brought Dongfang Haohua to see you. Princess Qingqing nodded. Let him in. The middle-aged man walked into the pavilion and bowed. Dongfang Haohua greets the fifth princess. Mr. Dongfang, please rise. Princess Qingqing smiled like a flower. I have some unresolved matters. I want to hear Mr. Dongfang's opinion. I don't dare. Princess, please speak. I'll give you my humble opinion. Although Mr. Dongfang spoke of his humble opinion, his tone was neither arrogant nor humble. He was even a bit proud. Xianyun, tell Mr. Dongfang about the Star Lord Palace's palace lord being killed on Yaotai Mountain. Princess Qingqing instructed. Yes. Gu Xianyun understood Princess Qingqing's meaning. She hurriedly cleared her throat and said what needed to be said. When Dongfang Haohua heard the word Star Lord Palace, he was stunned. After listening for a while, he understood that this Star Lord Palace wasn't the same Star Lord Palace. After Gu Xianyun finished speaking, Dongfang Haohua asked curiously, Your Highness, are you trying to find Kong Hongwu's murderer? That's not it. Princess Qingqing smiled. It's just that it involves the Grand Mist Ancestor. I'm a bit cautious. Oh, so it's like that. Dongfang Haohua nodded. The Grand Mist Ancestor is a Taoist who can reverse yin and yang. Anything that involves him will be difficult. However, from this matter, that Xiaohua cultivator is the most suspicious. He might not be the one who killed Kong Hongwu, but he definitely knows the inside story. As for that Shengguan Yaran, he must be the one who killed him. Moreover, since he can kill Shengguan Yaran as a nascent soul cultivator, he might be able to kill Kong Hongwu. Fifth princess only needs to capture Xiaohua to find out. Of course, even if Xiaohua doesn't know the inside story, since he is related to the Grand Mist Ancestor, he must be the Grand Mist Ancestor's trusted aide or disciple like Taoist Qing Su. Since fifth princess wants to find the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks, then you have to start with these two people. Capture Xiaohua and torture him to find out the truth of Yaodai Mountain. Kill Qing Su and force the Grand Mist Ancestor to show himself. Dongfang Haohua naturally didn't think that Princess Qingqing had other thoughts, because the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks seemed to be the most important thing in the Immortal Palace. Good. Fifth Princess Qingqing clapped her hands and said, One capture, one kill. Mr. Dongfang said it very well. However, whether it is Taoist Qing Su or Xiaohua, their origins seem to be very mysterious. I can't find their whereabouts. For some unknown reason, Linghu Pairan didn't tell Gu Xianyun where Xiaohua came from. And Gu Xianyun couldn't have learned the name of Black Wind Ridge from the cultivators who had returned. Therefore, Dongfang Haohua simply smiled and said without hesitation, My immortal palace has eyes and ears everywhere in the hidden immortal continent, which is what ordinary people call the Old Man of the Earth. Although it is difficult to find a Taoist cultivator, but it can't be considered too difficult, right? This is why I came to find you. Princess Qingqing nodded. This matter is a great merit, but it is easy to control. I don't want too many people to know. The most important thing is that I can't directly dispatch the old man. Mr. Dongfang, you see? I understand your highness's thoughts. I will go find the deacon of the Hall of Light later. Dongfang Haohua secretly calculated in his heart and agreed. Then I will have to trouble Mr. Dongfang. Princess Qingqing said with a smile, There is another matter. Xianyun, the purpose of that Jade Pavilion meeting is to let Taoist cultivators establish a country, right? Then who got the imperial tutor's lot? Reporting to your highness. Gu Xianyun hurriedly said, This time, we prepared a total of 10 imperial tutors' lots. I checked the Seoul official hall and found that 9 imperial tutors' lots have been used. The hidden immortal continent has 9 more Taoist countries. The last one is still missing. Those who can get the imperial tutor's lot are also suspicious. They might be the Grand Mist Ancestor's backup plan. Princess Qingqing waved her hand. Find a reason to report to the Lingyun Hall and send troops to exterminate the 9 Taoist countries. Yes, I understand. Dongfang Haohua nodded. Not to mention exterminating 9 Taoist countries. Even if it was 10 or 100, he wouldn't be moved. Oh, that's right, Mr. Dongfang. Princess Qingqing suddenly thought of something and asked, I received news from the Tianji Hall that the lower realm's 5 prefectures seem to be in chaos. This. Dongfang Haohua frowned slightly and hesitated. The 2 of you can leave first. Princess Qingqing ordered with a flick of her sleeve. Gu Xianyun and Yu Xiajing hurriedly bowed and slowly stepped back. The golden pavilion was shrouded in clouds once again. Chapter 3794. After half an hour, Dongfang Haohua came out of the Jasper Flower Palace. He didn't go directly to the Hall of Enlightenment. Instead, he went to the Hall of Spiritual Official first and waited for another day before arriving at the Hall of Enlightenment. When he came out of the Hall of Enlightenment, it was only the time for an incense stick to burn. From a side door of the Hall of Enlightenment, a clever-looking boy came out and rode a cloud to a dark purple palace. This palace was similar to the Jasper Flower Palace, but the plaque above the palace gate had the words School of the Emperor Star written on it. The boy came to the School of the Emperor Star and used his divine sense to explore for a moment. Then he ran to the small gate of the palace. Outside the gate, there were naturally immortal generals guarding it. They only let the boy in after checking his token. In the depths of the Emperor Star Palace, among the many pavilions, there was a very elegant library. A woman in a palace dress was sitting behind a desk. There was a brocade chair in front of the desk, and a sage-like old man was sitting on it. The old man was holding a book in his hand and seemed to be reading something. The woman was listening with full attention. Outside the library, a palace maid walked to the door and respectfully stood there. She didn't dare to say anything. After the old man finished reading, he put away the book and smiled at the woman. Ninth Princess, this old man will stop talking about the Thunder Spirit gestation method today. I'm afraid something has happened outside. The woman looked up. That fresh face and bright eyes. Wasn't that Xin who went to the bottom of the river with Xiaohua? Thank you for your trouble, old Mr. Lei. Princess Xin got up. Seeing this, the old man also quickly got up from the brocade chair and smiled. It's no trouble at all. Not to mention the immortal emperor's decree, this old man can't disobey. The 9th princess is very respectful to this old man. This old man hopes that the princess can successfully cultivate the Thunder Spirit gestation method and quickly recover her cultivation. Okay, this old man won't delay the princess business. Goodbye. This princess will send Mr. off. Princess Xin quickly walked out from behind the desk. Old Mr. Lei waved his hand and quickly left the library. Xi Jing, is there something important? Princess Xin sent old Mr. Lei off and asked the palace maid at the door. The palace maid named Xi Jing quickly bowed and replied, reporting to the princess, Sun Gang from the Hall of Enlightenment wants to see you. Oh, what interesting matter did this little guy have this time? Let him in. The new princess smiled and waved her hand. Xi Jing turned around and waited for the new princess to return to her seat before the boy called Sun Gang came to the library in a well-behaved manner. He bowed and said, This humble subject greets the 9th princess. Hee, get up. The new princess asked with a smile, Do you have anything important to report today? Of course it's important. The boy was a little unhappy when he heard the smile in the new princess's tone. This humble servant took a risk to meet the princess. If you don't want to listen, this humble servant won't say anything. Haha, of course. The new princess smiled and said, Sun Gang's message is all very important. This is what old Master Sun said himself. Why would I lie to you? Really? Did great-grandfather really praise me like that? Sun Gang asked proudly as he listened to his own small chest. Of course. The new princess continued, Your great-grandfather even praised you for your intelligence and said that you would definitely be a literary figure in the military. Hee. Sun Gang laughed from ear to ear. That's right, Xi Jing, give some fruits to Sun Gang. Although the School of the Emperor Star doesn't have any peaches of immortality, we still have other fruits. The new princess was happy when she saw Sun Gang's smile and ordered, Your Highness. Xi Jing smiled and said, He already ate it just now. However, he insisted on the spirit jujube that Your Highness brought back last time. That's right, Your Highness. Speaking of the spirit jujube, Sun Gang threw his great-grandfather's praise to the back of his head and hurriedly asked, Big sister Shi Jing is too stingy. She won't even give me the spirit jujube. Hee, it's not that she won't give it to you. It's because there aren't any left in my school of the Emperor's Star. When the new princess heard the spirit jujube, she immediately knew that Xiaohua had casually given it to her that day. She had also casually placed it in the palace. It was just that Sun Gang occasionally ate it and liked it very much. Unfortunately, there weren't many spirit jujubes. After eating it, it was naturally gone. Your Highness, don't lie to me. Sun Gang didn't believe it. His small eyes blinked as he cried out, "You are the immortal emperor's most beloved little princess. How come you don't even have a spirit jujube?" Little brat, what are you saying? How can you be so impudent? While Sun Gang was speaking, an old man who looked very similar to Sun Gang slowly walked in. Mr. Sun. The new princess stood up and smiled. Sun Gang, on the other hand, had a bitter expression on his face. He hurriedly turned around and saluted, "Greetings, great-grandfather." While speaking, a brocade chair appeared out of thin air on the side of the desk that was extremely close to the new princess. The old man walked in front of the brocade chair and said with a smile, "Your Highness, please sit." "All right, mister, sit as well." The new princess raised her hand to signal and sat down first. After the new princess sat down, the old man sat down and looked at Sun Gang. "Sun Gang, if your Highness says you don't have it, then you don't have it. Do you understand?" Grandson understands. Sun Gang didn't dare to say anything more. I really don't have it here. If there's a chance in the future, I'll get more for you." The new princess smiled and said, "Thank you, princess." Sun Gang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Old man Sun nodded and asked Sun Gang, "What happened in the Hall of Enlightenment today?" Hearing this, Sun Gang's expression changed. He straightened his back and said, "All right, your Highness, I'll let you know that there are many important matters in the Hall of Enlightenment today." Sun Gang's little mouth spoke one sentence after another. Princess Xan listened with a smile, while Old Man Sun narrowed his eyes and pondered. In the end, Sun Gang said, "Aside from Yong State being destroyed 42% and Yangzhou State being destroyed 39%, more than 15% of Qing State, Ji State, Liang State, and Jing State were destroyed. Su State and Gun State were destroyed more than 10%. As for you State, I don't know. What else?" The new princess knew that the Lingyun Palace was already paying attention to you State, so Sun Gang couldn't have gotten any information. "No." Sun Gang shook his head, but a moment later, he vigorously nodded. There is. This humble servant remembers. There was someone named Dongfang Haohua who came to find Sun Bing. He wanted Deacon Sun to help find 2 Dao sect cultivators. Dongfang Haohua found 2 Dao sect cultivators. Princess Xan glanced at old Mr. Sun curiously and asked in confusion, "Is this his master's idea or his own? Who are the 2 Dao sect cultivators?" Old Man Sun didn't answer the new princess and instead asked Sun Gang. "One is Qing Su Daoist and the other is Xiaohua. It is said that they are both nascent soul cultivators." Although Sun Gang didn't care about this information, he remembered their names clearly. "Oh." The new princess frowned. Her heart was in turmoil, but she still asked calmly, 2 nascent soul cultivators? What? What does he want? It is indeed strange. If they are cultivators from the Peng Lai immortal realm, then it is understandable. Finding 2 Dao sect nascent soul cultivators is indeed strange. Old Man Sun looked at the new princess. The new princess noticed and nodded at Old Man Sunday. She then said to Sun Gang, "Do you have any images?" "Of course, but I don't care. They are all in Sun Bing's hands." Sun Gang didn't understand and asked, Is this very important?" Haha, of course it is important." The new princess thought for a moment and said with a smile, "See if you can show me the images of the 2 people. If possible, your spirit date may fall on Xiaohua." "Oh, really?" Sun Gang was overjoyed and asked loudly, "Do you think I will lie to you?" The new princess said seriously, "You can go now. Keep this to yourself and don't tell anyone else." Hearing that it was a secret, Sun Gang straightened his back and nodded. "Your Highness, please rest assured. I understand. I will leave now and go to find Yutong." After that, Sun Gang bowed to Old Man Sun again and left with the heavy burden on his shoulders. Looking at Sun Gang's calm back, the new princess said with a smile, "Old Man Sun, Sun Gang is very clever and doesn't show his emotions on his face. He will be of great use in the future." "Your Highness, you flatter me. If this boy can still be like this after leaving the library, then he will be of great use. Ha ha. The new princess looked at Sun Gang, who was just 100 feet away from the library, and immediately jumped up and down like a monkey. She laughed and said, "After all, he is still young. He will be blessed with more experience." "It depends on your highness' ambition." Mr. Sun looked at the smiling princess meaningfully and said, "Sometimes. Family is important, but if you give up your utility and power for family, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your family. In this case, why not take the initiative? Care about the world and spread mercy on the earth?" Ahem. The new princess coughed twice, and a kind of helplessness appeared on her face. She waved her hand and said, "Old man Sun, let's talk about it later. Now is the future." Old man Sun looked very serious. "Ninth princess, you can't retreat anymore. You have been forced to the edge of the cliff." "It's not that bad." The new princess' helpless expression was added with embarrassment. "Your Highness, I didn't want to talk about it before. Don't tell me that I didn't know about your injury." Old man Sun glared at the new princess. "If someone didn't set you up deliberately, how could you, the daughter of the immortal emperor, a noble descendant of heaven?" "Old man Sun, don't mention this again," the new princess said firmly. Seeing the new princess's attitude, Old man Sun didn't say anything and said, "Now that the person in the Jasper Flower Palace is looking for 2 Taoist cultivators, I don't know who Xiaohua is, but I do know Reverend Qing Su. He is the subordinate of the Grand Mist Ancestor. That person is obviously trying to steal the credit. As long as she can find the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks or cut off his wings, she will definitely attract the attention of the Celestial Emperor. At that time, Her Highness will have a hard time protecting herself." Chapter 3795. "Yes, I'm going to discuss this with old Mr. Sun." Princess Xian nodded. "Regarding the Grand Mist Ancestor, I have already sent people to investigate. However, the Grand Mist Ancestor is a Taoist almighty after all. If he wants to hide his tracks, who can find him unless they are an immortal emperor? So we have to look from the side, from the local, and from the small." Old Mr. Sun laughed. "Xiaohua and Qing Suzhenren are the breakthrough. The Jasper Flower Palace's foresight is very accurate." "Mister, don't tell me you didn't pay attention to Qing Suzhenren?" Princess Xian also laughed. "Of course." Old Mr. Sun proudly said, "I've never had a mediocre person under the true Confucian. It's not difficult to find a Taoist cultivator. In this aspect, the Jasper Flower Palace can't compare to the Emperor's Star Palace." Speaking of this, old Mr. Sun changed the topic and asked, "In addition, what's the matter with Xiaohua of this Taoist sect? Is he the same person as the Xiaohua that your Highness mentioned?" "That's not possible." Princess Xian frowned and said, "The cultivation of Xiaohua of the hidden immortal continent and Xiaohua of the Elysian world are too far apart. Moreover, it takes several years to cross the East Sea from the Elysian world to the hidden immortal continent. It's impossible for him to attract the attention of the Jasper Flower Palace during this period of time. In particular, Xiaohua of the Elysian world is proficient in Confucian cultivation and even Buddhist magic. How could the Grand Mist Ancestor let his capable subordinate cultivate Confucian and Buddhist magic?" "Then, Your Highness, why did you tell Sun Gang?" Old Mr. Sun asked. Princess Xian frowned slightly and raised her eyes to look outside the library. The new concubine bamboo, there was extremely lush. After a while, she said, "Xiaohua of Elysium is extremely mysterious. I feel that he still has many divine abilities that I don't know about. If he can really teleport from the Elysian world to the hidden immortal continent, I won't be surprised. Even if he does something incredible, I think it's possible. That's why I told Sun Gang to pay more attention." "Xiaohua of the Elysian world is really so powerful?" Old Mr. Sun was shocked. He stared at Princess Xian and asked, "Your Highness, is there something you haven't told me?" "Indeed." Princess Xian nodded. "Those things are Xiaohua's secret," this princess promised him. "If that's the case, then I'll have to reconsider this matter." Old Mr. Sun narrowed his eyes and said, "And this old man also suggests that Her Royal Highness send my true Confucian cultivator to investigate specifically instead of letting Sun Gang make trouble. Indeed. I'll leave this matter to old Mr. Sun." After the new princess agreed, she took out a jade eye and handed it over. "This is the statue of Xiaohua from Elysium. Old Mr. Sun, please accept it." "All right." Old Mr. Sun took it and his eyes lit up. After looking at it, he carefully put it away and said, "In addition, this old man also wants to discuss with the princess about the war in the 5 states of the hidden immortal continent. Yes, in the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent, it is common for Tao sects to be destroyed every year. Our country of Confucian cultivators is generally within the 10 nations. Why were countries being destroyed so frequently recently? Su province and Gun province were considered normal, but Qing province, Ji province, Liangzhou, and Jingzhou had actually exceeded 15 countries. As for Yong province and Yangzhou, the number of countries that had been destroyed was almost unimaginable. What exactly had happened? Could it be that the contradictions between our country of Confucian cultivators have reached an irreconcilable point? Your Highness may not care about this, but this old man has carefully checked the situation of these countries. This is precisely what I want to report to your Highness." A layer of coldness appeared on old Mr. Sun's face. This princess is willing to listen to the details. The new princess was shocked. It was rare to see old Mr. Sun so serious, so she hurriedly said. Old Mr. Sun pointed his hand, and the map of the hidden immortal continent appeared out of thin air. He stood up and pointed at Yong province. Yong province originally had 2,131 countries of Confucian cultivators, 463 countries of Tao sects, and 177 countries of Buddhist sections. Among the countries of Confucian cultivators, our school of the military occupies 407 countries, the Confucian school occupies 1030 countries, and the rest are countries founded by the miscellaneous school, Yin-Yang school, and other schools of thought. This is the same as the agreement between our school of the military and the Confucian school. The Confucian school of the hidden immortal continent dominates, and the school of the military controls the immortal palace. However, this old man has seen that among the 42 countries that were destroyed in Yong province, 20 of them belong to the school of the military. 3 of them belong to the Confucian school, 10 belong to the miscellaneous school, and 20 of them belong to the peasant school. Peasant school? How is that possible? Xian raised her eyebrows and was even more surprised. Look at the 39 countries that were destroyed in Yangzhou. Among them, 15 belong to the school of the military, 5 belong to the Confucian school, 5 belong to the miscellaneous school, and only 10 of them belong to the Yin-Yang school. This seems to be the rhythm of 100 schools of thought. Xian sneered as if she had understood something. Old Mr. Sun nodded. On the surface, it is indeed so. It's a grand event for Confucian cultivators to contend for supremacy. But in fact, there are undercurrents surging in the hidden immortal continent. From the birth and death of the countries, it can be seen that there are some internal conflicts among us Confucian cultivators. All the major schools and aristocratic families have shown their faces, competing with each other in political and martial arts. They all want to lead each other for thousands of years. Hee. Princess Xian sneered. These are all high-sounding reasons. If we were to talk about the root cause, I'm afraid that those who are unwilling to be left out and who are dissatisfied with the distribution of the fruits of victory in the ancient immortal and Buddha formation have now seen the friction between the immortal palace and the Thunder Temple. So they are unwilling to be left out and jump out to cause trouble, right? But the problem is, old Mr. Sun smiled and said, they jumped out at the right time. Now that Yuzhou is being closely monitored by the Lingyun Palace, even the Hall of Enlightenment can't interfere. The situation in the Longevity Town is really at a critical juncture. The immortal emperor can't even take care of himself. It's just the Thunder Temple. Not everyone in the Buddhist sect wants to take advantage of it. Princess Xian naturally thought of Ci Hui. She said thoughtfully, although the Mahavairakana world venerable controls the Thunder Temple, the ancient Buddha Dipankara and the Maitreya Buddha might not be on the same side as him. There might be something that can be used. Your Highness, you're thinking too much. You're too idealistic. Old Mr. Sun shook his head. The Buddhist sect has always been united against outsiders. Their doctrines are different from our Confucian cultivation methods. We can't compare them, and we can't place our hopes on them. What about the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? It seems that those great sages haven't done anything. How would the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm dare to do anything? Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm has never cared about the hidden immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss. If those great sages make a move, the 3 continents will really be in chaos. The 4 great families deserve to die. Princess Xan gritted her teeth and said, "Back then, the Immortals and Buddhas fought against the Taoist sect together. They pushed the military school to the front, and we lost countless cultivators before we won. Now we're just in control of the Immortal Palace, and they're so troublesome." Shoo! Old Mr. Sun hurriedly stopped Princess Xan from complaining and said anxiously, "You're the princess. You can't say that. Everything is just speculation. Even if everyone knows, we can't turn hostile. This is the so-called overt conspiracy. Your Highness, don't worry. The Immortal Emperor must know what to do. We just need to do our own things." Well, old Mr. Sun, arrange for the true Confucian cultivators to investigate why the Jasper Flower Palace is looking for 2 Taoist nascent soul cultivators. Princess Xan ordered. Also, send people to keep an eye on the situation in the 5 continents and see what the 4 great families are doing. Also, after so many years of recuperation, the Taoist sect's cultivators are showing signs of resurgence. With the primordial chaos ancestor freed, the Taoist sect has become a force that can't be ignored. Although the military school used to be the main force to destroy the Taoist sect, the situation is different now. There's a possibility of cooperation. Although the Immortal Emperor doesn't have a decree, we still need to test it first. Okay, I understand. Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, "The purpose of the true Confucian sect is to find the true essence of Confucian cultivators. Moreover, the goal of the true Confucian sect has always been to educate everyone regardless of background. All living things in the world, including the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect, even demons, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, as long as they have a spirit and have the heart to be educated, they can be friends with us." When old Mr. Sun said this, Princess Xan frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Old Mr. Sun, please leave us for a moment. It seems that Mr. Lei has returned for something important." After old Mr. Sun left, not long after, Mr. Lei hurried over. His face was filled with joy. The moment he entered the library, he cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, 9th Princess. This old man has good news to report to your Highness." Oh, Princess Xan smiled and said, "What good news is it that made Mr. Lei return?" "Bai and has returned to the punishment hall with the Thunder Profound Province's punishment envoy." Mr. Lei went straight to the point. "Ah, Bai is back?" Princess Xan was overjoyed. She stood up from behind the desk and said with a smile, "Where was she demoted to? I actually couldn't find a trace of her after 1,000 years. Is her punishment over now? I'll let your Highness know." Mr. Lei said somewhat awkwardly, "When Miss Bai pleaded guilty, it was the Empress who personally sealed her into the heavenly punishment prison crystal. The 3 provinces of the Thunder Profound Province didn't know about it. However, I already know that Miss Bai was thrown into the hidden immortal continent, not the pure land of bliss that your Highness guessed. Moreover, Miss Bai's punishment isn't over yet. It's just that the power of heaven and earth shattered her heavenly punishment prison crystal. Now, the punishment envoy is already in the punishment hall checking the heavenly punishment prison crystal's law chains. Once he reports to the Empress, Miss Bai can be released back to the palace." "Great." Princess Xan clapped her hands and said, "What happened back then was the Gusu family's fault. But in order to appease the Confucians, they put all the blame on a female official of the school of the Emperor's Star. It's rather inappropriate. Bai was able to escape in advance, which shows the mercy of heaven and earth." Hee, I don't dare to say too much about this. Mr. Lei cupped his hands and said, "I'll take my leave. When Miss Bai returns to the school of the Emperor's Star, I'll come again to congratulate you." Chapter 3796. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Princess Xan was very happy. She cared a lot about Tao Wu. As the daughter of the high and mighty immortal emperor, her life was destined to be lonely. Tao Wu had been her playmate since she was young. The immortal law that Tao Wu violated was actually nothing. Even Gusu Chiodi was not suppressed in the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. As an accomplice, how could Tao Wu be punished? However, in order to warn Princess Xan, the Empress punished her severely. She was afraid that Princess Xan would repeat the same mistake. However, this punishment not only made Princess Xan feel guilty, but she also found several opportunities to go down to the lower realm to rescue her. As for St. Jiangji's trip, he was also looking for Tao Wu. What Xian said to Xiaohua was not a lie. Now that Princess Xian heard that Tao Wu was free, she was so happy that she could die. The burden in her heart was swept away. After sending Mr. Lei away, Mr. Sun also left. However, after he walked out of the school of the Emperor's Star, he thought for a bit and then flew to the east. Old Mr. Sun flew for a long time and saw that the palaces and pavilions on his left had become sparse. The glow of the immortal palace was also gradually dimming. Some rather strange light purple clouds gradually filled the entire sky. Amidst the clouds, an extremely majestic palace was revealed. Mr. Sun flew to the front of the palace. He looked at the 3 ancient inscriptions on the plaque that said Pure Jade Palace. He took a deep breath and carefully tidied his clothes. He respectfully bowed and said, "Junior Sun Yu is here to greet the master of the Pure Jade Palace." "Come in." A faint voice came from Sun Yu's ears. Sun Yu did not dare to stand up. He still said, "Thank you, master of the Pure Jade Palace." Then, a jade stone that looked like a flight of stairs appeared in front of the Pure Jade Palace. Sun Yu straightened up and walked onto the jade stone. Thousands of light purple inscriptions rushed out from the jade stone under his feet and wrapped around Sun Yu like tadpoles. They disappeared in a moment. When Sun Yu's figure appeared again, he was inside an extremely vast palace. However, this palace was quiet and there was no movement. It was as if there was no one inside. On the high jade platform, there was a golden throne with an old man sitting on it. This old man was wearing an emperor's robe, and clouds were flowing around his face. Images of mountains and rivers flashed in the clouds, as if the old man's face was the mountains and rivers. Although the old man was just sitting there, he gave off a majestic feeling. Even the tallest mountain in the hidden immortal continent couldn't be compared to the old man's imposing manner, as if he was looking down on all the other mountains. Sun Yu composed himself and hurriedly came down from the jade stone. He prostrated himself and said, "Sun Yu greets the Jade Pure Palace Master." "Get up." The voice of the master of the Jade Pure Palace was ethereal and extremely grand. If one listened carefully, it sounded like a gurgling stream, but inadvertently, it sounded like a thunderclap. "Yes." Sun Yu stood up respectfully, not daring to raise his head, even though he knew that the person sitting on the golden throne might not necessarily be the Jade Pure Palace Master's true body. After the Jade Pure Palace Master finished speaking, he didn't ask any more questions. Sun Yu continued, "This junior has come to visit the Jade Pure Palace Master because I have something to report to you." The Jade Pure Palace Master replied indifferently. Sun Yu didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly told him about Princess Xian's encounter with Xiaohua, as well as Xiaohua and Taoist Master Qing Su. He asked, "This junior feels that Xiaohua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate. He should have a plan to contact the 9th princess, and definitely has ulterior motives. However, the 9th princess seems to have a good impression of Xiaohua, so this junior doesn't dare to be at ease. If Xiaohua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate, then all of Xiaohua's karma will be shielded by the Grand Mist Ancestor. Even if this junior wants to investigate, I may not be able to obtain the truth. Therefore, this junior wants to ask the Lord to investigate this Xiaohua's background. If the Grand Mist Ancestor is shielding the heavens, even this prince won't be able to detect it." The Jade Pure Palace Master's voice was still calm. "However, the 9th princess is one of my true Confucians. Her every action has a heavy influence on the world's Confucians. Your worries are very reasonable. Wait a moment, this prince will investigate." "Thank you for your trouble, Jade Pure Palace Master." Sun Yu was very happy when he heard this, and replied respectfully. Boom! Just as Sun Yu's voice fell, the entire palace hall emitted a loud rumbling sound. The space under Sun Yu's feet became empty in an instant. Although Sun Yu didn't dare to raise his head, he clearly saw that the magnificent palace hall had disappeared. His surroundings were pitch-black starry skies. Woo! An extremely sharp sound came from the front of his head. Sun Yu couldn't help but sneak a glance. The Jade Pure Palace Master, who was originally sitting on the golden chair, had disappeared. Only a group of tadpole-like inscriptions on the golden chair was violently tumbling. The sharp sound came from the inscriptions on the golden chair. Puff, puff, puff. Sun Yu's gaze fell on the inscriptions on the golden chair. In the starry skies around the golden chair, tens of thousands of feet long crystal threads as thick as a bull's mouth appeared. These crystal threads condensed an extremely pure and noble aura, and each thread contained a faint chanting sound. As the crystal threads surged in, each inscription on the armor rapidly expanded. The inscriptions on the armor glowed and surged with clouds. They were as dazzling as the stars. Sun Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He suddenly felt that each inscription on the armor was giving birth to thousands of living creatures. His heart couldn't help but thump as he stared at the inscriptions on the armor. He somewhat understood that this seemed to be an excellent opportunity for him. The inscriptions on the armor seemed to expand infinitely. When Sun Yu felt that there was no more starry skies in his eyes, and that there was no room for anything else, with a loud bang, all the inscriptions on the armor burst apart at the same time. Human figures, beast figures, mountains, rivers, roads. It was as if the myriad forms of the world had filled Sun Yu's mind in an instant. See, as the true chi in Sun Yu's chest churned violently, a sharp pain appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but cry out, "You have just become a literary saint. The true chi in your chest isn't pure. It's not good to look at it for too long. It's enough if you can feel it." Just as the voice of the Jade Pure Palace's master seemed to appear everywhere, there was a rare hint of surprise in his tone. Sun Yu quickly retracted his gaze and secretly adjusted his breathing to stabilize his realm. His ears perked up again as he listened to the Jade Pure Palace's master. Woo-woo. At this moment, the entire starry sky was filled with all kinds of things. Scenes flashed past Sun Yu's body as if they were pushed by a big hand. Countless whistling sounds were produced between the scenes. The sound of the wind was also strange, causing Sun Yu to tremble in fear. After the time it took to eat a meal, all the scenes suddenly disappeared and turned into large inscriptions on the armor, hidden in the starry sky. The brilliant starlight calmly appeared in the sky again. At this moment, on the golden throne, the Jade Pure Palace's master in his emperor's outfit appeared. There was no change from before. "My lord," Sun Yu probed, but the Jade Pure Palace's master didn't answer. Sun Yu didn't dare to ask more, and stood quietly to the side. After a while, the Jade Pure Palace's master said, "This Xiaohua's karma is also blocked. This king can only detect that he is near Jing province." See, Sun Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked in his heart. He wasn't shocked that the Jade Pure Palace's master couldn't detect, but he was shocked that the Grand Mist Ancestor's layout was so high. Since the new princess had already entered the trap, it would be difficult for him to dissuade her. Could it be? Sun Yu hurriedly asked. The Grand Mist Ancestor's cultivation is so high that he can detect all kinds of things in the world? He can actually be in the Pure Land, waiting for the 9th princess? No. The Jade Pure Palace's master indifferently replied, "The method used to block Xiaohua's karma is different from the Grand Mist Ancestors. It shouldn't be the Grand Mist Ancestors' method. This king can't confirm whether he is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple. Moreover, this king has a feeling that this Xiaohua is very important to us Confucian cultivators." Important? Sun Yu was a little dumbfounded. He originally wanted to verify whether Xiaohua was an enemy, but he didn't expect to get this result. The Jade Pure Palace's master sighed slightly. The entire starry sky was annihilated, and Sun Yu was once again standing inside the palace. This king has always believed that whether it is the military school, Confucian school, legalism school, Tao sect, Buddhism sect, or demon sect, as long as it can cultivate, it has a spirit. There are countless paths of cultivation, but there is only one way back. Since Xiaohua is proficient in Tao sect and Confucian cultivation, he is useful to us Confucian cultivators. It doesn't matter whether he is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple. Junior understands. Sun Yu hurriedly bowed. Junior will arrange it. Following the Jade Pure Palace's master's voice, inscriptions surged around Sun Yu's body. When the inscriptions disappeared, Sun Yu's figure once again appeared outside the Jade Pure Palace. Sun Yu didn't dare to be negligent. After bowing to the Jade Pure Palace's door, he hurriedly left. Xiaohua naturally didn't know that he had been noticed by the Jade Pure Palace's master. At this time, he was standing outside the misty mountain maze formation that had almost disappeared, smiling as he spoke to Zhang Daoran. Zhang Daoran looked at the submerged mountain peak and said, "Daoist Xiao, it seems that this misty mountain maze formation is our opportunity. This time, it has sunk into the ground, and we don't know when it will come out. No one knows who the next fated fellow Daoist will be. Fate arises and perishes. Why does it have to be like this?" Xiaohua replied indifferently. But just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart. A strange feeling arose in his heart. This feeling was like ice and snow covering his body, and even more so, it was as if his entire body had been seen through by someone. Who is it? Xiaohua was shocked, and his divine perception hurriedly swept out. Who? Zhang Daoran was also startled. At the same time, he flew up and swept out with his divine sense in the opposite direction. However, after a while, whether it was Zhang Daoran or Xiaohua, there was a strange expression on their faces because there was no one in their divine sense. Daoist Xiao. Zhang Daoran curiously asked, "What did you find?" "It seems like someone is peeping." Xiaohua was still worried and looked left and right, but obviously, he didn't find anything. Chapter 3797. How about now? Zhang Daoran probed with his divine sense for a moment. Xiaohua closed his eyes and savored it carefully. After a while, the doubt on his face grew heavier. He answered in confusion, "There seems to be more, but it also seems like there isn't. It's really strange." "Congratulations, Jinren Xiao." Zhang Daoran smiled and said. "Oh, where did the joy come from?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. Zhang Daoran said, "Although Jinren Xiao didn't enter the real Immortal's cave during the trip to the Misty Mountain Maze, you still gained something. Now that you're uneasy, it's a sign that you're about to break through a bottleneck." Hearing Zhang Daoran's words, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only say perfunctorily, "Perhaps. You three nascent soul cultivators are about to step into the out-of-body realm. I should be able to take half a step, right?" Roar. At this moment, two long roars came from the distance at the same time. Two divine senses of equal strength swept over like waterfalls. Then, Sun Kong Shangren and Zhai Xingzi flew out from their secluded cultivation. "Congratulations, fellow Taoists." Xiaohua and Zhang Daoran greeted them with smiles. Sun Kong Shangren and Zhai Xingzi landed in front of them. They looked at each other and smiled. They bowed to Xiaohua and said, "We have to thank fellow Taoist Xiao for your secret technique. Now we have great confidence in controlling the growth of our realms. You're welcome." Xiaohua waved his hand. "We're all Taoist cultivators. It's only right that we work together." Haha. Sun Kong Shangren laughed and said something to Xiaohua. Zhang Daoran also asked Zhai Xingzi some things in a low voice. The four nascent soul cultivators understood that since they all came out of seclusion, it was time to say goodbye. "Zhai Xingzi." Gusichioti's voice came. Behind her was a mysterious Gongshu EXN. "Oh Chior, what's the matter?" Zhai Xingzi asked with a smile. "There's a small matter that I need to ask you for a favor." Gusuchioti flew in front of Zhai Xingzi and asked politely. This made Zhai Xingzi's hair stand. "What is it?" "Tell me first," Zhai Xingzi said hurriedly. Gusuchioti looked at the four and smiled. "EXN entered Senior Tsonglongzi's cave with your help. Not only did she get his formation legacy, but she also got some of our Confucian cultivation methods. She is very happy and has refined a small imperial artifact during her seclusion. She would like to ask for your help to test the artifact's effect. How about Xingzi be the first?" "Hehe, if that's the case, of course you can." Zhai Xingzi smiled and looked at Gongshui Xian behind Gusuchioti. Gongshui Xian flew over and said with a smile, "I have to thank all of you seniors for being able to obtain so much. This little imperial equipment is something I learned from Senior Tsonglongzi's cave, so I would like to give it a try. Once again, I would like to thank the seniors for their tolerance." It had to be said that after several years of coexistence, Gongshui Xian's arrogant personality didn't seem so annoying. "What is this imperial artifact for?" Sun Kong Shangren looked at the imperial artifact in Gongshui Xian's hand that looked like a pearl and asked cautiously. "Hehe, nothing, just a little toy." Gongshui Xian was like a little fox that stole a hen, smiling very sweetly. "Xingzi," Gusuchioti said, "you are the first." "It's okay, I have already tested it." "Okay." Zhai Xingzi had nothing to say, so he obediently flew in front of Gongshui Xian. "Hehe, take out your hand and disperse your protective qi." Gongshui Xian put the pearl in the air and said, "Put it under the pearl." Zhai Xingzi did as he was told. Gongshui Xian pointed at the pearl, and a string of inscriptions appeared on it. They rushed into Zhai Xingzi's skin like ants. Then, from a small circular hole on the pearl, a rainbow rushed out. This rainbow was divided into 7 colors, layer by layer. It looked very beautiful. Zhai Xingzi looked at the rainbow that had more than 10 layers and was really confused. He did not understand what it was for. It's Zhang Daran Sr.'s turn. Gong Shui Xian used her hand to hook the pearl, and the rainbow disappeared. Qiu'er, what are you doing? Zhai Xingzi asked curiously. Gusiqiudi smiled and said, Don't worry, I will tell you in a while. Zhang Daran looked at Zhai Xingzi and did the same. Naturally, the rainbow flew out from the pearl again. There were 20 layers. Xiaohua and Sun Kong Shangren at the side understood. This was probably an imperial artifact to test one's magic power. Sure enough, Sun Kong Shangren's rainbow was about the same as Zhang Daran's. Forget it. Xiaohua knew that his magic power was different from the other three. He waved his hand and said, My cultivation method is different from the three of you. It's fine if I don't measure it. Don't. Gusiqiudi smiled and said, Zhenren Zhao's magic power is outstanding. This is something we all know. Why don't you show it to everyone? Even if you have stepped into the out-of-body stage, it is still within our expectations. Sai, all right. Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. He dispersed the golden light protecting his body and withdrew his magic power and placed it on the pearl. Wang Wang. When the inscription appeared, it let out a low rumbling sound. However, the inscription actually could not penetrate Xiaohua's skin. Gong Shui Xian frowned and said unhappily, Senior Xiao, there is no need to do this. This little girl only wanted to see the effect of the imperial artifact. Aren't you being too narrow-minded? This, Xiaohua said helplessly. Go ahead and activate the imperial artifact. This Xiao is not unwilling. All right. Gong Shui Xian was also helpless. She said, Senior Xiao, it is best if you don't do anything to resist. Otherwise, this one's imperial artifact will not work. This one understands. Xiaohua nodded. Wang Wang Wang. The imperial artifact let out more low rumbling sounds. The inscription madly rushed out. Unfortunately, although Xiaohua's skin did not have any abnormalities, the inscription still could not penetrate. However, at this moment, Xiaohua's heart trembled again. He could not help but suddenly look up at the sky. At this moment, Gong Shui Xian hurriedly activated the inscription. The inscription loudly fell and disappeared into Xiaohua's body. At the same time, the rainbow on the pearl suddenly appeared. However, the rainbow rushed out for a while and then stopped. Although Xiaohua did not pay attention, Gong Shui Xian saw clearly that the rainbow was only 3 or 4 layers high. Although the rainbow was very blurry, the layers of color were very clear. Ah! Gong Shui Xian cried out in surprise. How is this possible? How can you be only 300 or 400 years old? At the same time she lost her voice, Xiaohua's feeling of terror disappeared, replaced by a kind of empty loneliness. Of course, at this time, Gong Shui Isen's imperial equipment lost its rainbow color. All of the inscriptions disappeared at the same time. Xiaohua came back to his senses. As if he understood something, he asked in a low voice, Gong Shu girl, what did you say? No, nothing. Gong Shui Xian looked absent-mindedly at the pearl that had lost its luster. She replied absent-mindedly, I was just talking about my own imperial artifact. Xiaohua of course heard Gong Shui Xian's scream. Of course, he also saw the shock in Gong Shui Xian's heart. He also understood that Gong Shui Xian's imperial artifact was similar to the one the Imperial Thunder sect used to select disciples. It was used to test bone age or lifespan. However, when it came to his own lifespan, Xiaohua was also a bit depressed. In terms of bone age, his bones had been refined for a long time. Presumably, it was different from others. In terms of bloodline, he had the most holy bloodline in the relic world. He himself did not know the lifespan of this bloodline. Sure enough, Gong Shui Xian's imperial artifact had already lost its luster. Even when Xiaohua held the pearl in his hand, the pearl did not change. Xiaohua already said, Xiaohua's technique. Xiaohua explained. Boom. Just as Xiaohua was speaking, the pearl's luster suddenly became several thousand zhang. However, this luster did not seem to have any level. Impossible, how can you be only 300 years old? Even if you beat me to death. I won't believe it. Gong Shui Xian did not look at the imperial artifact at all. She was still muttering to herself, as if she was talking to herself. Taoist Master Xiao. At this time, Gusiqiudi had to tell the truth. She smiled apologetically. Yexan is just a bit naughty. She wants to do some strange things. This imperial artifact is actually used to test lifespan. Just now, Brother Xingzi, Brother Dao Ran, and Brother Sun Kong, hee, this concubine will not say any more. There was no need for Gusa Qiudi to say more. Age was Gongshu e Xian's pride. This imperial artifact used to test lifespan was also something she used to show off. However, she really did not expect that Xiaohua's age was really younger than hers. Moreover, his cultivation was much, much higher than Gongshu e Xian's. At this moment, Gongshu e Xian felt like she had smashed her own foot with a rock. She was looking for trouble for herself. At the last moment, she was looking for humiliation for no reason. Xiaohua, how old are you? Gongshu e Xian did not seem to wake up from her shock. She still asked. Xiaohua was a bit helpless. He looked at Zhang Dao Ran, Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and Gusu Qiudi, who were also surprised. He smiled and said, "How old this Xiao is it that important?" "Ha ha ha, it is indeed not important." Zhang Dao Ran laughed and said, "This is because Daoist Zhao's cultivation method is different. We can't generalize." That's right. Gusu Qiudi hurriedly agreed. "We have been in seclusion for a long time. Now is the time to return." That's right, Daoist Zhai Xing. Xiaohua was very tactful. He cupped his hands and said, "We will meet again someday." Xiaohua said and shouted loudly, "Fujiwen, why aren't you following Master back to Black Wind Ridge?" "Yes, Master." Fujiwen did not know why Xiaohua was suddenly so anxious. He hurriedly rushed out of seclusion and followed Xiaohua into the sky far away. How is that possible? Could it be that he is really only 400 years old? Gongshu e Xian's proud heart was really hit. Looking at Xiaohua's rapidly disappearing figure, she was still muttering in her heart, unable to let go for a long time. Chapter 3798. I will take my leave as well. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong looked at Xiaohua's back and sighed in their hearts. How could they not know that Xiaohua had already revealed a corner of his strength? Did they already have an answer to their doubts about the Misty Mountain Maze formation? However, the four of them had already discussed the future matters. The two of them called out their disciples loudly and cupped their hands towards Zhai Xingzi and the others before flying far away. Xue Ping and the others came out a bit late and bowed deeply towards the direction Xiaohua left in. They knew very well that fate would sometimes end. This was that kind of moment. Perhaps they would have other opportunities in the future, but the fate between them and Xiaohua would end here. At this moment, an unusual treasure hunt had come to an end. However, Xiaohua's heart was still heavy as he flew in the air. That oppressive feeling that was like dark clouds didn't disperse for a long time. However, when he flew silently for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, suddenly, without any warning, that heavy feeling suddenly disappeared. Even when Xiaohua formed hand seals to check, there was no trace of it. Forget it. At this moment, how could Xiaohua not know that he had already been noticed by others? Facing this kind of unfathomable cultivator, Xiaohua could only sigh slightly. I've been blindly concealing my cultivation, but I was still noticed by others. Now let's take it one step at a time and see who did it. Xiaohua flew in the air uneasily. In a distant place, there was a beautiful palace. On a brocade chair, there was an indescribable old man. This old man's expression was somewhat ferocious, as if he was flustered and exasperated. He held a very strange jade eye in his hand and gnashed his teeth as he shouted, "Kong Hongwu, to think that I placed such high hopes on you and gave you control of my forces on the hidden immortal continent. Look at you, a cultivator of the 5th grade essence force was actually killed by a Dao cultivator. How can you still have the face to see me? Humph, even if you come to see me, I will personally kill you. I asked you to collect the 9 cauldrons, how many did you actually get? You've really ruined this old man's plans. Who is it? Who killed Kong Hongwu, who took away the 9 cauldrons? If this old man knows your name, I will definitely pull out your tendons and peel off your skin." Life is always like a sudden encounter. It's hard to avoid some kind of surprise. Xiaohua killed Kong Hongwu for the sake of his own survival, but the result exceeded his expectations. Not only had he attracted the attention of the Jasper Flower Palace, but he had also attracted the attention of the School of the Emperor Star, and then the Master of the Tai Ching Palace. Now, he had also attracted the attention of the mysterious cultivator. Therefore, there was no such thing as fate in this world. Everything flowed in the river of karma. When Xiaohua flew far away, he naturally took out his heavenly horse and flying carriage. He might not be able to find the direction himself, but with Fu Jiwen beside him, it only took him about a month to reach the vicinity of the Black Wind Ridge. However, when his Buddhist sense swept across the Black Wind Ridge, he couldn't help but be shocked again. Then a cold frost hung on his face, and he seemed to be extremely angry. Master. Although Fu Jiwen's divine sense technique couldn't see that far, he could still feel Xiao Hua's anger. He hurriedly whispered, "Could it be that there's been a change in Black Wind Ridge?" "That's not it," Xiao Hua sneered. "How could the formation I laid down be so easily broken by others? It's just that I really didn't expect the temptation of the five-dragon Imperial Jade Seal to be so great. The monarch of the Bronze Pillar country really deserves to die." Fu Jiwen didn't understand Xiao Hua's words, but he didn't ask too much. Xiao Hua only pondered for a moment before instructing, "Disciple, slowly fly over by yourself. Master will go and help Li Xiang out." Along the way, Xiao Hua had already explained the general situation of the Black Wind Ridge. Fu Jiwen knew that Li Xiang was the nascent soul cultivator guarding the Black Wind Ridge. At this time, when he heard Xiao Hua's instruction, he hurriedly nodded and said, "Master, go ahead. Disciple will be there soon." "Good," Xiao Hua said as he put away the flying chariot and Pegasus. He looked into the distance as lightning surged around his body. Rumble! A burst of thunderclaps resounded. Xiao Hua's figure was much faster than Fei Hong. He rushed forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Tsk tisk." Fu Jiwen smacked his lips. He wanted to urge the cloud to fly faster, but after thinking for a moment, he knew that with his flying speed, the excitement would have already passed by the time he reached the Black Wind Ridge. Thus, he simply flew slowly, comprehending the mysteries of his wordless heavenly book while flying. Hiss, the lightning element 3 realms, is actually going to have a breakthrough? This is too fast, right? Xiao Hua had just urged the lightning escape technique when he immediately felt that there was something wrong with it. He couldn't help but be surprised. He hurriedly probed the realm of his cultivation method, but after probing, Xiao Hua frowned again. From the various signs of urging the lightning escape technique, there's nothing wrong with it. Even the true essence in the meridians, there's no problem with the mental cultivation method and realm. It seems that the lightning escape technique is really going to break through to the lightning transcendence realm soon. Ordinary cultivation methods, whether it's lightning escape technique, secret art, or secret art, would be extremely difficult to cultivate in the later stages. Without a great opportunity, one would not be able to succeed. Why is this Zhao's lightning evasion technique so fast? Thinking back to how difficult it was to cultivate in the past, until today, with almost every opportunity, this lightning escape technique can be improved. Isn't this too easy? However, after pondering for a moment, Xiao Hua understood. In the past few years in Song Longzi's cave, Xiao Hua had not only obtained Song Longzi's orthodoxy, but also the 5 elements escape technique. Now that Xiao Hua had successfully cultivated these escape techniques, under the promotion of the 5 elements escape technique, it was inevitable that the lightning escape technique would improve. In particular, Xiao Hua had also obtained the holy bloodline in the relic world. Now, although his body had not completely integrated with the holy bloodline, he was much stronger than ordinary monsters. After all, he had the body of a heavenly phoenix. A heavenly phoenix that was good at flying. The lightning escape technique originally had extremely harsh requirements for the tempering of the body. Otherwise, with the cultivation of the Imperial Thunder Sect's head, it would be impossible for him to stop at the level of Imperial Thunder Shock. From this, it could be seen that Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique was so fast, it could not be considered as shocking. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit was 10, and one person was equivalent to 10 people cultivating. At the beginning, it was difficult to move forward, but now it was time to start showing its power. Xiao Hua had been in seclusion for 3 years in the Jade Mountains maze. It seemed that his cultivation had not made any progress, but Xiao Hua understood that he had already reached the late nascent soul stage. As long as he cultivated step by step, he would soon be able to advance to the spirit-severing stage. Of course, with Xiao Hua's current situation, even Xiao Hua himself did not know how to advance to the spirit-severing stage. Since that's the case, let's make the improvement more violent. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, looking at the Black Wind Mountain in the distance, and said coldly, "Let these bastards who don't know what's good for them know the power of this Xiao." Lightning flashed from high up in the sky, and the sound of thunder still lingered in the ears. Xiao Hua's figure instantly moved 100 li. This is. Xiaohua's figure had just passed by when several Dao cultivators with different cultivation bases rushed out from hiding on the ground. Seeing Xiaohua arrogantly flying away, they looked at him in astonishment, not knowing what to do. Then they returned to hiding in the valley. It was no wonder that Xiaohua was angry. Now the Black Wind Mountain was really lively. The 100 li of Black Wind Mountain was almost completely surrounded by dozens of Confucian cultivators. These Confucian cultivators were not all dressed in Confucian robes. Instead, most of them were dressed in martial attire, and there were even some who were flying in the air wearing armor. Among them, many Confucian cultivators were stepping on auspicious clouds, and some Confucian cultivators were riding on flying horses. What was very eye-catching was that in the western sky, there was a group of Confucian cultivators who were actually riding various kinds of demon beasts. Outside the Black Wind Mountains formation, at the center, nascent Soul Li Xiang stood in the air, holding a long, diamond-shaped magic treasure in his hand. Although Li Xiang's Taoist robe was damaged and even the bun on his head was scattered, his expression was still calm as he looked towards the east. In front of Li Xiang, Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion led their own demon beasts in 3 different directions, facing off against the Confucian cultivators. The 3 demon kings had many wounds on their bodies, and some of them were still bleeding. It was obvious that they had just been injured and did not have time to treat them. If the 3 demon kings were like this, how could the rest of the smaller demons be any better? The bear demons were the most miserable. Most of them had bloody wounds on their bodies, and a few of them even had their arms broken. The lion demons and birds of prey were much better, but they were also dispirited and had many of their wings broken. Opposite Li Xiang, in the east, stood a tall general with a long spear in his hand. The general's face was purple gold, and his beard extended to his chest, making him look very heroic. Not far below the general, there were also hundreds of soldiers riding fierce flying horses and holding various weapons in their hands. They were facing off against some of the bear demons and lion demons. At this moment, the general smiled and said, "Hee, fellow immortal Li. Although you and I were evenly matched just now, to tell you the truth, this old man did not intend to kill you. If fellow immortal insists on going about things the wrong way, then don't blame this old man for not showing mercy." Li Xiang said indifferently, "How ridiculous, Zhang Zhonghong. Why do you care about feelings between life and death? Besides, if you could kill me, why wait until now? You don't know how many times you've said these words in the past 6 months. Even if you don't find it annoying, I do. I advise you, if you don't take this opportunity to kill me, then after a while, there will be other Confucian cultivators coming to drive your wind pavilion away. You should take advantage of this opportunity." "Good. In that case." Zhang Zhonghong's face was a little red. Of course, he wanted to kill Li Xiang. However, although Li Xiang's strength was not as strong as his, Li Xiang relied on the power of the capital star array. At every critical moment, Li Xiang would hide in the array, which really made it difficult for him to kill him. Of course, what Li Xiang said was not wrong. The wind pavilion under Zhang Zhonghong's control had driven away the wave pagoda, which had besieged the Black Wind Mountain, to occupy the east. Similarly, which of the dozens of forces besieging the Black Wind Mountain did not do the same? When more powerful forces came, presumably, Zhang Zhonghong's wind pavilion would also be driven away, right? Chapter 3799. Hey! Before Zhang Zhonghong could finish, a Confucian cultivator next to Chongfeng Pavilion shouted, "Pavilion Master Jiang, your Chongfeng Pavilion has already attacked. Is it our turn now?" Zhang Zhonghong looked at the sturdy Confucian cultivator next to him, who was wearing a dragon robe and holding a dragon spear. He said loudly, "Xia Han, I just fought with Black Wind Ridge. It hasn't even been a meal's time, and you're already so anxious?" "A meal's time is also a fight." Xia Han sneered, raised the dragon spear in his hand, and shouted, "Boys, kill for me. Kill." There were more than 1,000 people behind Xia Han. These disciples were all riding strange beasts. Although the weapons in each disciple's hand were different, they all roared and activated their weapons. Inscriptions appeared one after another, attracting thousands of noble qi. These noble qi turned into dozens of dragon shapes, crazily pouncing on the lion spirits. As for Xia Han, he didn't even wait for Zhang Zhonghong's reply. When he raised the dragon spear, several noble qi pillars crashed into the spear. Roar! The dragon spear's body was covered with dense inscriptions. Under the activation of genuine qi, it also flew to Li Xiang's side like a huge dragon. Haha, this is the Confucian cultivator who rules the world with etiquette and law. Li Xiang wasn't surprised by Xia Han's sneak attack. He laughed and said, "What's the difference between this and a robbery? Fine. Li Xiang will return the favor." After that, Li Xiang waved his magic weapon, and several rings of light flew out from the side of the rhombus. They rushed into the sky, trying to trap the dragon's head and tail. The remaining ones hit the dragon's abdomen fiercely. "You dare to fight with me?" Zhang Zhonghong saw Xia Han attack and immediately shouted, "Disciples, kill! Kill!" The hundreds of disciples of Chongfeng Pavilion also roared. All kinds of weapons flew out, creating huge clouds in the air, and pounced on the bear spirit. "Kill!" The black bear glanced at the white lion, and the two demons roared at the same time. The bear spirit and the lion spirit activated their demon clouds and spat out demon qi. The weapons in their hands actually glowed as they charged forward. Zhang Zhonghong, "Xia Han, just you wait." Seeing that the two of them had broken the rules and attacked at the same time, the Confucian cultivators around Blackwind Ridge began to clamor. Immediately, the air above Blackwind Ridge became chaotic again. However, this chaos only lasted for a moment. "Kill, kill, kill." The remaining dozen or so forces shamelessly activated their true qi and rushed toward the fairies in the center of the Blackwind Ridge. Li Xiang's halo had just landed on the coiling dragon's body when the coiling dragon swung its tail. Kung! A sharp cold light flashed from the coiling dragon's head, and the halo was shattered by the spearhead. As the coiling dragon swung its tail, the halo was also sent flying. Several halos hit the body of the coiling dragon, and the inscriptions on the body of the coiling dragon changed greatly, revealing the original engraved inscriptions. However, only for a moment, the coiling dragon swam again, and a sharp murderous aura forced into Li Xiang's protective true qi, causing the nascent soul in Li Xiang's body to become restless. Alas! Li Xiang sighed slightly. He knew that although Xia Han's character was not good, he was still a master of a sect, and his strength had already surpassed his own. "Go!" Li Xiang did not hesitate at all. He raised his left hand, and a small flag appeared in his hand. He shouted loudly, and the flag shook. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky shook, and a stream of heaven and earth essence qi appeared out of thin air. This essence qi was like a giant wall, separating the bear spirit, the lion spirit, and the birds. It also blocked Zhang Zhonghong, Xia Han, and the other Confucian cultivators outside the wall. Boom! Xia Han's coiling dragon spear was too late, and it hit the qi wave. The coiling dragon spear stagnated in the air for a moment, and then a huge counterforce was generated from the tip of the spear. The whole coiling dragon spear flashed back like lightning and stabbed straight into Xia Han's chest. Its speed was even faster than the previous attack. Although Xia Han was somewhat prepared, he was still caught unprepared. Ooh! The end of the spear hit Xia Han's Confucian robe, and layers of inscriptions appeared and disappeared in a moment. The coiling dragon spear pierced through Xia Han's Confucian robe, and directly stabbed into the body of a Confucian cultivator behind Xia Han. Ah! That Confucian cultivator was only a scholar, and just as he was alerted, the end of the coiling dragon spear had already pierced through his body. The Confucian cultivator screamed miserably as his corpse fell from the sky. Moreover, before the corpse fell to the ground, its flesh and blood had already been torn apart, leaving only the eerie white bones. Xia Han was embarrassed, and Zhang Zhonghong was not much better. The other 10 or so Confucian cultivators also suffered under the capital star array. Even a 4th-level origin energy master was like this, not to mention their disciples. Thousands of people were counterattacked by the capital star array and suffered different degrees of injuries. "Xia Han," Zhang Zhonghong said as he used the long spear to heal his injuries. Seeing that the sky above Blackwind Ridge was already empty, he knew that Li Xiang had already returned to the array with the 3 demons. He could not help but be furious. "It wasn't easy for us to force Li Xiang to fight, but you didn't act according to our plan? Hee, do you think your plan will work?" Xia Han also used the spirit medicine and unceremoniously retorted, "Isn't it just luring the snake out of its hole and killing it? Who doesn't know? We have besieged Blackwind Ridge for who knows how long. Do you think Li Xiang is a fool? He has never left the range of the Blackwind Ridge array. As long as this array exists, We can't attack Black Wind Ridge at all. Zhang Zhonghong immediately stomped his foot in midair and scolded. Since you know this, why don't you take turns to fight? First exhaust Li Xiong's dermic power, and when he slacks off, you immediately take away his array flag? Why do you have to do it before I, Zhang Zhonghong? I was injured by him a few months ago. Today, I want to regain my face. Can I do that? Xie Han naturally would not tell Zhang Zhonghong that his coiled dragon spear had been tempered and poisoned. As long as the tip of the spear touched Li Xiong's body, Li Xiong would definitely be killed. He was afraid that Zhang Zhonghong would have the same idea as him to snatch the credit. In the distance, a short man with a fat figure also shouted gloomily, Master Xie is too unkind. Once you attack, that Li Xiong will be scared again. He will hide in Black Wind Ridge and won't come out for a few months. You and I will have to wait here in vain again. So what if we wait in vain? If you have the ability, then break the array in Peng Country? Wang Pai, you are the imperial preceptor of Peng Country. Don't tell me you don't even have this method? Xie Han's face had a rogue expression of bite me, which really made people feel helpless. If I had this method, why would I have to wait until now? Wang Pai snorted coldly from his nose. He was very displeased with Xie Han's one piece of rat shit spoiling the whole pot of porridge behavior. He said, besides, didn't Peng Country invite a few array masters to break the array last year? If they can't do it, how can I do it? Sai, everyone stop arguing. A Confucian cultivator wearing a crown flew over and waved his hand. There's no point in talking about this. It's better for us to think about how to break the array. How to break the array. Is there a need to discuss? We can either find an array master or invite a senior with upper 5th grade essence force. It's useless no matter how many 4th grade essence force masters we have. Wang Pai rolled his eyes and looked a little discouraged. It's naturally useful if there are more 4th grade essence force masters. Zhang Zhonghong said coldly. However, there's only one 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal. The more people there are, the messier it will be. It's better not to have many. There are seniors with upper 5th grade essence force, but they are not willing to take action for these mundane matters. After all, they have already experienced the mortal world and do not want to repeat the same mistakes. Xie Han replied with a bitter smile. Besides, although the array in Black Wind Ridge is powerful, Li Xiong is only an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. How could he invite a 5th grade essence force master like us to help? Wouldn't that be slapping the seniors in the face? This old man did go to the Gongshu aristocratic family once the year before last. Unfortunately, the Gongshu aristocratic family did not want to get involved in the affairs of the Yu province. Furthermore, their most powerful array master, Gongshu Isin, did not seem to be in the clan. The Confucian cultivator with the crown couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, a few more Confucian cultivators flew over from afar and couldn't help but shout, then, "Are we still guarding this place?" That's the only way, Xie Han said coldly. Since we've already wasted so much time, why should we be afraid of wasting a few more days? They are holed up in the Black Wind Ridge's array formation, and there will be a day when they are at the end of their rope. As long as Li Xiong slacks off even a little, we will have a chance to break the array. Have you all seen the Zhang country that has yet to be established? That princess of Zhang country really didn't take the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal? Indeed not. They are the founding of the Dao sect, so there is no point in asking for the Imperial Jade Seal. Furthermore, the princess of Zhang country swore a blood oath that she had never seen any 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal, and she even said that the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal had been taken away by the Copper Pillar State. A small country like Jiang. He shouldn't be lying. Furthermore, there aren't any special Dao sect cultivators near the princess of Jiang country. Xie Han laughed. That bullshit Xiao Hua. I heard that he went to Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai gathering. He has already returned from the Yaotai gathering to establish a country, but there are still no traces of him. Yes, I heard that the Yaotai gathering this time was extremely brutal. The cultivators of the Dao sect had internal strife, and 9 out of 10 had died. Don't talk so much nonsense. Zhang Zhonghong waved his hand. My son and I have come here eagerly. We can't just disperse like this. Let's go, everyone. Let's work together and consume the elemental energy of this Black Wind Ridge's formation. That's right. The Confucian cultivators laughed out loud. In ancient times, there was a foolish old man who moved the mountain. Today, we have painstakingly broken the formation. We are not afraid that the formation of this Tao sect will not be broken. Kill, kill, kill. Not long after, shouts of killing rose again. Thousands of Confucian cultivators surrounded the Black Wind Ridge's capital star formation and attacked. On the Black Wind Ridge, a light that soared into the sky appeared once again. Damned Li Xiong, quickly come out and accept your death. I will tear off your head and drink wine. The generals felt bored and actually started to curse in the sky above the Black Wind Ridge. However, while they were attacking excitedly, the Black Wind Ridge was abnormally quiet. Rumble. Just as the Confucian cultivators were bustling with noise and excitement, a thunderclap suddenly sounded from the distant horizon. At the same time, an ice-cold spiritual sense swept over from afar. Chapter 3800. Who is it? The group of Confucian cultivators were stunned. Everyone was swept by the divine sense and felt a sense of fear. They all looked up at the same time. They saw a flash of lightning that was much faster than Yuanying rainbow transformation. A small figure appeared in the distant horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into everyone's field of vision. A cold voice ruthlessly sounded in their ears. I am that dog fart Xiaohua you speak of. Xiaohua. Xia Han turned pale with fright and shouted, You. Why aren't you dead yet? Because you aren't dead yet. Xiaohua's voice suddenly became extremely loud. It was like a thunderclap, shaking everyone's ears. It was also at this time that Xia Han suddenly felt that there wasn't a trace of air around him. Even breathing was difficult. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly urged his qi to resist. However, not to mention that his qi seemed to have stagnated, it was extremely difficult to move. Even that righteous qi didn't appear from the void. The strangest thing was that a sharp gust of wind suddenly appeared in midair, as if an invisible meteorite was falling from the sky. At this time, how could Xia Han not know that this was Xiaohua's method? As he shouted, he hurriedly waved his coiled dragon spear to resist. Hong. Qi waves suddenly rolled. Not only Xia Han, even the area several li above the wandering dragon sect's people showed abnormal signs. The powerful divine sense hammer was pressing down. It was several times more vicious than falling star. Xia Han let out a blood-curdling scream. The coiling dragon spear in his hand was smashed into pieces. Although the coiling dragon robe was surging with inscriptions, and a vivid and lifelike coiling dragon flew out from the coiling dragon robe, Xia Han's strength was only at the intermediate 4th grade of origin energy. He was even inferior to Taoist master Chu Feng, so how could he withstand Xiaohua's furious attack? The coiled dragon howled and turned into inscriptions that were destroyed. As Xia Han's flesh and blood flew out, the shadow of the primordial spirit just appeared. Pa! A crisp sound rang out, and it burst like a bubble. Xia Han, a Confucian cultivator with the status of a master, didn't even see Xiaohua's face. He didn't even have time to use many of his methods before he died. Since Xia Han was like this, how good could wandering dragon sect's disciples be? Hundreds of disciples were turned into minced meat. Flesh and blood flew all over the sky. It was an extremely bloody scene. Xiaohua's attack was too swift and fierce, and his methods were even more unfathomable. All the Confucian cultivators were completely stunned. No matter what realm he was in, they seemed to have completely forgotten their purpose as they stood in the air, watching the falling blood mist. Run! In the silent sky where only the mountain wind could be heard, someone suddenly shouted. The entire deathly silent scene suddenly came to life. Demonic beasts and flying horses neighed, countless noble qi roared, and inscriptions crazily surged. Thousands of Confucian cultivators fled in all directions like headless flies. Anyone can leave. Xiaohua's majestic voice once again resounded in the air. Only you can't leave. You actually dared to attack this old man's disciple in front of this old man. You must be tired of living. When the Confucian cultivators heard this, they were all scared out of their wits. One by one, they desperately urged their true qi. At the same time, they secretly wondered if they had hurt the Black Wind Ridge's disciples just now. Woo! The wind rose again, and a nascent soul stage hand of several acres in size suddenly flew out from the distance, grabbing at the Chongfeng Pavilion's disciples. Damn it! Jiang Zhonghong's heart suddenly jumped. How could he not know that his attack on Li Xiong was seen by Xiaohua? He secretly cursed and clapped his hands. Two colored true qi gushed out, and a medium-sized sub-body quickly appeared on top of his head. Moreover, Jiang Zhonghong threw his hand, and layers of inscriptions appeared on the long spear. The whole spear began to expand, and when it fell into the subbody's hand, the long spear was already dozens of feet long. Unfortunately, just as Zhang Zhonghong's subbody condensed, Xiaohua's nascent soul stage hand had already fallen. Kaboom, kaboom. An obscure sound was heard. The space where Zhang Zhonghong was located had already been imprisoned by Xiaohua's big hand. Not only was Zhang Zhonghong's subbody on the verge of collapse under the pressure of a vast force, the layers of inscriptions inside the subbody shook violently. Dozens of disciples who were slightly closer to Zhang Zhonghong were also standing in the air, unable to fly even half an inch. Destroy. At this time, Xiaohua had already flown a few miles away, and he coldly growled. Boom. Zhang Zhonghong's subbody collapsed with a loud bang. Countless inscriptions scattered and disappeared in the air. The long spear was also bent by Xiaohua's big hand within the inscriptions. Puff, puff, puff. A burst of oppressive sounds of flesh and blood exploding incessantly rang out. Masses of blood were like flowers blooming in winter, tragically blooming. Ah! As the rest of the fleeing Confucian cultivators fled for their lives, some of them still paid attention to the situation behind them. Seeing this, all of their faces turned ashen. Their hearts trembled in fear, and they secretly prayed that Xiaohua wouldn't start a massacre again. Buzz, buzz. Just as everyone was shocked, layers of fine thunderbolts suddenly appeared in an area of more than 10 miles to the left of the Black Wind Ridge. Accompanying the thunderbolts were layers of green silk invisible to the naked eye. This green silk fell on the Confucian cultivators, and they all hugged their heads and growled. Their figures rapidly fell, and then the thunderbolts appeared again. Crack, crack, crack. They hit everyone, and at the same time, there were waves of screams. It wasn't until thousands of cultivators fell to the ground that Xiaohua's figure slowly appeared in the sky above the Black Wind Ridge like a god. Master, master, master is back. The movement outside the Black Wind Ridge was clearly seen in the capital star array. Seeing such a wonderful method, how could the Black Bear Spirit not know that Xiaohua had returned? He was blessed by the heavens. Holding a small flag in his hand, he tore open the capital star array and rushed out, shouting in joy, ignoring the resentful gazes of the white lion and the golden eagle behind him. Xiaohua looked at the obedient Black Bear Spirit and smiled. It's been hard on you during this period. It's not hard, it's not hard. To be able to see Master return safely, this little one is happier than anything else. As the Black Bear Spirit spoke, a few drops of tears actually squeezed out of his small eyes. Xiaohua scolded in annoyance. If you're happy, then be happy. Don't go overboard. Master, I'm innocent. The Black Bear Spirit hurriedly cried. People say that when relatives meet, their eyes are filled with tears. If this little one doesn't squeeze out some tears, it will make me seem distant from Master. Forget it. Xiaohua smiled. This old man knows what you're thinking. You don't have to be like this. Yes, Master. As the Black Bear Spirit spoke, Li Xiang activated the array flag in the capital star array below him and opened the array. The golden eagle, white lion, and the other demons flew out. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei also followed behind Li Xiang and the others with smiles. Greetings, Master. The golden eagle and white lion weren't as thick-skinned as the Black Bear Spirit. They didn't dare to get too close. They stood behind the Black Bear Spirit and bowed in the air. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. All of you, get up. This old man has seen your hard work. This old man is confident about what I promised you earlier. When the time is right, I'll let you all start cultivating. Right now, the plan is to send these Confucian cultivators away. Since they've disturbed my Black Wind Ridge for so long, it's time to let them know the power of my Black Wind Ridge. Yes, this little one understands. The golden eagle and white lion were startled at first, then they were overjoyed. They kowtowed and said, "This little one thanks Master for his kindness." Then the Black Bear Spirit waved his hand and said, "Little ones, let's go and kill this group of Confucian cultivators. I've been stifled for so many years." Kill? All the demons that swarmed out shouted loudly, as if the wounds on their bodies no longer hurt. Daoist Xiao. Only now did Li Xiang come over to greet him. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei stood obediently at the side, their eyes filled with joy. They said softly, "Disciple greets Master." Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei, secretly happy in his heart. If it was in the past, the two of them would definitely rush to greet him before Li Xiang, but today they were ranked behind Li Xiong. It must be because Li Xiong had imparted his strength to them, which caused them to be respectful. This kind of intentional action naturally showed the virtue of the two of them. And Xiaohua nodded slightly. He looked at the few disciples around him and frowned at Li Xiong. He asked curiously, "This Xiao remembers that other than Xiong Yi, there are many Golden Core disciples who joined my fortune gate. Why didn't any of them come? Could it be that something went wrong? Also, even if they didn't come, there are still some late nascent soul cultivators who came. Why didn't they come? Why did they let you suffer here alone?" Haha. Li Xiong smiled mysteriously. Daoist Xiao is mistaken. Not only did Xiong Yi bring dozens of Golden Core cultivators to join my fortune gate, even Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and Prince Lan are here. Then, Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the capital star formation, and his frown relaxed. But then he became even more curious. "Fellow Daoist Li, what medicine are you selling in the gourd?" But when he saw Li Xiong's slightly furrowed brows, he realized something. Oh, this old man understands. Daoist Xiao is only thinking about one thing. There is another thing that Daoist Xiao has never thought of. Li Xiong said. He looked at the sun that was about to set and smiled. And it seems that it's about time. Daoist Xiao should return to his cultivation cave first. Everything will be clear tomorrow. All right. Xiaohua nodded. He glanced at the Confucian cultivator, who was being chased by so many demons, then flew into the capital star formation. On the Black Wind Ridge, just as Li Xiong said, Xiong Yi, Changyu, Wu Tian, and the other Fortune Gate disciples were standing at the front. When they saw Xiaohua return, they hurried to greet him and said, "Disciple greets master. Rise." Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and looked at Xiong Yi with a smile. "You came up with this idea for Li, right? Master is indeed clever." Xiong Yi smiled. Disciple received master's request and brought several junior brothers to the Black Wind Ridge. When I saw the situation in Jiang country, I knew that master was right, so I made this arrangement. Chapter 3801. There's no need to talk about it now. Let's talk about it in detail later. Xiaohua had already noticed that Xiao Jian, Yuanya, Qin Xiaorao, and the rest were not present. The people from Jiang country were also not present. He already understood something and waved his hand. Yes. Xiong Yi didn't dare to say anything and retreated to the Black Wind Ridge. The late nascent soul stage cultivators Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian also flew over to greet Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at these cultivators with a smile on his face and greeted them one by one. On the Black Wind Ridge, Li Xiong and Xiong Yi were considered family, while Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were guests. Xiaohua still had enough patience to treat them. After the greeting, Xiaohua smiled and said, "The two of you are very trustworthy. You came to the Black Wind Ridge early. However, it seems that there are still quite a few of you who didn't keep your promise." And Daoist Xiao is right. Ao Zhantian nodded. The number of cultivators gathered at the Black Wind Ridge today is 30% less than the other day. There are indeed some cultivators who didn't take the blood oath seriously. Shui Mingzi smiled and said, "Of course, they must have their own difficulties. I and the rest will have to discuss this matter with Daoist Xiao later." All right. Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the Black Wind Ridge. The brocade chair in his cave had been taken out and placed on it. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were already standing on both sides of the brocade chair. The area in front of the brocade chair had already been cleared, and no one dared to get too close. "Master, please take a seat." Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei saw Xiaohua's gaze and bowed at the same time. "Daoist Xiao, please take a seat." Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi naturally also saw the scene of Xiaohua killing Xiehan and Jiang Zhonghong. They knew that their cultivation was far inferior to Xiaohua's, so they also said respectfully. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He didn't use wind escape or any other flying techniques. Instead, he walked step by step to the front of the brocade chair. Following Xiaohua's walk, Li Xiong, Xiong Yi, Changyu, and the others also hurriedly flew and stood in their positions. When Xiaohua sat on the brocade chair, Xiong Yi and the rest bowed and shouted, "Welcome back, master." This cheer was truly like a tsunami. The echo lingered around the entire mountain peak and did not calm down for a long time. "Greetings, Daoist Xiao." After Xiong Yi and the others greeted Huang Xiaolong, Ao Zhantian, Shui Mingzi, and the others didn't dare to be negligent. "Disciples and fellow Taoists, please rise." Xiaohua looked at everyone who had their heads lowered, and an indescribable feeling of heroism arose in his heart. He raised his hand and smiled. While this old man wasn't here, I've made everyone work hard. Today, this old man has returned. In the future, my Black Wind Ridge will no longer have to worry about the harassment of Confucian cultivators. If one of them comes, we'll kill one. If two come, we'll kill two. Even if 1,000 come, we'll kill 1,000 of them. Master is mighty. Xiong Yi and the others naturally knew that this was Xiao Hua's heroic words, and they all respectfully replied. Fellow Taoists Shui Mingzi and the other Taoists, what I said before also counts now. This Black Wind Mountain Range is your home, your shelter on the hidden immortal continent. If you have any problems, you can come to Black Wind Mountain Range. I will make the decision for you. Many thanks, Taoist Xiao. Shui Mingzi and the others naturally had to express their stance, and they all replied in unison. Then, Li Xiong and the others stepped forward and roughly explained the situation of Black Wind Ridge. Xiaohua looked at everyone and smiled. Everyone has worked hard. Please rest for a while. This old man will arrange a banquet with He Xiong and the others. Today, we'll drink until we're drunk. Thank you, Taoist Xiao. The group of cultivators expressed their gratitude, but they didn't really care. After all, they had already seen the situation of Black Wind Ridge. How could there be good wine and good food? After everyone dispersed to cultivate, Xiaohua led Shui Mingzi and the others into the cave. After everyone sat down, Shui Mingzi glanced at Ao Zhantian and said, Taoist Xiao, after this one bid farewell to you, I returned to my cave and made some arrangements before coming to Black Wind Ridge. However, on the way here, this one heard some things about the Star Lord Palace of Yaotai Mountain. I wonder if Taoist Xiao has heard of it? And this Xiao has naturally heard of it. Xiaohua nodded. However, this Xiao doesn't understand what happened to the Star Lord Palace of Yaotai Mountain. As for what exactly happened, even now we still don't know. Ao Zhantian continued from the side. However, it seems that the matter is very serious. There are some rumors that Kong Hongwu has been killed. Ah, Kong Hongwu? Xiaohua was a little surprised. Kong Hongwu is a martial grandmaster with 5th grade essence energy. Among the cultivators who participated in the Yaotai Mountain gathering, who has such ability? Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi knew that Xiaohua was very strong, but they didn't think that Xiaohua could kill Kong Hongwu with 5th grade essence energy. Shui Mingzi's face was slightly embarrassed, and he said in a low voice, Taoist Xiao has just returned. I and the others had some thoughts before, but we shouldn't mention it now. However, the current situation is too strange. It's like the silence before the thunder. No one knows when the Confucian cultivators will make trouble. I discussed with Brother Ao, and we feel that it's better to tell Taoist Xiao as soon as possible. How could Xiaohua not understand? He smiled and said, Fellow Taoists, you mean? Cough, cough, our blood oath is still valid. Shui Mingzi coughed, and he felt that his face was a little hot. He smiled and said, however, we hope that Taoist Xiao won't detain us in the Black Wind Mountain Range. This way, not only will it easily cause a misunderstanding among the Confucian cultivators, but it will also invite the Immortal Palace to kill us at such a sensitive time. Moreover, in Ai's opinion, those fellow Taoists who don't dare to come may not be afraid of the blood oath, but are afraid of provoking a fatal disaster. Is this the result of everyone's discussion? Xiaohua still asked with a smile on his face. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian's hearts thumped. They looked at each other, and a trace of gloominess flashed in their eyes. However, Ao Zhantian still nodded and said, That's right. We discussed this matter before Taoist Xiao returned. Because of this, you allowed Li Xiong and He Xiong to fight outside the formation. Were you hiding inside the formation? Xiaohua's face suddenly turned cold, and he asked, We wouldn't dare. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian hurriedly explained. At this time, Xiongyi hurriedly took 2 steps forward, bowed, and said, This was Disciple's idea. Master, please don't blame the 2 seniors. Xiaohua nodded. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian hurriedly said, Taoist Xiao, before we arrived at the Black Wind Mountain Range, we were stopped by fellow Taoist Xiongyi's disciples. We didn't even meet the Confucian cultivators who were besieging the Black Wind Mountain Range. We only knew that fellow Taoist Xiong Yi did this to hide the Black Wind Mountain Range, so we stayed in the Black Wind Mountain Range. If there really was a problem, do you think that we wouldn't intervene? It seems that I have misunderstood you 2 fellow Taoists. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I will think about what fellow Taoists said for a few days. When I have a result, I will discuss it with you. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian cupped their fists and said, Rest assured, Taoist Shao. We have experienced life and death with Taoist Shao. No matter what Taoist Shao decides, our blood oath is still valid. Xiaohua got up and sent them out, then sat back down. He looked around and said with a smile, The outsiders have left, only my Fortune Gate's disciples are left. Xiongyi, tell me, what is going on? At this time, another Xiaohua saw an unfamiliar disciple coming in from outside. He bowed and said, reporting to Master, There is a Confucian cultivator named Fu Jiwen outside the formation. He says that he is Master's disciple. And indeed, let him in. Xiaohua nodded and was about to speak to Xiongyi when he saw the disciple's hesitant expression. Xiaohua asked curiously, What's wrong? That. The disciple smiled bitterly. The Black Bear King killed him because he thought that Fu Jiwen was also a Confucian cultivator and fought with him. Although Fu Jiwen said that he was Master's disciple, the Black Bear King didn't believe him. This Black Bear King. How could he be Fu Jiwen's opponent? Xiaohua chuckled and released his divine sense, shouting a few words in a low voice. Sure enough, not long after, the Black Bear King walked in with a sad expression on his face. Behind him was a smiling Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen recognized Xiao Jian and Yuanya, but he didn't recognize the people in the Black Wind Ridge. He looked around and bowed, Master. And this is Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei. They are both your junior brothers. As for the other senior brothers, let them introduce you. Xiaohua nodded. Yes, Master. Fu Jiwen looked at Lu Yi, who was waving at him, and smiled as he walked over to stand beside the two. Master, The Black Bear King felt wronged and said, You have accepted one disciple after another. When will you accept this little one as your disciple? What? You want to be this old man's disciple? Xiaohua asked with a smile. When the Black Bear King heard this, he smiled and said, Look at what Master is saying. This little one is the gatekeeper of Master's cave abode. How would I dare to let Master accept a disciple? It's just that Master's disciples are each more powerful than the other. And this one who hasn't even introduced himself beat this little one up. This little one's heart. Hee, senior brother Black Bear. Fu Jiwen rolled his eyes and took out a jade bottle from his chest and handed it to the Black Bear King, saying, This is a third transformation spirit pill that I got from the side. It seems to be useful to senior brother. Please accept it as my apology. Junior brother, you're too polite. The Black Bear King took the jade bottle and held it tightly, but his mouth gave in and said, If you do this, won't it make senior brother look too stingy? Not at all, not at all. Fu Jiwen smiled and said, Senior brother Black Bear brought the other junior brothers to guard the Black Wind Ridge for Master. With so much hard work, this little bit of spirit pill is nothing. In the future, this little one will have to rely on senior brother Black Bear in the Black Wind Ridge. Haha, well said, well said. The Black Bear King flipped his hand and kept the jade bottle, then said casually, The Black Wind Ridge is ours. The one we have to rely on is Master. Chapter 3802. Xiaohua pursed his lips and ignored the Black Bear spirit. He looked at Xiongyi and said, I've been disturbed by this Black Bear. Xiongyi, tell me the situation. Yes, Master. Xiongyi hurriedly explained the situation after he arrived at the Black Wind Ridge. Xiaohua gradually understood. It turned out that Xiongyi had brought Wu Tian, Changyu, and dozens of other Golden Core cultivators to the Black Wind Ridge safely, but they were faced with the siege of several Confucian cultivators. Of course, with Xiongyi and Changyu's strength, as well as the help of Li Xiang and the Black Bear spirit, it wasn't too difficult for them to enter the Black Wind Ridge. But after Xiongyi entered the formation and told Xiaohua about the arrangements, Li Xiang was in a difficult position. Li Xiang had promised Xiaohua that he would consider leaving the Black Wind Ridge after the Jade Pavilion meeting. Since Xiaohua didn't return, he couldn't leave. This was somewhat different from his original intention. However, Li Xiang still chose to stay after being persuaded by Xiongyi's glib tongue. Although Li Xiang did not hand over the array flag that controlled the capital star array, he had handed over the planning of the Black Wind Ridge to Xiongyi. Soon after, Xiongyi discovered that Xiao Jian, Yuanya, and the original forces of Jiang Country had left the Black Wind Ridge with Jiang Country's Chongling princess. Now, the Black Wind Ridge was filled with Fortune Gate disciples. Then, while Xiongyi arranged the manpower, he discussed with Changyu and Wu Tian, and then explained to Li Xiong what Xiaohua knew. Li Xiong was surprised, but he also listened to Xiong Yi's arrangements. He still supported the entire Black Wind Ridge on the surface. Xiong Yi and the others' arrival was not only hidden from the surrounding Confucian cultivators, but also from Xiao Jian and the others. Then, Xiong Yi arranged for the Fortune Gate disciples to break out of the Black Wind Ridge's encirclement and hide hundreds of li away. Whenever they saw a Dao cultivator heading to the Black Wind Ridge, they would come out to meet them. If they were going to the Black Wind Ridge to serve, they would also secretly enter the Black Wind Ridge with them. However, as time passed, not only was Li Xiong surprised and felt incredulous, even Xiong Yi felt pressure. After all, Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, Royal Highness Lan, and dozens of nascent soul intermediate stage cultivators were all here. Any one of them would be famous anywhere in the hidden immortal continent and would attract the attention of the immortal palace. Now that all of them were gathered at Black Wind Ridge, that was simply courting death. Fortunately, the arrival of Shui Mingzi and the others was not completely noticed by the Confucian cultivators surrounding the mountain. Even if some of them felt that something was wrong, the strength of the people surrounding the mountain would change after a short period of time. There was no need to fear that someone would see the true strength of Blackwind Ridge. Li Xiong, Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion would go out to fight every once in a while. Usually, they would be defeated and return as a cover. Of course, this time, the Black Bear spirit and the others were prepared. Unlike the previous time, they had no fear or thoughts of escaping. Moreover, Xiong Yi also made it clear that Xiaohua had some matters to attend to and had gone somewhere else. He would be back soon, although this soon would be several years in a flash. When Xiaohua heard the end, he finally understood Xiong Yi's plans. He couldn't help but admire this astute disciple. He nodded with a smile and said, "Xiong Yi, you have arranged well. Master is very satisfied. You have worked hard. Master is too kind. This is what this disciple should do," Xiong Yi answered humbly. "Then the imperial tutor's lot?" Xiaohua thought and asked with a smile. "Today, I presume the Chongling princess has already revived her country?" "Good master knows." Xiong Yi hurriedly answered. "The imperial tutor's lot is still in junior sect brother Chongyu's hands. This disciple has not given it to the Chongling princess." "Oh, why?" Xiaohua was surprised. "Isn't the imperial tutor's lot used for the Chongling princess to establish a country? Could it be that the Jiang country still hasn't recovered?" Xiong Yi turned to look at the silent Li Xiong and said, "Good. Master knows that the imperial tutor's lot needs the imperial tutor's essence blood to be used. If master does not return, this disciple does not dare to act on his own." "Essence blood?" Hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He immediately thought of the life bond spirit tablets of the cultivation sects on the Dawn Rain continent. He thought to himself, "Damn, it seems this is a method the Immortal Palace uses to control the cultivators of the Taoist sections. How can this old man be fooled?" "It is this old man's mistake. I forgot about this." Xiaohua nodded. "All right, the Chongling princess must be anxious from waiting. In a few days, I will send the imperial tutor's lot over, and let you be the imperial tutor of Jiang country. This disciple does not want to be the imperial tutor of Jiang country." Xiong Yi shook his head firmly. "Oh, what is it? Is this old man the one who obtained the imperial tutor's lot? So only this old man can be the imperial tutor?" Xiaohua asked curiously. Xiong Yi said with a smile, "That is not the case. However, after tomorrow, master can make a decision." "Why?" Xiaohua was curious. This disciple will keep you in suspense first. Master will know everything tomorrow." Xiong Yi replied mysteriously again. Xiaohua did not ask more about this matter, and asked again, "Okay, let's not talk about this for now. What do you think about Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the others? Fellow Taoist Li, say something." Li Xiong seemed to be awakened by Xiaohua, and said with a smile, "This matter, actually, when Senior Shui Mingzi came, this one had already thought about it. The two old seniors are right. The so-called tall trees attract the wind. The situation of the hidden immortal continent is especially sensitive now. If you do not want to provoke the immortal palace, Zhenren should not be too high-profile about this matter. It is better to let them go first. Since there is a blood oath as a restriction, they are still Zhenren's help. They are scattered around the hidden immortal continent, and are also Zhenren's forces. There are only benefits and no disadvantages." Xiong Yi also had the same opinion, and said with a smile, "Master, there was a change in the Yaodai conference. I think the Immortal Palace's arrangement must have been disturbed. Then, the Immortal Palace will definitely send people to investigate the world. Not to mention the Black Wind Ridge. Even our Tao sect does not have the strength to challenge the Immortal Palace. We can only avoid the sharp edge. Perhaps Master does not want to let them all go. It is fine to keep some. And this old man understands. Xiaohua said with a smile, then we will do as you have discussed. Then Xiaohua looked at the Black Bear Spirit and asked, how is the mining of the Vitality Stone vein in the Black Wind Ridge? I will let Master know. When the Black Bear Spirit heard the question about his work, he immediately puffed out his chest and said, in these years when Master was not here, the little 3 demons urged the boy to mine day and night. However, there are too many Vitality Stones in this vein. Until now, we have not dug out all of them. You stupid bear. Xiaohua scolded with a smile. This old man is asking you how many Vitality Stones you have mined. You want to mine all of them, but do you have the ability to do so? Hee, as for how much we have mined, this little one does not know. I still have to ask Marshal Uncle Li. The Black Bear Spirit scratched his head and laughed. Xiaohua waved his hand and stopped Li Xiong from speaking. He took out a Qianquan bag and handed it to the Black Bear Spirit, saying, this is some spiritual fruit and spiritual wine. Take it and set up a banquet. Remember, this is for the guests who came from afar. Don't be anxious. Yes, this little one understands. The Black Bear Spirit took the Qianquan bag, bowed, and left. All right, there is no need to think too much. Xiaohua stood up and said, fellow Taoist Li Xiongyi, you 2 go out and entertain the guests. This old man will go out in a while. Lu Yi, you 3 come in with me. Xiongyi looked at the somewhat absent-minded Li Xiong and smiled. He pulled his Taoist robe and walked out of the cave. Li Xiong walked 2 steps and seemed to think of something. He looked to his left and sent a voice transmission to Xiongyi. Xiongyi also sent a voice transmission in a low voice. The 2 of them walked further and further away. Not long after the 2 of them left, Xiaohua brought Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, and Wang Bianfei out of the inner cave. He naturally came to check on the cultivation progress of his 2 disciples. In the end, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei did not disappoint him. In just a few years' time, they had already cultivated to the upper 1st grade of essence force. This really made Xiaohua speechless. He knew that this was undoubtedly due to the miraculous effect of his spiritual pills, and also because Li Xiong had personally taught them. The most important thing was the talent of his 2 disciples. The banquet at the Black Wind Ridge naturally would not disappoint the cultivators of the Tao sect. Spirit fruits and delicacies, toasting and toasting, and the rarely seen wine made Shui Mingzi and the others extremely surprised. The stars in the sky were dazzling, and the bonfire on the ground was bright. After a night of silence, Xiongyi brought Li Xiong and stood respectfully outside Xiaohua's cave. When Xiaohua came out of the cave, the 2 of them hurriedly greeted him. Xiongyi smiled and said, Master, please follow your disciple to watch a good show today. Oh, Xiaohua looked at Xiongyi from top to bottom, wanting to ask something, but thinking about Xiongyi's mysteriousness yesterday, he simply did not say anything. However, Xiongyi did not need to say anything. Xiaohua already vaguely knew that this good show might be related to Xiaojian. Sure enough, the 3 of them flew up into the sky, heading towards the Zhang country that Xiaohua had never been to before. Along the way, Xiongyi would occasionally ask some questions about cultivation, but Li Xiong still had a pondering look on his face. It seemed like Xiongyi's sound transmission yesterday did not help him solve his doubts. Xiaohua had just returned. Although he had some understanding of Li Xiong's thoughts, there were still a lot of things to do, so he did not directly ask, and only gave pointers to Xiongyi's cultivation. The 3 of them were all nascent soul stage cultivators. Although they did not transform into rainbows, flying to the capital of Zhang country only took the time of a meal. Seeing a large city appear in the distance, Xiaohua naturally released his spiritual will, and it was at this moment that Xiongyi suddenly laughed. Master, don't disturb them, or else we won't be able to see today's show. Oh. Xiaohua frowned. He retracted his spiritual will and asked curiously, them? Who are they? Master, just follow me. Xiongyi was still unwilling to speak, and heard Xiaohua shake his head in annoyance. Immediately after, Xiongyi brought Xiaohua and Li Xiong, and did not directly fly into the capital of the Zhang country. Instead, they flew high into the sky, and when they were about 10 miles away from the capital of the Zhang country, they waved their hands and took out a magic treasure from their cosmos bag. Under the activation of their mana, the magic treasure turned into a pavilion. Chapter 3803. Master, martial uncle, please. Xiong-yi invited the two of them to ascend the pavilion, and then cast a spell. The pavilion was suffused with runes and clouds, and in a moment, it disappeared into the air. Xiaohua sat in the pavilion and watched the clouds dance beneath his feet. He knew that Xiong-yi had hidden his tracks and was heading towards the capital of Jiang country. He couldn't help but feel a little heavy in his heart. He really didn't know what Xiao Jian had done this time. The pavilion flew to the sky above the capital of Jiang country and stopped there. Xiong-yi said with a smile, "Master, do you still have spirit fruits and spirit wine? Disciple did not have enough yesterday. Seeing that disciple has worked so hard today, can you reward me with some?" "Hee, if you want it, there's plenty." Xiaohua waved his hand, and the jade table in the pavilion was filled with strange spirit fruits, all of which were not present at last night's banquet. When Xiaohua took out a few more pots of spirit wine, the clear fragrance of the wine assailed his nostrils, and it was even more fragrant than the spirit wine from last night. Li Xiang, who was originally silent, also unconsciously came back to his senses. Master really has a lot of collection. At this time, Xiong-yi was considered a junior, so he did not hold back. As he spoke, he reached out and took a spirit fruit, and unceremoniously took a bite. When the spirit fruit entered his stomach, Xiong-yi's eyes flashed with surprise, and the way he looked at Xiaohua also changed. He almost lowered his voice and said, "Master, this spirit fruit of yours. How old is it?" "Eat yours. Who cares how old it is?" Xiaohua smiled but did not say anything. He also picked up an oval-shaped spirit fruit and tasted it. This was something he had obtained at the bottom of the Saint River and was planted by Xiaogua. What a waste of resources. Xiong-yi reached out and took a plate of spirit fruits and put them into his Qingquan bag. He actually shook his head and said, "This kind of thing. TSK, you're eating it like this." Sigh, disciple won't say any more. Li Xiang poured himself a cup of wine, squinted his eyes, and drank it. He smacked his lips and poured another cup, but the mana around his body was slightly surging. It was obvious that he was refining the wine that had entered his stomach. Upon seeing this, Xiaohua took out a jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to Li Xiang. "Fellow Taoist Li, you've worked hard these past few years. These are some medicinal pills, which are quite useful for you to break through to the middle yuanying stage." This, Li Xiang looked at the jade bottle and couldn't help but look at Xiong-yi. Unfortunately, Xiong-yi only cared about eating the spirit fruit and didn't pay any attention to him. After thinking for a moment, Li Xiang smiled and said, "Taoist Master Xiao, I still have some things on my mind. Today's spirit pill. I asked Taoist Master to take it back first. It won't be too late to ask Taoist Master for it after I have made a decision." "All right." Xiaohua nodded. Just as he was about to take back the jade bottle, he said, "Fellow Taoist Li, please feel free to ask." At this moment, Xiong-yi stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Master, Martial Uncle Li has worked hard. This disciple has also worked hard. Don't favor one and discriminate against the other." "Hee, you're right, here you go." Xiaohua was very fond of Xiong-yi's generosity and handed the jade bottle to Xiong-yi without any hesitation. Xiong-yi took it and scanned it with his divine perception. He exclaimed, "Master, is this a heart fusion pill?" In this disciple's impression, it seems to have been lost in the hidden immortal continent. And indeed, Xiaohua nodded. Master recently had some fortuitous encounters and obtained the lost pill recipe. Therefore, I casually refined some, and you can try it. Not only the pill recipe, Master, the spirit grass. Forget it, disciple won't ask. With Master here, disciple doesn't have to worry about these things in the future. Xiong-yi wanted to say something but hesitated, as if he was guarding against Li Xiang, an outsider. Seeing this, Li Xiang's brows furrowed even more, and the spirit wine in his hand was also cup after cup. Of course, Xiong-yi knew what Li Xiang was thinking, but he didn't ask. He accompanied Xiaohua to talk about some recent situations and the scenery of the hidden immortal continent. After another hour, seeing that the sun was high in the sky, Xiong-yi waved his hand, and a thin layer of silver-white brilliance appeared in the pavilion. A large villa appeared in the brilliance. As Xiong-yi made a gesture, the brilliance moved above the villa like a mirror, and the scenery inside the villa could be seen clearly. This villa was a majestic place. Not only was it surrounded by water on all sides, it was also surrounded by mountains and beautiful trees. Moreover, in the corner of the villa, the various pavilions were equally beautiful. The pavilions were also hidden between the lakes and mountains. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua frowned. If this villa was in the wilderness, then it would be fine, but this was the capital of Jiang country, and there were actually mountains and ridges in this villa. What kind of extravagance was this? Li Xiang raised his head, looked at the villa, and said indifferently, "This is Qin Haoyue's residence in the Jiang country. It is called the National Master's Garden. Whenever he is not in the palace, he will cultivate here." Xiaohua smiled slightly. "Fellow Daoist Li, are you not cultivating here?" "Hee. How can I compare to the #1 imperial advisor of the Jiang country? I have only been here once, and it was when I had just submitted to the Jiang country. Qin Haoyue, he is a little narrow-minded, and doesn't like others looking at his things." Li Xiang took a sip of spirit wine and said self-deprecatingly. While the two of them were talking, Xiongyi's mirror light landed on the left side of the mountain ridge, as if the three of them were standing on top of the mountain ridge. At the same time, as Xiongyi's technique entered, there were actually some whistling sounds coming from the mirror. "Oh." Xiaohua was surprised and asked curiously, "Xiongyi, your mirror technique can actually send sound over?" "Hee, master was wrong." Xiongyi laughed. "Of course the mirror technique can't send sound over, but disciple has already received the news and placed some magical equipment here. So that's how it is." Xiaohua laughed. So this old man was thinking too much. But on this mountain ridge, what kind of show is there to watch? Li Xiang was a little confused. When Li Xiang said this, Xiaohua was stunned again. He looked at Li Xiang and said, "Fellow Daoist Li, don't tell me that even you don't know about this excitement?" "Of course I don't know." Li Xiang smiled bitterly. "After fellow Daoist Xiong came, he was the one in charge, and I never asked. Moreover, to tell you the truth, I am not particularly proficient in these mundane affairs." "Sho, master, he's here." Xiongyi, who had been staring at the mirror, hurriedly pointed and shouted, "Let's not talk. Disciple's technique is not necessarily reliable." Xiaohua nodded and looked up, only to see a skinny old man wearing a new Daoist robe flying over from the east side of the mountain range. On this old man's skinny face, two turbid eyes flashed with a trace of cunning. On his shriveled lips, two slightly white mustaches drooped down from the corner of his mouth like a mouse's tail. At this moment, the old man was pinching his mustache as he flew, and his face was filled with pride. Wasn't this old man Xiao Jian? Seeing Xiao Jian appear, Xiaohua was not surprised, but he felt a wave of disgust in his heart. Wasn't Xiao Jian's current appearance the same as the legendary scene of a villain intoxicated by success? This fellow's advancement is not bad either. He has actually recovered to the early stage of the Foundation establishment. Looking at Xiao Jian's flying speed, Xiaohua secretly cursed, "What a pity. This old man's spirit pills are truly a waste." This is Yuanya? When Xiaohua's gaze landed on the west side of the mirror and saw the person's face clearly, he unconsciously felt a storm in his heart and almost cried out in alarm. He thought of Xiao Jian, and at the same time, he thought of many people, and even thought of Qin Xiaoyao. However, he had never been to the abyss. Xiaohua's gaze swept across Xiongyi, and Xiongyi nodded at him, indicating that this was the show he wanted to watch. Xiaohua sighed slightly. He unconsciously straightened his body, pricked up his ears, and focused all his attention on the mirror. He really wanted to know what had happened in Jiang country in the years that he had not been here, and what had happened between Xiao Jian and Yuanya. Xiao Jian and Yuanya naturally didn't know that Xiaohua and the other two nascent soul realm cultivators were hiding in midair. Although Yuanya was standing on a green leopard, his attire was different from before. The black armor on his body seemed to fit him very well. There were faint traces of light on the armor, and within those traces, there were layers of blood. Clearly, Yuanya had killed countless generals of the Copper Pillar state. However, the demonic hammer in Yuanya's hand did not change, the vigilance in his handsome eyes did not change, and the faint worry between his brows did not change either. It was as if that worry had been born since he saw Jia Wu, and it had become even more obvious today. "Yeah." Without waiting for the green leopard to fly closer, Xiao Jian coldly called out, "Do you want to go against your master?" Yuanya urged the green leopard to land in front of Xiao Jian. He bowed and said, Master, this disciple is not going against Master. It is. Master is forcing this disciple. How did this old man force you? Xiao Jian's tone was extremely cold. You were picked up by this old man from the arena. Your life was originally this old man's, and this old man doesn't want your life now. As long as you leave Zhonggua, what kind of coercion is this? If you make this old man angry, I will take your life. Master. Yuanya was not angry, but his eyes narrowed. He said, You are forcing me to leave Zhong country, forcing me to leave Jiawu. Are you not taking my life? Yeah. Xiao Jian spoke. This old man has heard your story at least 80 times, if not 100. The Jiawu you speak of is not the princess of Chongling. And didn't the princess of Chongling say it clearly? She has never been to the Xianyao Dark Forest. Do not forget, she is the princess of Zhong country. How could she have ended up in the Xianyao Dark Forest? You should wake up. All right, Yuanya bit his lips and nodded. Since the princess of Chongling does not admit that she is Jiawu, this disciple will not think more. Actually, when Elder Xiao was still at Blackwind Ridge, this disciple had already said in front of him that I only treat Jiawu as the princess of Chongling, that I can only protect her safety, let her recover her country, and get what she deserves. This disciple will not think otherwise. Master, it is rare. Is this not enough? Why must you force this disciple to leave Zhong country? Chapter 3804. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face as he scolded. Yuanya, don't think this old man does not know what you are thinking. You are only interested in the identity of the Chongling princess, and forced the identity of Jiawu onto the Chongling princess. You just want to use the Chongling princess to achieve your goals. Yuanya stilled slightly. He looked at Xiao Jian and said with a grimace, Master, do you not know this disciple's personality? This disciple was born in the Black Jade Dark Forest, and has been with wolves since young. This disciple does not covet the worldly fame and wealth. This disciple only wants to protect the Chongling princess. A bastard child that even his parents disdain, a bastard child that grew up drinking the milk of wild beasts. You want to covet the Chongling princess? Xiao Jian snarled. This old man is really blind. How did I save you from the fighting arena that day? I should have let you die there. Hearing Xiao Jian's vicious words, Yuanya's eyes flashed with anger, but it disappeared in a moment. He lowered his head and said, No matter what Master says, this disciple was invited by Master to come today to ask Master to take back his orders and not chase this disciple out of Zhong country. When did this old man invite you? Xiao Jian sneered. I did not expect that after so many years in the mortal world, you know how to scheme? Don't tell me that you did not invite this old man today, because you knew of that matter. You want to settle things with this old man. Now, in front of this old man, you are so wronged, as though this old man wants you to leave. To frame you. Master, Yuanya was slightly stunned, but Xiao Jian didn't allow him to say anything. He waved his hand and took out a red invitation card. He waved it in the air and said, This old man originally wanted to leave you some face, and didn't want to tear apart our relationship as master and disciple. Since you do not want to leave and do not state the matter clearly and want to ruin this old man's plans, then this old man will not be polite. This is the invitation card for this old man's wedding with the Chongling princess. If you want to come 10 days later. What? Similarly, before Xiao Jian could finish speaking, Yuanya's entire body trembled as he cried out in disbelief. You want to marry Jiawu? Yuanya, you understand. This old man is marrying the Chongling princess, not Jiawu. If this old man marries the Chongling princess, this old man will be the ruler of Zhong country. And the princess of Chongling is the queen of Zhong country. Xiao Jian sneered and waved his hand. The invitation flew towards Yuanya. However, just as the invitation flew out, Xiao Jian mocked. Oh, this old man forgot. How could a bastard who grew up in the wilderness be literate? This invitation, you won't be able to understand it. Roar. Suddenly, Yuanya raised his head and let out a long roar. A ferocious aura surged from his body. His eyes were even more ferocious than those of a beast as he swept his gaze over Xiao Jian. The devil hammer in his left hand swung and hit the invitation card that was flying towards him. The thin invitation card was actually shattered by the demonic hammer, turning into broken butterflies, just like Yuanya's broken heart. I'm going to kill you. Yuanya looked at Xiao Jian and said word by word. His face was even more ferocious than a wild wolf's. Xiao Jian was startled when Yuanya's gaze swept over him. However, when he saw the demonic hammer in Yuanya's hand, he smiled and said, "What? Had he finally spoken his mind? Didn't you come with the demonic hammer today to end things with this old man? Actually, this old man really didn't want to tell you the news of my marriage with the princess of Chongling. However, you didn't leave. Then this old man can only end things with you." As he spoke, Xiao Jian slapped his hand. A magic artifact that looked like a plate appeared in his hand. As his power surged, the plate gave off a blue light. "Whoever dares to steal my Jiawu, I will take their life." The princess of Chongling had always been seen as Jiawu by Yuanya. He had never thought of Jiawu marrying someone else. Especially, he had never thought that his master would marry Jiawu. At this moment, the ferocity that had been hidden for a long time completely erupted. He did not hide the killing intent in his heart. "Kill!" Yuanya urged the green leopard to charge at Xiao Jian with the demonic hammer. "Since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish." Xiao Jian smiled coldly. He formed a seal with his hands, and a thin beam of light gushed out from the plate. Following Xiao Jian's seal, it was like a flying sword, stabbing toward Yuanya's heart. Seeing the pillar of light reach him, Yuanya swung the demonic hammer to meet it. However, just as the demonic hammer moved, Yuanya's arm trembled slightly, and he put the demonic hammer away. Pff. The pillar of light pierced Yuanya's armor like a sword. The blood-stained armor could not block the pillar of light at all. It pierced right through his chest. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain and dyed the armor red. "Master, you saved this disciple from the arena. This disciple will not retaliate against this attack. Take it as me returning a life to you." Yuanya's eyes were red as he stared at Xiao Jian. Although his eyes were burning with anger, he still said each word clearly. "Who wants you to return it?" Xiao Jian was furious. "This old man saved you because I wanted you to be my guard. Just like this old man picked up a dog on the street." As he spoke, another pillar of light rushed out from the magic tool. This time, it was twice as big as the previous one. Seeing the beam of light mercilessly heading towards his head, Yuanya stepped on the green leopard. The green leopard let out a low roar and charged forward. Pooh! Yuanya barely managed to dodge the beam of light, but the beam of light once again pierced his arm. With a light cracking sound, Yuanya's arm weakly drooped down, and at the same time blood gushed out. "Xiao Jian!" Yuanya roared like a trapped beast. "After you saved me from the arena, you accepted me as your disciple. Although you yourself know that you are not my real master, since you and I have a master-disciple relationship, then I can't retaliate against this attack. From now on, you and I are strangers." Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Jian did not expect Yuanya to not retaliate twice in a row. If he had known this earlier, why would he have used a feint? Wouldn't he have directly used the magic tool to kill Yuanya here? Xiaohua was furious. He waved his hand, and the disc emitted a dazzling brilliance. The edge of the disc seemed to have a sharp blade. It drew an arc in the air and flew towards Yuanya's neck. Roar! Yuanya roared and waved the demonic hammer with one arm. A strong wind blew towards the disc. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The disc collided with the demonic hammer. Yuanya's body was sent flying by the huge impact. The green leopard also trembled. It hurriedly urged the demonic cloud to chase after Yuanya. One man and one beast flew for a few feet before Yuanya could regain his balance and land on the green leopard. Looking at his body, more blood flowed from the wounds that were not bandaged. Now, it was all over his body and even dripped down his armor. Although Yuanya was in a sorry state, Xiao Jian was not much better. Xiao Jian did not expect Yuanya, who did not have any spiritual energy, to be able to use a normal hammer technique in battle to the point of perfection and easily hit his magic tool. He also did not expect Yuanya's strength to be strong enough to compete with his own spiritual energy. Therefore, when the magic tool was hit by the demonic hammer, the spiritual energy in the magic tool backfired. Xiao Jian's body trembled rapidly, and the not-so-pure true essence in his meridians was somewhat scattered. Kill! Xiao Jian urged his true essence and endured the slight tearing pain in his meridians. He raised his hand and pointed. Woo-woo! The disc-shaped magic tool let out a whimper and flew up like a sneak attack. It opened its poisonous fangs and flew towards the green leopard under Yuanya. Roar! The green leopard was shocked. It let out a low roar and hurriedly dodged. It even spat out a mouthful of demonic chi to block the magic tool. Wang. At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face. He slapped his forehead with the back of his hand, and the pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator smashed towards Yuanya and the green leopard like a mountain. Seeing that Xiao Jian was bullying the weak and actually using his pressure, Xiao Hua, who was in the pavilion, was furious. He cursed loudly and was about to move. Master! Xiong Yi hurriedly stopped him. This is a grudge between Yuanya and Xiao Jian. Outsiders cannot interfere. AI indeed. Xiao Hua sighed. These two people can be considered to be my benefactor. Although Xiao Jian is narrow-minded, I cannot favor one and discriminate against the other. Master, don't worry. With disciple here, how could Yuanya be in danger? Xiong Yi laughed. While they were talking, there was another change on the mountain ridge. The pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator was pressing down on Yuanya. Even Yuanya's usually straight waist was bent. However, Yuanya's body trembled. Puff puff. His armor was completely broken. As blood fell into the air, Yuanya waved his arm. The muscles on his body were like a horned dragon. An indescribable ferocious chi rushed out from his muscles and directly resisted the pressure. At the same time, with a roar, the devil hammer in his hand struck towards the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the devil hammer carried the aura of a vicious beast and collided with Yuanya's pressure. It was as if two magic tools had collided, setting off a huge wave of air. Ah! Xiao Jian screamed. Blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. Moreover, his new Taoist robe was also torn apart. Amidst the loud sound, there was another muffled sound. The demonic chi that the green leopard spat out was actually unable to completely block Xiao Jian's magic tool. The magic tool's sharp teeth slashed across the green leopard's front paws. The green leopard roared a few times and quickly fell down. This Xiao Jian is really too insidious. Xiong Yi, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but curse. This bastard not only used his pressure, he also wanted to injure Yuanya's mount. Without a mount, how can Yuanya fight with Xiao Jian? Unfortunately, Xiong Yi still underestimated Xiao Jian's viciousness. Seeing the magic tool injure the green leopard, Yuanya was also injured in the fight against the pressure. He had no choice but to fall down with the green leopard. Xiao Jian laughed sinisterly again. Yuanya, aren't you always thinking about Xiao Hua? Today, I'll let you die under Xiao Hua's talisman. As he spoke, Xiao Jian waved his hand and 2 fire talismans flew out from his hand. They flew like lightning towards Yuanya. When they were a few zhang away from Yuanya, boom. They turned into 2 fireballs and attacked Yuanya from the front and back. Chapter 3805. Where did this guy get the fire talisman from? Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense, preparing to use the divine sense hammer to block the fire talisman. He clearly knew that with Yuanya's strength, it was impossible for him to block the fire talisman he refined. However, just as he released his divine sense, Yuanya's figure unexpectedly flew out of the fire talisman. Yuanya's wolf-like figure skillfully stepped on Xiao Hua's familiar footwork, dodging left and right amidst the explosive fire talisman. Big Dipper magical fist? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Wasn't Yuanya's movement in the fire the Big Dipper magical fist he usually practiced? How do you know how to fly? Seeing Yuanya jump in the air with the help of the impact of the fire talisman, Yuanya turned pale with fright. In particular, Yuanya was born in the forest, so his figure was extremely agile. In a moment, he was already close to Xiao Jian. Die! Since Yuanya had severed all ties with Xiao Jian, he would not be merciful. With a cold snort, he curled up his body and rushed towards Xiao Jian like a meteor with the help of the final explosion of the fire talisman. He waved the demonic hammer in his hand again, aiming for Xiao Jian's chest. Oh, so you don't know how to fly at all. Yuanya's last attack revealed his strength. Contempt once again appeared in Xiao Jian's eyes. After all, facing Yuanya who did not have the ability to fly, Xiao Jian was in an invincible position from the beginning. Seeing the demonic hammer coming, Xiao Jian cast a spell with both hands. Rays of light appeared and blocked in front of Xiao Jian like a shield. Then he moved his body and prepared to put some distance between him and Yuanya. Pa pa pa. The demonic hammer rushed over and effortlessly broke Xiao Jian's spell, causing Xiao Jian to be shocked. Damn it, when did this brat become so strong? No wonder he has repeatedly performed meritorious deeds on the battlefield these past few years. Even this old man has a headache when facing him, let alone ordinary people. Just as Xiao Jian was shocked, Yuanya's figure began to stagnate and began to fall. Xiao Jian's mouth curled into a sneer. His figure stopped, and he took a deep breath. The true essence in his meridians surged. His hands formed a spell, and dozens of tiny ice spikes slowly formed in his hands. The ice spikes flashed with a blue brilliance, die. Xiao Jian's hands were about to wave as he grinned evilly. At the same time, Yuanya roared, die. This sound was so loud that it caused Xiao Jian's body to tremble, and the magic power he was using to slow down slightly. It was also at this moment that Yuanya's body suddenly flew up from the ground. He gathered all the strength in his body on one arm, and the demonic hammer in his hand smashed towards Xiao Jian's chest like a meteor. Ah! Xiao Jian turned pale with fright, because this time, Yuanya was really flying. Moreover, he was extremely close to Yuanya. When the demonic hammer struck, that suffocating force had already pressed down on his chest. Xiao Jian cried out in alarm. Seeing that it was not easy for him to dodge the demonic hammer, and that Yuanya was already in front of the icicle, a look of madness appeared in his eyes. As he tried his best to dodge, the icicle in his hand shot out. Pooh! The demonic hammer hit Xiao Jian's left chest. With a muffled sound, his entire collarbone and arm immediately collapsed. Xiao Jian was in so much pain that he almost fainted. At the same time, poo-pew-pew. Several thin sounds rang out. Half of the dozen icicles nailed into Yuanya's body. Some of the icicles pierced through his body, while others pierced deeply into his flesh. Yuanya was already losing some blood. At this moment, he let out a blood-curdling scream as he fell from the sky. Humph! Xiao Jian forcefully endured the pain. His uninjured hand touched the small Qinquan bag. This small Qinquan bag contained the elixir refined by Xiao Hua. Xiao Jian understood that as long as he took the elixir, his life would not be in danger. However, just as he touched the small Qinquan bag, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Following that, a layer of death aura flashed across his face. Xiao Jian did not even make a sound as his entire body fell from the sky after Yuanya. Roar! On the mountain ridge, the green leopard, whose flesh had been torn apart by the fire talisman, let out a low roar. It flew into the air and barely managed to catch Yuanya before slowly descending. When Yuanya came down from the green leopard's body, pooh! Xiao Jian's corpse and the demonic hammer also fell, falling right in front of Yuanya. Yuanya's body was covered in blood. The blood red in his eyes had already faded. He stared at Xiao Jian for a moment, then bent down and picked up the demonic hammer with difficulty. Finally, he looked at Xiao Jian, who seemed to have died with his eyes wide open. With each step, he left behind a trail of blood as he slowly walked down the mountain ridge. Kill him, quick, kill him! Just as Xiao Jian walked down the mountain ridge, a group of people suddenly rushed over from below the mountain ridge. The first was a middle-aged man. Holding a flying sword in his hand, he shouted, Yuanya actually dared to kill Prince Xiao. He is going to rebel against Jiang country. We must tear him into 10,000 pieces. Lu Bingjin, do you want to kill me? Yuanya's vision was a little blurry as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked indifferently. That's right, Prince Xiao is the king of my Jiang country, and also my savior. If you kill Prince Xiao, you will be going against my Jiang country, and you will be a traitor. Naturally, I will take revenge for Prince Xiao. Lu Bingjin shouted, however, since you are seriously injured, I will not make things difficult for you. Let my subordinates take your life. Haha, who dares to kill me? Yuanya stood there, and after laughing, he suddenly roared. His voice was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone, and no one dared to make a move. Who dares to kill me? Yuanya waved his magic hammer again and shouted loudly. This unparalleled aura was truly terrifying, and no one dared to speak. Who dares to kill me? Although Yuanya shouted once again, his voice shaking the mountain ridge, his body was already swaying. The wounds on his body were bleeding profusely, and behind him, a trail of blood followed his feet all the way to the top of the mountain ridge. Puffed. Although no one dared to reply, Yuanya's body also fell to the ground after the magic hammer powerlessly fell. This. Lu Bingjin looked at Yuanya, who had fallen to the ground, and hesitated. At this time, behind Lu Bingjin and the others, dozens of Dao soldiers flew over in a hurry, but the person in front of them was Qin Xiaoyao. How dare you, Lu Bingjin? Seeing Yuanya's miserable state, Qin Xiaoyao was enraged and shouted, "You dare to injure my Jiang country's great general? Senior brother Qin." Seeing Qin Xiaoyao flying over, Lu Bingjin anxiously retreated a few meters and shouted, "General Yuanya was not injured by me. He was injured by fighting with the town king." "What? Town king?" Qin Xiaoyao was even more shocked. He raised his head to look at the source of the blood, and when he saw Xiao Jian's corpse, Qin Xiaoyao's face turned pale white. He did not even think of releasing his spiritual will, and flew towards the mountain ridge. When Qin Xiaoyao landed on the ground and inspected the corpse, he was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Jian was indeed deader than dead. A moment later, he turned his head to look at the place where Yuanya had fainted. He didn't know what to do. In the blink of an eye, the town king was killed and the great general fainted. The princess's imperial decree has arrived. Just as Qin Xiaoyao was at a loss, a sharp voice came from afar. The sound of horse hooves could be heard, and a female official dressed in palace attire came over with an imperial decree in her hand. Qin Xiaoyao and the others did not dare to be negligent. They all bowed, only to see the female official jumping down from her horse, opening up the imperial decree. "Xiao Jian, Yuanya barged into the imperial tutor's garden to duel and injured the national body of my Jiang country." "Yes." Lu Bingjin bowed and stepped forward, preparing to receive the imperial decree. "Die! Diawu!" Yuanya quickly woke up and stood up from the ground with difficulty. His eyes were wide open, and looking at the imperial decree, he said softly, Are you going to kill me?" "This is a fake imperial decree." Qin Xiaoyao roared. "The Chongling princess will definitely not give such an imperial decree. Disciples, take this person down, and follow me to see the princess." "How dare you?" The female official shouted, and handed the imperial decree to Qin Xiaoyao with both hands, and shouted, "General Qin, take a look yourself. Is this handwriting and the national seal fake?" Qin Xiaoyao took it and looked at it carefully. With a shake of his hand, the imperial decree landed in the dust, and he sneered. "Even if the handwriting and the national seal are not fake, then I, Qin, do not believe that this is the imperial decree of the princess." "Are you rebelling?" The female official screamed. "Where are the imperial guards?" "They are." Suddenly, there was a loud voice behind everyone, and they saw rows of Dao soldiers holding Zhu immortal crossbows and god-killing bows, surrounding Qin Xiaoyao and the others in the center. "Damn it!" Qin Xiaoyao's expression changed greatly. Looking at Granny Ji behind the Dao soldiers, he seemed to understand something. "All of you, surrender yourselves." Granny Ji said coldly, "This is the princess's decree. You have disobeyed the imperial decree and committed a great mistake. If you obey the imperial decree, this old one can still protect General Qin from death." "Haha, Granny Ji, who gave you the courage to do that? Are you not afraid that Li Shirshu will know about this and come from Blackwind Ridge? Are you not afraid that Xiao Zhenren will come back from Yaodai Mountain?" "Haha, you are the one who is bold." Granny Ji sneered. "Blackwind Ridge has been besieged by Confucian cultivators for many years. Does Li Shirshu have the time to come to Jiang country? Xiaohua's cultivation is strong, but he went to Yaodai Mountain and did not come back. Did you not hear the blood on Yaodai Mountain? He has not come back yet. Do you think he can still come back?" "Disciples." Qin Xiaoyao waved his hand. "I have previously betrayed Jiang country, and have been trying my best to make up for my mistakes. Now it is just like the old saying, the bough is hidden after the birds are gone, and the hound is cooked after the cunning rabbit. Xiao Jian and Yuanya have great achievements, and they have already fallen into their trap. What are we waiting for? Kill." The Fortune Gate disciples behind Qin Xiaoyao shouted loudly, ready to rush out. "Get ready." Granny Ji's face was cold, and she raised her hand, about to give the order. "Who said this old man can't come to Jiang country?" Suddenly, a faint voice sounded in the air, and Li Shirshu's figure came from the distance. "Li. Spiritual Master Li?" Granny Ji was shocked, but her panic only lasted for a moment. Chapter 3806. "What? This old man is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country now, but you have such a big move without discussing it with this old man?" Li Xiang looked in the direction of Granny Ji, but his gaze went past Granny Ji and the Dao soldiers to a pavilion in the distance. "Don't you think so, Princess of Chongling?" Diawu, Diawu." Yuanya, who was on the verge of collapse, looked ashen at the pavilion. Qin Xiaoyao saw Li Xiang come over, first stilled, then was overjoyed. He hurried to Yuanya's side, supported him, and took out a pill for him to take. But Yuanya waved his hand, and the pill fell to the ground. His eyes were fixed on the pavilion, as though he had died with a grievance. As expected, the Chongling princess slowly flew out of the pavilion, her face solemn and dignified. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lu Bingjin and the others hurriedly bowed, while Qin Xiaoyao looked coldly motionless. Jinrenli, the Chongling princess did not fly close, and said from a distance, "This is the internal affairs of Jiang country. Jinren is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country. Please do not interfere." Of course this old man is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country. Li Xiang nodded. But this old man was entrusted by Jinren Shao to guard Black Wind Ridge and help you build Jiang country. This old man has the right to ask you. Ha, Jinren Shao wants to help my Jiang country restore? This is a joke. The Chongling princess laughed to the sky. Previously, Aijia did not understand people's hearts and only felt that everyone was good, especially Jinren Shao who saved Aijia in danger. Aijia entrusted everything to Jinren Shao, and the great wish of restoring the country to Jinren Shao. But look, Jinrenli, do you know what kind of person Jinren Shao sent Aijia is? This Shao Jian forced Aijia to marry him. Isn't it because he covets the throne of Jiang country? And for the throne, he fought with his own disciple. Look at this General Yuanya. When he saw Aijia, he called Aijia his Diawu. If Aijia was not the princess of Chongling, would he do this? Would he make such a moving story? Diawu, do you really think so? Yuanya's body swayed as he spoke with difficulty. There were tears of blood in his eyes. But the Chongling princess ignored him and said to Li Xiang, "Since Aijia has said so much, I am not afraid to say more." Jinrenli is an open and above-board person. He has kept Jinren Zhao's trust. But have you ever thought about whether Jinren Shao really wants to restore my country? Oh, why can't he? Li Xiang frowned, puzzled. If he doesn't want to, why would he do so much for you? Taoist Master Shao is only pretending to establish a country for my Jiang country. In reality, he wants to establish his own Shao country. The Chongling princess said coldly. How is that possible? Li Xiang was really surprised. Jinrenli, listen to me. The Chongling princess said with a smile. That day on Black Wind Ridge, when Shao Hua killed the Copper Pillar State Preceptor, he said, "Shao is the beginning." Jinrenli, tell me, what is Shao Shishir? Wasn't it just to establish the Shao Empire? This is one. Jinren Shao established the Fortune Gate at Black Wind Ridge. Isn't he going against my Jiang country's royal family? The previous imperial preceptor never established his own sect, right? This is the second. Jinren Shao not only established the Fortune Gate, but also forbade the disciples of the Fortune Gate from entering politics. Isn't he just trying to separate his disciples from the Jiang country's imperial preceptor and take over my Jiang country's royal family? This is the third. Jinren Shao said that he did not take my Jiang country's offerings. Then, what benefits does he get from helping Aijia restore my country? If Jinrenli thinks carefully, doesn't Jinren Shao want to use Aijia as an excuse to first use Jiang country and then establish Shao country? This is the fourth. There is also the fifth. Since Jinren Shao took the Copper Pillar State's 5-dragon jade seal, he should give it to Aijia to manage and use. Why didn't he take it out? Isn't it because he wants to establish his own country? There is a sixth. Li Xiang asked with interest. Of course. The Chongling princess gritted her teeth and said, "It has been several years since the Jade Pavilion meeting. If Jinren Shao took the imperial preceptor's lot, why hasn't he returned? My Jiang country has not been able to establish a country because we are waiting for the imperial preceptor's lot. If Jinren Shao does not have any other intentions, Aijia will be the first to not believe it." A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Li Xiang shook his head slightly. Jinren Shao has done so much for you. If he listens to you, he will be disappointed. Even this Li feels it is not worth it for Jinren Shao. Fine, since we do not agree, then this Li will not say more. Today, Her Highness the Princess has issued an imperial decree. This Li and Jiang country have broken all ties. Since Jinrenli has come to Jiang country, do not leave for now. The Chongling princess smiled slightly. Aijia still has a place to borrow, Jinren. Li Xiang's expression changed slightly. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the Chongling princess. He asked in disbelief, You still have designs on the energy stone mines of Black Wind Ridge? What? That belongs to my Jiang country. Is it wrong for Aijia to take it back? The Chongling princess asked. Haha, Chongling princess. You are too greedy. Do you know what you are saying? This old man really does not know what basis you have to dare to say this to this old man. Li Xiang roared with laughter. Of course a Chongling princess does not dare to say it, but this king can say it. Just as Li Xiang was laughing, another middle-aged man walked out of the pavilion that the Chongling princess had flown out of. This middle-aged man wore a purple gold crown and a three-clawed gold dragon king robe. His slender figure looked like jade, graceful and noble. This person flew out of the pavilion and slowly flew towards the Chongling princess on a cloud, his face indifferent. Hai Tian, when did your Jiasa country come to Jiang country to join in the fun? When Li Xiang saw this man, his expression was shocked. He had not thought that the Jiasa country would interfere. Yes, this person was Hai Tian, Prince of Jiasa, the one that Xiaohua had seen at the secret auction. What is strange about this king's appearance? Hai Tian smiled faintly, like a spring breeze, making people involuntarily submit to him. The so-called Jiang country has yet to be established, and this capital city is a city without a master. This king came to take a look. It won't hinder anyone, right? It's fine if it's not a hindrance, but if it's a hindrance, then it's best not to come. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Actually, at this time, how could he not know that the twists and turns were all caused by the Jiasa country? Haha, fellow immortal Li is right. Hai Tian laughed. It's fine if it's not a hindrance, but if it's a hindrance, then it's best not to come. Since you're here, and you're in the way, then it's best not to go back. Li Xiang nodded. Prince Hai Tian clearly wants to interfere in the matters of Jiang country, and clearly has the intention to get involved in Black Wind Ridge. Of course. Hai Tian did not hesitate to reveal his ambition. This king has always wanted to see the strength of Black Wind Ridge, but the tortoise-shell formation of Black Wind Ridge is really powerful. This king knows that he does not have the ability to break that formation. Since fellow immortal Li has come today, then don't go back. Li Xiang laughed. I understand. All of this. It was all bait, just to lure me into it. So I am the big fish that the prince wants to catch. Yes, in the entire country of Jiang, only fellow immortal Li is worthy of my attention. Otherwise, how could I come here personally? Hai Tian nodded and replied. You want to capture me with just your strength? Li Xiang sneered. Aren't you afraid of a life-and-death struggle? This king naturally doesn't need to worry before the destruction of Jiang country. Hai Tian rubbed his nose. His posture was very carefree. But the current me is far from the Hai Tian that fellow immortal Li has seen before. As he spoke, Hai Tian's body flashed with Buddhist light, and streams of mind power surged from his body. As Hai Tian formed a Buddhist seal with his hand, a Buddhist protector's Vajra image slowly appeared on the surface of Hai Tian's body. Hiss! Sensing Hai Tian's Buddhist protector's divine ability, Li Xiang's expression changed slightly. He understood in his heart that with his early nascent soul stage cultivation, he really wasn't a match for Hai Tian. Fellow immortal Li. Hai Tian raised his neck and said, This king still advises you, don't tear your face too much. Your Li country and my Jiasa country can be considered allies in the early years, and have long since had some feelings of incense. If you are willing to submit, this king doesn't mind speaking in front of my Jiasa country's king. Heh. Not waiting for Hai Tian to finish speaking, a sneer came from about 10 zhang to Li Xiang's right. Amidst the runes in the air, Xiaohua's figure gradually appeared. So what if we tear apart all our faces? What? Hai Tian, are you going to bite me? Taoist Master Xiao. Hearing Xiaohua's voice, Qin Xiaoyao's face lit up. When Xiaohua's figure appeared, he couldn't help but shout, Taoist Master is back? Taoist Master Xiao is back. Taoist Master Xiao is back. The hearts and livers of the Fortune Gate's disciples had been tormented several times and were somewhat numb. Now that they had come back from death's door, seeing Xiaohua return, they couldn't help but cheer. Even the previously indifferent Chongling princess and the indifferent Granny Ji's faces instantly changed. Yuanya. As soon as Xiaohua appeared, other than saying this to Hai Tian, he opened his mouth and scolded, You useless thing, hurry up and take the pill. Your grandmother, haven't you heard of that saying? There are plenty of fish in the sea. You are the dignified descendant of the Wolf King from the Wolf Valley. How can you be bewitched by this vulgar and beautiful woman of the secular world? You are just the daughter of a fallen country's king. What is so great about you? In the future, this old man will find you an immortal palace made. Taoist master. Yuanya, who had been robbed by the ruthless secular and cold profiteer, couldn't help but cry out when he heard Xiaohua's scolding, which was more warm than any kind of warm words. It seemed that blood-red tears flowed from his eyes that had never shed tears before. Taoist master said, "Yeah, quickly take the pill." Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly sent the pill to Yuanya's mouth. This was personally refined by Taoist master. Chapter 3807. The stubborn Yuanya was now as obedient as a 3-year-old child. After taking the pill, his body, which was barely holding on, went limp and fell on Qin Xiaoyao's body. "Ha ha ha ha, wonderful, wonderful." Hai Tian didn't seem to be angry at Xiaohua's words, nor was he surprised by the Fortune Gate disciples' cheers. He only laughed and clapped his hands, his voice echoing in the air like a giant. "This old man thought I had caught a big fish. I didn't expect Taoist Xiao to walk right into my trap. This king is really happy. Taoist Xiao, we meet again. Do you know how much effort this king has spent to find your whereabouts? This old man is not Fairy Xiang Feng. I'm not interested in men." Xiaohua curled his lips. "If you want to find her, this old man will give you a communication talisman." Fairy Xiang Feng? Hai Tian was stunned, as if he didn't understand, but he didn't care and laughed. "This king is very curious, Xiaohua. That day at the secret auction, this king saw you with the 100 Flowers Valley's princess. At that time, your cultivation seemed very ordinary. How come after the secret auction, you met the light beast, and your cultivation improved by leaps and bounds? Could it be that the 1,000 demons' sacred ground really has a demon fruit that can increase the cultivation of human cultivators? Why should this old man tell you? If you want, you can kneel and lick the light beast." Xiaohua stroked his chin, looked at Hai Tian with a smile, and asked with interest, "This old man has already appeared. You're actually not afraid at all. Could it be that you still have a backup plan?" "Hee hee, you actually saw through it." Hai Tian laughed. "This king wanted to give you a surprise, but since you don't like surprises, I'll let you see now." As he spoke, a series of Buddhist chants sounded in the air. Umitba. For old monks in monks' robes flew over with Buddhist weapons in their hands. Each of the old monks' bodies flashed with a strong Buddhist light. Hiss! Xiaohua sent an emoji of sucking in a breath of cold air as he exclaimed in astonishment. When did the Jiasa country have 4 4th-level elemental power? State preceptors? Haha, ignorant fools. Hai Tian laughed and mocked. How can a barren mountain like you know the foundation of my Jiasa country? It's fine if you lied to Chongling and Li Xiang, but you dare to show off in front of my Jiasa country? You dare to go to Yaodai Mountain with your little cultivation? In this king's opinion, you're hiding on the side cultivating? Damn, when did this old man lie? Xiaohua was speechless. Looking at Hai Tian, he said, this old man killed Lung Chinga at Black Mountain, and forced Yan Jijin was all fake? Do you think this old man doesn't even have the courage to go to Yaodai Mountain? Bronze Pillar State is nothing. Hai Tian sneered. A tiny country of Confucian cultivators was actually forced into a mess by a rogue Taoist cultivator. Jiang Jiang Jiang, Jiang Jiang. You. At this time, this king will not hide it from you. If you had not interfered at Black Mountain, Chongling would not have been able to charge into my Jiasa country's territory. Otherwise, my Jiasa country would have destroyed Tongzhou long ago. Haha. Suddenly, Xiaohua seemed to think of something and laughed. Chongling? Chongling? Hai Tian, don't you feel you are too close? Do you have some secret you are hiding? Is the baby girl that was lost in the Xianyao dark forest decades ago not the daughter of the king of Zhang country? Hai Tian stilled slightly, a hint of shock in his eyes. Yeah, Xiaohua said with a smile. This old man will tell you. The baby girl you adopted in the Xianyao dark forest is this Chongling princess in front of you. However, she is not some princess of Zhang country. That princess of Zhang country must have died in the hands of Jiasa country long ago, and she is just a fake. As to why she was placed in the Xianyao dark forest, I think he was afraid there was a problem with her bloodline, so he wanted to use beast poison to cover it up. Coincidentally, you saved her from the side. This was out of the calculations of this prince of Tongzhou. However, your appearance allowed his scheme to flow more smoothly, and the king of Zhang country could not see any traces. As to the fake Chongling princess's Granny Ji, if I am not wrong, she is the culprit who stole the real Chongling princess back then, and a member of the Buddhist sect of Jiasa country. Granny G, what do you think of this old man's guess? When Granny G escaped from danger at Black Mountain Range, she once called Ba. You must have forgotten. In the distance, Granny G's expression changed slightly, but she still did not speak. Oh, and that sun. Ah, yeah, quickly throw it away. In this old man's opinion, if it is not a token Hai Tian used to find the Chongling princess, then it is a token he will use when he goes deep into Jiang country to save the Chongling princess. But you took it away, and he miscalculated. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Yuanya took out the sun with trembling hands. He looked deeply at the woman he had raised in the distance. As though he had abandoned everything in his heart, he casually threw it on the ground. This world had hurt him too deeply. Also, Hai Tian, I think that when the Chongling princess met this old man, she did not know of her past. Xiaohua turned to look at Hai Tian and asked. When she heard Yuanya's question, she went back to ask Granny G. Granny G then told her the reason. However, this old man is curious. Even if the Chongling princess knew of her past, there was this old man and Black Mountain Range. Even if she did not admit it, she could still be the ruler of a country. Why did she have to listen to your arrangements? Hai Tian smiled. He pointed at the sun on the ground and said, that sun is Bunwang's beloved item. It was given to Bunwang's beloved consort. Oh, the ancients say, one cannot trap a wolf without sacrificing a child. The Grand Prince is really willing to let his child experience life and death. Xiaohua immediately realized, but then he sneered. This kind of lie is enough to fool a child. Now that you mention it, you really underestimate our experience. Since you are Bunwang's descendant, if you do not contribute, how can you enjoy the honor of a country? Hai Tian did not mind Xiaohua's provocation. People like Xiao Jian who only want to take advantage by scheming will all become bubbles in the end. Xiongyi, is this something you can think of? Suddenly, Xiaohua shouted into the air. Ah! Hai Tian was shocked and looked in that direction in disbelief. There was a flash of light, and Xiongyi's figure appeared. When he saw that Xiongyi was only in the early stage of yuanying, Hai Tian sighed in relief. Master, this disciple, really did not think of it. Xiongyi smiled bitterly and shook his head. This disciple only noticed Xiao Jian's movements and knew that he coveted the Chongling princess and wanted to kill Yuanya. But this disciple really did not think that there was such a great hand behind the scenes. Otherwise, this disciple would not have invited Master and Li Shishu to come and watch the show. Hearing Xiongyi's words, Hai Tian was even more shocked. Xiongyi not only called Xiaohua Master, but also said that other than Xiaohua and the other two yuanying, Black Wind Ridge seemed to have other yuanying cultivators. Also, Xiongyi had time to go to Black Wind Ridge to ask for reinforcements, but Xiaohua did not let him go. Either someone had already returned, or Xiaohua had the intent to kill. Of course, no matter what, this was somewhat out of Hai Tian's control. How could Hai Tian allow such a thing to happen? He roared, kill. His body expanded again. With a wave of his hand, a crescent shovel appeared in his hand. Buddhist clouds formed under his feet as he attacked Xiaohua. He. Xiaohua sneered and shouted, Li Xiong, Xiongyi, you and the others block the old monk in the east. Yes, master. Xiongyi responded. He clapped his hands and used the hand of yuanying, grabbing at the old monk out of thin air. Xiongyi moved. Li Xiong did not dare to be negligent. Seeing Xiongyi use the hand of yuanying, he hesitated slightly and also waved his hand. An arm several zhang long rushed out of his Taoist robe and grabbed at the old monk with Xiongyi. Ba Buddha, the old monk's expression did not change at all. He only chanted the name of Buddha and waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. The Buddhist light around his body flashed and turned into a demon-subduing Buddha. Thousands of chanting sounds rose and met the two Taoist yuanying hands. Looking at Xiaohua again, after instructing Xiongyi and Li Xiong, he held the wishful staff in his hand and smashed at Hai Tian's crescent shovel like lightning. Hai Tian had already seen Xiaohua's amazing divine power. Now he did not dare to be negligent. He urged his telekinesis, and a faint sky dragon and white elephant were born on the crescent shovel. It was as if there was really the power of 9 dragons and 9 elephants, roaring and rushing to Xiaohua. Clang! The two murderous weapons collided with a deafening sound. Hai Tian felt an unparalleled force coming from the crescent moon shovel. The celestial dragon and the white elephant in the light of Buddha were annihilated in an instant. His arms were numb, and his body flew backward involuntarily. The force rushed into his golden body of Buddha, and his entire golden body trembled rapidly, almost collapsing. "Grandma, this guy is really powerful, no wonder." Hai Tian was shocked and hurriedly tried to stabilize his golden body, but when he looked up at Xiao Hua, the scene in front of him made him completely stunned. Because Xiao Hua's figure had not transformed into a golden body before. At the moment when the wishful staff and the crescent moon shovel collided, Xiao Hua's figure actually borrowed the force to fly upside down. Like a bullet, he rushed to the left side of Hai Tian in a hurry. Just as Hai Tian was looking at him, Xiao Hua waved his arms. With a roar, his Transcendence golden body appeared. Invisible star power surged into his Transcendence golden body, and the Transcendence golden body was instantly dozens of feet tall. It was more than twice the size of the old monk's Buddha statue. Moreover, the previously inconspicuous wishful staff had now turned into dozens of feet and was heavier than a mountain as it smashed towards the old monk. "Junior brother, don't worry, this old monk will help you." Hai Tian was surprised, and the old monks were even more surprised. The old monk closest to the old monk hurriedly shouted and waved his hand. A Buddhist staff turned into a dragon and roared towards Xiao Hua. Chapter 3808. PFFF. What shocked everyone was that Xiao Hua suddenly opened his mouth, and 9 sword beams shot out from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of the old monk. The strangest thing was that the 9 sword beams didn't seem to have any intention of blocking the monk's staff. Instead, they went around the monk's staff and turned into a huge sword that slashed towards the old monk. Boom! There was an even louder bang than before. The wishful steel staff hit the old monk's demon-subduing pestle. Not only was the demon-subduing pestle smashed into pieces, but the Buddha's light scattered in all directions. Even the huge wave of air blew the cultivators on the mountain ridge to the side. In particular, under the wishful steel staff, the old monk's golden Buddha statue was no match for it and instantly collapsed. How is this possible? Hai Tian was completely dumbfounded. Just now, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff did not seem so powerful. This is a Buddhist protector with upper 4th grade elemental energy. Of course, Hai Tian did not know that Xiao Hua's staff had the power of the spiritual wool hammer. Not to mention a Buddhist protector with upper 4th grade elemental energy. Even a 5th grade elemental energy would not be able to escape from Xiao Hua's attack. This was not the end of Hai Tian's nightmare. Kung! Another loud sound rang out. The staff hit Xiao Hua, who did not want to dodge at all. Thousands of sparks splashed out from Xiao Hua's body. The staff returned to its original form, but Xiao Hua was not injured at all. How is this possible? Hai Tian groaned, feeling bad in his heart. Kung! Another loud sound rang out. The giant sword fell, and the old monk's huge arm, which was not protected by a Buddhist weapon, was cut off. Blood flowed out from the severed arm like golden liquid. Not only that, the giant sword instantly turned into 9 stars and crazily stabbed at the gradually collapsing golden Buddha statue. It was more flexible than Xiao Hua's control. "Don't hurt my senior brother." The third old monk just flew over and roared. He raised an alms bowl, and a huge suction force tried to suck the 9 stars away. "Ga." A very strange voice appeared in the air. "Old monk, you are I's dish. Obediently come to the plate." "Who is it?" The old monk was shocked. He quickly scanned the area with his Buddhist sense, but at that moment, a 6-colored pillar of light suddenly appeared behind him and crashed into his golden Buddha statue at an incredibly fast speed. Boom. Right in front of Hai Tian's eyes, the Kunlun mirror's beam of light blasted a huge hole in the old monk's upper body. The old monk's golden Buddha statue collapsed rapidly. It seemed that he would not be able to survive. "I've been tricked." Hai Tian suddenly came to a realization. Xiao Hua first fought with him, using him as bait to force the 3 monks to come to his rescue. And the moment he was defeated, Xiao Hua took out a method to stop the 3 monks. Under this attack, the 3 monks' lives were in danger. "Let's go." Hai Tian made a prompt decision, urging his telekinesis to flee into the distance. "Hai Tian, don't you think it's too late to leave now?" Xiao Hua smiled coldly. He tossed his right hand and muttered an incantation. The soul execution yuan light immediately flew out from the sword gourd. Seeing something with a nose and eyes emerge from the sword gourd, Hai Tian's consciousness immediately blurred. He hurriedly slapped his forehead. Swish! A Buddhist lotus that was several feet in size appeared along with the Buddhist light, blocking the spirit-slaying origin light. Fall. Looking at the Buddhist lotus, Xiaohua sneered. If he did not refine the soul execution yuan light from before, Hai Tian's protective Buddhist weapon might not be able to break through. However, after refining the essence of a strange beast's thigh, Xiaohua had full confidence that it could break through the Buddhist weapon. Sure enough, following Xiaohua's chanting of the incantation, Pu, the soul execution vital light rushed past the Buddha lotus, and the Buddha lotus shattered into pieces. The soul execution vital light precisely landed on Hai Tian's neck. The soul execution vital light flashed, and Hai Tian's head soared into the sky, and a mouthful of hot blood flew out. Namo Mithriya Buddha. After killing Hai Tian, Xiaohua did not hesitate. He looked at the collapsed golden Buddha statue of the old monk and said, "As the son of Buddha, you should strictly abide by the rules and precepts. As a Buddhist protector, you should subdue the devil and become Buddha. You use the power of Buddha to oppress the common people. You should be destroyed." Immediately after, the divine hammer fell from the sky. Boom. The Buddhist protector, who only had the strength of a fourth-grade essence force, was smashed into a golden liquid. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from not too far away. Under the 9 stars illuminating the sun, another old monk was also unable to escape from the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's flying sword, who knew how many holes were pierced through his body, and he died on the spot. 3 monks and a prince were instantly killed by Xiaohua alone. Not only was this shocking, even the last monk who was fighting with Xiong Yi and Li Xiong was flustered. 2 early nascent soul-stage Taoist cultivators were naturally not a match for him, a Buddhist protector who only had the strength of a 4th-grade essence force. However, it was not easy for him to kill the 2 of them, especially since he had only fought a few rounds with the 2 of them. The outcome of the battle had already been decided. How could he remain calm? Unfortunately, before he could activate the Buddhist light to escape, the voice of the green-robed Xiaohua came from above his head again. TSK, what a pity for a monk like Ming Quan. He actually didn't have a saraira. The monk was shocked. He did not hesitate to smash the demon-subduing pestle into the sky. However, what was extremely strange was that, boom, under his body, the Kunlun mirror's beam of light flew out and instantly pierced through his golden body from bottom to top. The monk died with his eyes wide open. He did not even see the appearance of his opponent. Haha. The green-robed Xiaohua laughed loudly. That strange laughter was everywhere in the mountain range. A simple diversion was actually used by him so skillfully. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 monks, which really made him excited. The laughter disappeared. Everyone still did not dare to believe it. That year, Xiaohua fought Lungqinga in front of the Black Wind Mountain range. Although he also defeated many Confucian cultivators of the 4th level of origin power, that battle was so dangerous that Xiaohua himself was seriously injured. And today it was only a dozen years later. In the eyes of cultivators, that was not too long ago. Xiaohua actually so easily killed 5 people who were almost at the same cultivation level. What kind of divine ability was this? Not to mention how much stronger his magic power was, just this method alone was too strange. However, what made Qin Xiaoyao and the others feel familiar was that with a wave of Xiaohua's hand, the Chenkuan pouches on the 5 people's waists all fell into his hand. When he opened them to take a look, a familiar smile appeared on his face again. Master. Xiongyi looked at Xiaohua's divine ability, which was even more powerful than the one at the Jade Pavilion gathering. His eyes flashed with passion. He flew in front of Xiaohua and bowed. How should we deal with this now? Master, please tell us. Xiaohua stood in the air. He looked at Xiao Jian's corpse, and then at Yuanya's pale face. His thoughts were in a mess. These 2 were the first people he had encountered after coming to the hidden immortal continent. They had been so good master and disciple back then, but now they had fallen to such a state. Part of this was due to Hai Tian of Jiasa. But if Xiao Jian did not have his own plans, and his desire to kill Yuanya, how could he have ended up like this? Ah, why does it have to end with killing each time? Xiaohua sighed. His gaze swept across the corpses of Hai Tian and the other Jiasa cultivators. These people were too deeply involved in the mortal world, and could not compare to Ku Tuchuo of the single Liang. In the end, Xiaohua's gaze landed on the Chongling princess. At this time, the Chongling princess was as panicked as a quail. Her bloodless face had a pair of terrified eyes. She did not dare to meet Xiaohua's gaze, and only secretly looked at Yuanya. Unfortunately, Yuanya had thrown his worldly ties to the ground with the sun. The Chongling princess' gaze was not as good as a leaf in the wind. Chongling, Xiaohua said coolly. This surprised the Chongling princess. She did not have a blaming tone. Daoist Xiao. The Chongling princess immediately realized and hurriedly knelt on the ground. She kowtowed and said, Aijia was bewitched by Hai Tian of Jiasa. No need to say more. Xiaohua waved his sleeve and stopped the Chongling princess from speaking. He said, This old man heard your words just now. To say that this old man is disappointed is true. But this old man is also very happy. You allowed Yuanya to see human nature, and allowed him to take another step out of the black jade dark forest. This is better than anything else. Of course, the reasons you speak of are not this old man's original intentions. They're just your suspicions. You really are gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Since this old man promised you, I will give it to you. As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the imperial teacher's lot. He looked closely and grimaced. This old man risked my life to get the imperial teacher's lot. I really did not expect to fall to such a state. Daoistly, this Xiao really regrets not listening to your advice. Xiaohua looked at Li Xiang. Li Xiang looked at Xiaohua with narrowed eyes and said with a smile, Does Daoist really regret it? Haha, of course not. Xiaohua laughed. If this old man did not go, how could I know so much of the truth? As he spoke, Xiaohua decisively threw the imperial teacher's lot to the Chongling princess and said, The imperial teacher's lot is here. Revive Jiang country yourself. Clap. Seeing the imperial teacher's lot land not far from her head, the Chongling princess bit her lips and thought of something. However, what she was thinking was not important. Xiaohua waved his hand and said to Qin Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao, all Fortune Gate disciples return to Black Wind Ridge. No one is allowed to stay in Jiang country. Yes, old master. Qin Xiaoyao looked coldly at Lu Bingjin and shouted, Disciples, pass on old master's orders. We will return to Black Wind Ridge with old master. Yes. The group of disciples raised their eyebrows and exhaled in relief. Then they scattered in all directions. Seeing the disciples leave, Qin Xiaoyao supported Yuanya and flew into the air. He bowed and said, Disciple greets old master. And Xiaoyao, you did well. Xiaohua smiled and said, You are righteous in front of right and wrong, far better than before. Disciple does not deserve praise. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly smiled. It is all disciples' fault for not taking care of Yuanya and Xiaojian. This is not your fault. Xiaohua waved his hand. How can you see the rainbow without going through the wind and rain? If not for today's matter, how could Yuanya enter this old man's sect? Yuanya was really disheartened. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he was shocked. Senior Xiao, what did you say? Your grandmother, you secretly learned this old man's ultimate skill. Do you still want to escape from this old man's hands? Xiaohua reached out and slapped Yuanya's head. Chapter 3809. Yuanya's eyes heated up and he was about to kneel in the air. Unfortunately, he was injured. After moving a few times, his mouth twitched in pain. However, as stubborn as Yuanya was, he still knelt there with difficulty and kowtowed 9 times in the air. And get up! Xiaohua was very satisfied. He raised his hand and said, I did not expect your talent to be good. Who taught you this flying skill? Lu Ge, Yuanya did not dare to hide and hurriedly explained. He was afraid this disciple would be injured in front of the 2 armies, so he secretly taught me. Very good. Xiaohua nodded. With a wave of his hand, the Pegasus and flying carriage landed in the air. He said, Return to Black Wind Ridge with this old man. Yes. Yuanya and Qin Xiaoyao agreed. When Xiaohua and the others got on the flying carriage, the 2 also got on respectfully. The Pegasus raised its head and neighed. A milky white light streaked across the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Whoa! The Chongling princess looked at the deathly silent imperial tutor park, and then looked at the dazed Lu Bingjin and the others, and the Dao soldiers she had trained. Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground as though her bones had been pulled out. She started to cry bitterly. The tears fell on the ground, but they disappeared in an instant. It was very similar to what the Chongling princess had lost in half a day. Everything was gained and lost in an instant. The Pegasus pulled the flying carriage out of Jiang country. After flying for a while, Xiongyi said in a low voice, "Master, wait a moment. This disciple has something to report to Master." "Oh, what is it?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Master, just follow this disciple." Xiongyi did not say more. He flew down from the flying carriage and flew to a place outside the capital of Jiang country. Xiaohua was also surprised and followed Xiongyi. A short while later, a large manor appeared in front of the two. Xiaohua's consciousness swept over, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. He said curiously, "Xiongyi, why are there so many boys? There must be tens of thousands?" "Yes, master," Xiongyi said with a smile. "Master has orders. How can Qin Xiaoyao and the others dare to neglect?" Naturally, they searched everywhere. There are many orphans in the poor villages near Yu province. The disciples did not care about the cost and scattered large amounts of silver. Naturally, they brought many boys. Actually, from what this disciple sees, half of them are choosing boys for master, and the other half are doing good deeds. Earlier, these boys were left behind at Blackwind Ridge. When I came here, I felt that it was inappropriate. Those demons cough. To tell the truth, I didn't dare to trust them, so I sent them here. Later, Master Sun Kong and Senior Zhang Daoran also sent boys over, and I gathered them here. I've also taken the time to take a look at these child disciples. The ones sent by exalted Sun Kong and Senior Zhang Daoran are indeed top-notch talents. The disciples we're looking for are much worse. It doesn't matter. Regardless of their aptitude, all of them are now my Fortune Gates disciples. Xiaohua laughed heartily as he said, "Gather all these children. This old man will take them with the nation weapon." "Yes, master." Xiongyi was the first to descend. He ordered the Fortune Gate disciples in the manor to gather the 10,000 children together. Xiaohua pretended to take out the mountain river seal and sent these children into his space. Seeing so many children appear in his space, the green-robed Xiaohua was grinning from ear to ear. With a wave of his hand, he sent these children into an illusion inside the space. It seemed like he was going to do something big. On the flying carriage, the worry on Li Xiang's face had disappeared, as if he had made a decision in his heart. He only sat there with his eyes closed and didn't say anything. As for Yuanya, he was heavily injured and had already fallen asleep. Qin Xiaorao frowned. He looked at the clouds below the flying carriage, as if he was thinking about something. After all, what happened today was too strange. Although Qin Xiaoyao had always been in the Jiang country, and even followed Xiao Jian and the others to recover the Jiang country in the palace of the Jiang country, he had never thought that things would develop to this point. Not long after, Xiaohua and Xiongyi turned back and drove the flying carriage back to Blackwind Ridge. Neither of them said anything, so Li Xiang and Qin Xiaorao naturally did not ask. After Xiaohua and the others returned to the Blackwind Ridge, the Fortune Gates disciples also returned from Jiang country, Copper Pillar country, and even other places. None of them were reluctant to leave Jiang country. Whether it was Lu Yi or the Black Bear spirit, both of them were bewildered. When they saw Yuanya's injuries and heard Qin Xiaoyao's description, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. Thinking about how much effort they had put into reviving Jiang country, yet in the end, this was the result, anyone would be furious. However, Lu Yi was glad that the bitter Yuanya had escaped from Xiao Jian's control and had finally entered his master's tutelage. This was a great fortune amidst all the unhappiness. The matter of the Fortune Gate disciples returning to Blackwind Ridge naturally could not be hidden from Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the others. When they found out the reason, their anxious hearts calmed down, and they waited for Xiaohua's decision. On the other hand, Xiaohua only showed his face once in his cultivation cave after returning to Blackwind Ridge. Then he went into seclusion. No one knew what he was doing. Only Xiongyi was in charge of the Blackwind Ridge's affairs. What could Xiaohua do in seclusion? Naturally, it was to help green-robed Xiaohua establish a sect in the space. When Jade Archive Xiaohua entered the space, he saw green-robed Xiaohua with his hands behind his back. He proudly stood in the sky. Below him was an abnormally tall mountain range. Jade Archive Xiaohua had arranged for more than 10,000 children to settle down on this mountain range. Layers of lightning flashed around green-robed Xiaohua's body, and an indescribable fluctuation rippled out from his body. The lightning-devouring bead that Xiaohua had stored in the space had long been swallowed into his stomach. While he was nourishing the lightning-devouring bead with his space force, he was also carefully comprehending the changes in the lightning inside the lightning-devouring bead. Xiaohua's lightning escape technique had improved by leaps and bounds due to his comprehension of the lightning-devouring bead. Seeing Jade Archive Xiaohua enter, green-robed Xiaohua hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Taoist is here. Quickly, give I some advice." Hee. Seeing this, Jade Archive Xiaohua chuckled. That's right, although green-robed Xiaohua was ambitious to establish his own force, there would be many problems if he really wanted to do it. After all, green-robed Xiaohua's divine ability was not small, but he knew very little about establishing a sect just like Xiaohua. Moreover, other than the 10 great primordial spirits, Xiaohua would not divulge the secret of the space to anyone else. Thus, Xiaohua could only do it himself. Fortunately, in the space, other than Jade Archive Xiaohua and green-robed Xiaohua, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was also quietly thinking about something. He volunteered himself to come out, glorifying it as training. Jade Archive Xiaohua naturally knew that Confucian cultivators had to train in the hidden immortal continent before reaching the 5th grade of elemental energy. Understanding the arts and etiquette, and even managing a region, this had an extremely subtle effect on Confucian cultivators' understanding of the noble qi. However, the problem was that Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's 5 qi's unifications seemed to be different from ordinary Confucian cultivators. He shouldn't need any training, right? When Confucian cultivator Xiaohua haggled with green-robed Xiaohua, Jade Archive Xiaohua already understood that Confucian cultivator Xiaohua also wanted to get a share of the profits from these 10,000-plus children. Seeing Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's eagerness to give it a try, Jade Archive Xiaohua agreed very much. After all, Confucian cultivators had a large number of ancient books and scrolls. Among them were academies, sects, and even the constitution of a country. The 2 primordial spirits only needed to follow these diagrams to establish a sect. However, these children were all young. Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't know what this so-called sect would look like in the hands of green-robed Xiaohua and Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. However, Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't care about this. Within the space, everything was under his control. He simply let the 2 primordial spirits pair up. Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure landed on the huge white bones below the immortal beheading stage. Xiaohua obtained an extremely large number of white bones on the altar of the legacy realm. Now, these white bones were all stably gathered together, forming a huge human figure. However, this human figure was very strange. It actually had 3 heads and 6 arms. It's really strange. Could it be that these are the skeletons of 3 people? Jade Archive Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked at the white bones that were being tempered under the lightning water. Xiaolei's body flashed with lightning as he lay among the white bones in a deep sleep. He couldn't help but think to himself, but if it's the skeletons of 3 people, these broken bones are tightly knit together without any extra parts. Moreover, in the lightning water, the bone spurs between these white bones are gradually healing. It must be a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. Oh no, it's still missing a piece. Jade Archive Xiaohua's gaze swept over. His figure swayed, and he appeared on top of the giant's head. Sure enough, he saw that the top of the giant's head was missing a 1-foot square triangular white bone. This triangular gap was very neat, as if it was pierced by an extremely sharp weapon. Damn, is this the legendary failure at the last hurdle? Jade Archive Xiaohua's previous joy was extinguished by more than half. However, he also knew that this missing piece of white bone was certainly not in the legacy realm. He was afraid that it was the same as the other white bones he obtained, lost in a different place. Let's leave it to fate. Jade Archive Xiaohua thought for a moment and shook his head. I still have important things to do. When Xiaohua's mind left the space, he waved his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror, releasing Xiansongzi's nascent soul. Xiansongzi didn't dare to be negligent and hastily bowed to greet him. Xiaohua smiled and helped the little Xiansongzi up. He asked, "Is there anything wrong with fellow Taoists' current cultivation?" Xiansongzi said with a smile, "I'll let Taoists know that there are many twists and turns in the cultivation of scattered nascent soul. Many of them are not what I have experienced before. Many times, even I am not sure. Moreover, I don't have a physical body, so I feel that there are many restrictions in comprehending cultivation methods." Xiaohua thought for a moment and took out a new spiritual intelligence derived from the northern underworld breath. He smiled and said, "Is fellow Taoist talking about this? What is this?" Xiansongzi looked at this somewhat strange thing. He didn't know what it was and looked at Xiaohua in bewilderment. This is the spiritual intelligence derived from fellow Taoists' ink cloud pupil. Ah? This is the spiritual intelligence derived? How did Taoists know? Xian Songzi was in disbelief. After all, there was only a name and no image. Who knew which one was the spiritual intelligence derived? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.